Chapter 3976. The entire arena was silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. At this moment, everyone in the arena was in a state of numbness. Jiang Chen walked over to the pangolin's corpse by himself. The pangolin had already broken out of its state of fusion and had turned into two corpses. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he cut open the pangolin's head. He took out the two demonic spirits, then turned around and walked out of the arena. The staff of the arena personally opened the metal gates for Jiang Chen and respectfully led him out. Whoosh, the crowd began to boil over. This time, it was completely different from when they had killed the Netherworld lion. Many people were jumping up and down as they yelled. Some people had already forgotten how many origin stones they had lost. They were only excited about this miracle. Amazing! This is the legend of the bestial arena. Legend of the bestial arena. This title is great. The bronze-masked man has broken the record in the history of the bestial arena. Motherfucker, I'm going to lose so badly. I've thrown in all my wealth. This hell pangolin is really too weak. The bronze-masked man has advanced and is now at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. I wonder if he will continue to challenge even stronger demonic beasts. If he continues to challenge, I wonder what level he will challenge. He can challenge opponents 3 levels higher now. If he challenges a 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, I'll definitely bet on him to win. The title of the bestial arena's legend had been revealed. The bronze-masked man had become famous overnight, and his name had resounded throughout the entire arena. Not only that, after tonight, the title of the bestial arena's legend would spread throughout the entire martial pavilion, attracting everyone's attention. If the bronze-masked man continued to come to the bestial arena in the future, he would definitely stir up a storm in the entire martial pavilion. Perhaps countless disciples and elders from the inner pavilion would step forward to participate. We brothers have struck it rich this time. Zhang San and Li Si were currently beaming with joy. They felt that after getting to know Jiang Chen, it was their greatest fortune. Who knew how many more benefits they would receive from following this godly person in the future? Inside the Beast Battle Arena's main hall, Yang Luan and the others were overjoyed. This time, the Beast Battle Arena had made a lot of money. It was almost a month's worth of profits, so there was no reason for them to be unhappy. At this time, Jiang Chen walked in from outside. Everyone's gazes towards Jiang Chen changed once again. After experiencing such a battle with the twin hell pangolins, he was still so calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. It was hard not to admire him. Wang Xian smiled as he walked forward. He took out a universe ring filled with 100,000 grade 2 origin stones and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen put away the universe ring. He did not stand on ceremony at all. This was what he deserved. Are you interested in challenging the 5th layer of the Unity Origin realm? Wang Xian asked. Level 6. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. He was no longer interested in the Beast Battle Arena. He had achieved his goal in coming here, but it wasn't impossible for him to continue challenging the Beast Battle Arena, but it must be difficult and challenging. With his current strength, 5th layer Unity Origin realm demonic beasts pose no challenge to him. If it was a peak 6th layer Unity Origin realm demonic beast, Jiang Chen would still feel some pressure and challenge. If that was the case, Jiang Chen's cultivation would advance further. With Jiang Chen's current state, there were countless ways for him to break through to higher realms. Challenging powerful demonic beasts was also a method. In the martial pavilion, he would not reject any method. This? Wang Xian frowned as he looked at Yang Luan. He could not make the decision for such a request. Challenging a demonic beast 4 levels higher was unprecedented. It seemed impossible. He could tell that Jiang Chen wanted to use the battle against the demonic beast to stimulate himself. However, the beast battle arena was extremely risky. 6th Heavenly Layer Unity Origin Realm Demonic Beast. Are you confident? Yang Luan asked. He also knew the pros and cons of this. In reality, he was rather conflicted as well. This was because Jiang Qin had defeated the twin infernal pangolin and increased his cultivation by a level. This had already proved that he had the ability to challenge a demonic beast 3 levels higher. If Jiang Qin were to face a 5th layer Unity Origin Realm demonic beast, perhaps most people would bet on Jiang Qin to win, and Jiang Qin would almost certainly win. At that time, the beast battle arena would be the one losing. However, if he were to face a 6th layer Unity Origin Realm demonic beast, that would be a whole 4 levels higher. It would be rather terrifying. It was very difficult to imagine that someone could defeat an enemy 4 levels higher, let alone an extremely ferocious demonic beast. At that time, it was inevitable that most people would bet on the demonic beast. Once the legend of the bronze-masked beast battle arena spread, it would definitely shake the entire Martial Pavilion. At that time, even more people would participate. If Jiang Qin was defeated, the losses of the beast battle arena would be unimaginable. The only thing I have is confidence. Jiang Qin looked at Yang Luan and said with incomparable arrogance. He would not promise the beast battle arena that he would definitely win, but if the beast battle arena wanted him to continue the challenge, he had to be at the 6th layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Otherwise, he had no interest at all. Think about it. If you agree, I'll directly announce that the bronze-masked beast battle arena will be facing a 6th layer Unity Origin Realm demonic beast 3 days later. I'll come again 3 days later. If you don't agree, I won't come again. Jiang Qin said this before turning around and leaving. He did not leave any face for the upper echelon elders of the beast battle arena. What do we do? Do we agree or not? After Jiang Qin left, Wang Xian looked at Yang Luan. Probably only Yang Luan could make this decision. After all, the name of the bronze-masked beast battle arena would have already spread throughout the entire Martial Pavilion in 3 days. The number of people participating in the beast battle arena battle in 3 days would probably make the entire beast battle arena explode. If so many people were to place their bets, the losses would not be small. This matter is extremely important and not trivial. I'll need to discuss it with the head steward and the second steward, said Yang Luan. This could be said to be the biggest matter in the history of the beast battle arena. Even he, the third steward, could not make the decision. He needed to discuss it with the other 2 head stewards. After leaving the beast battle arena, Jiang Qin directly returned to the residence of the Purple Pill Pavilion. Zhang San and Li Si were already waiting at the entrance. When they saw Jiang Qin return, the 2 of them hurriedly went up to him. Senior Jiang is so mighty. You're really too awesome. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such a monstrous person like you. In the history of the Martial Pavilion, there has never been such a powerful person. That's right, especially when you threw the pangolin at the end. My God, it was simply too exciting. It was so fierce that it was a complete mess. From today onwards, Senior Jiang will be my, Li Si's, lifelong idol. The 2 of them frantically flattered Jiang Qin. These 2 fellows had been in the Martial Pavilion for such a long time, but they had never been as excited as they were today. They were really too excited. Meeting Jiang Qin was equivalent to meeting the benefactor of their lives. Not only had they achieved their dream of reaching the Unity Origin Realm, they had also earned a lot of Origin Stones in the Beast Battle Arena. With their demand, they would not need to worry about Origin Stones for a very long time in the future. I'm going into seclusion. Don't disturb me. Jiang Qin instructed them and walked into the room. Understood, Senior Jiang. Chapter 3977. Taking off his mask, Jiang Qin sat cross-legged on the cushion. With a thought, the source dragon immediately leaped out of his dantian and revolved around him. He seemed extremely excited. When he had just entered the everlasting world, the dragonization art had evolved, and all the dragon marks in his body had evolved into source dragons. Jiang Chen originally thought that he had completely adapted to the everlasting world, but he couldn't guarantee that he could refine pills with 100% effectiveness when refining pills. This made Jiang Chen understand that because he was once the ruler of a world, he was naturally rejected by the laws of the world. It wasn't easy for him to completely integrate into this world. This also caused his cultivation to stagnate at the first heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. But now, because of the battle in the Colosseum, Jiang Chen had completely completed his transformation. He had broken through the final barrier between himself and the laws of the everlasting world. In other words, his path to the everlasting world had just begun. Next, the source qi in Jiang Chen's body began to become restless. With a wave of his arm, the true dragon palm appeared with extraordinary might. Afterward, bolts of lightning began to appear above Jiang Chen's head. The lightning he controlled was all unique in the world. Dawn Sky Golden Lightning, 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning, Universe Drought Lightning, Thousand Flames Destruction Lightning, and the Source Lightning of the Thunder God. All kinds of lightning interweaved and spiraled, forming the Death Lightning Lotus. The moment the lightning appeared, strange phenomena began to appear in the sky. Jiang Chen hurriedly put away the lightning. Back at the Fu clan, he had secretly used lightning to scare away Fu Yuntao and the people of the Liang clan. But at that time, the lightning was cast by Jiang Chen himself, so it didn't cause any phenomenon of the heavens and earth. Now, when he casted the terrifying world origin lightning once again, it would cause a phenomenon of the heavens and earth. Perhaps, it might even attract the lightning of the eternal world. Just this point alone showed that he had completely integrated into the everlasting world. The means that he possessed had also completely integrated into this world. They were all extremely terrifying things. Once they were released, the power they could produce would definitely be world-shaking. This was what Jiang Chen was most gratified about. In other words, after coming to the everlasting world, he didn't need to find new means at all. His own unique means were already endless. Moreover, they were all high-level existences. Jiang Chen continued to evolve his own Dharma Mudra, the Buddhist Dharma Mudra, and the last absolute seal of heaven and earth. When he displayed them, their power was unpredictable. With the heavenly dragon sword in hand, his swordsmanship fluttered until he displayed the 26th blade. It was as if the sword itself was in the world. If someone were to see the terrifying methods that Jiang Chen had displayed, it would already be considered good if they were not scared silly. They would definitely kneel on the ground and worship him as their master like Fang Tianhua and the others. Unknowingly, the sky had already turned bright. Jiang Chen was immersed in his past techniques, unable to extricate himself from them. At this moment, he felt refreshed. His cultivation had actually improved, reaching the peak of the second heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. Again, Jiang Chen's cultivation might be very weak, but in every other aspect, he was at the level of an ancestor in the everlasting world, whether it was alchemy, artifact forging, or formations. I'm still too weak. I need to continue to increase my strength. The everlasting world is so big. I need to leave the Qidong region and even the Qixia astral realm as soon as possible. I don't know where the monkey is now, but that energy ball is so magical and terrifying. It definitely won't appear in a small place like the Qidong region. If I want to see the monkey, I'll probably have to go to the Qizhong region. As for Feng, the everlasting world is so big. I don't know where to find him at all. Now, I can only rely on my luck. However, whether it's to find the monkey or Feng, strength is necessary. Only with great strength can I truly walk the everlasting world without fear of anything. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had come to the everlasting world with a certain purpose. Other than the monkey and Jiang Feng, there was also Pangu and Hongjun. they definitely had a close relationship with a certain force in the everlasting world. If he wanted to find them, the first condition was strength. Strength had become the most important thing at the moment. Let's go to the fusion source tower. Jiang Qin changed into a set of white clothes and strode out of the room, preparing to go to the fusion source tower. He had been to the fusion source tower once, and it was indeed a good place. Previously, when he went to the fusion source tower, he didn't advance because his body hadn't integrated with the laws of the world. However, the source energy in the fusion source tower was extremely dense. With his current state, he could advance to the third heavenly layer of the unity source realm at any time. Therefore, he had to go to the fusion source tower. Moreover, since he had come to the martial pavilion, it would be a great waste if he didn't make use of the cultivation conditions here. As soon as Jiang Qin walked out of the room, he saw Zhang San and Li Si striding over. Senior brother Jiang, something big has happened. Something big. Zhang San was extremely excited. He almost jumped up when he spoke. There's news from the bestial battle arena. Jiang Qin smiled. God. How did you know? Li Si was stunned. When he saw that nothing could be hidden from Jiang Qin, his admiration for Jiang Qin immediately increased. That's right. It's news from the bestial battle arena. The bestial battle arena has just made an announcement. 3 days later, the bronze-masked man will fight against a 6th heavenly layer three-eyed panther. The entire martial pavilion is talking about this topic now. Moreover, your reputation as the legend of the bestial battle arena has already spread. Basically, everyone in the martial pavilion knows about you, Zhang San said. Zhang San said. They had come looking for Jiang Qin as soon as the news had spread. Yes, I understand. Jiang Qin nodded. His face was as calm as an ancient well. Zhang San and Li Si were all stunned. That was a three-eyed panther. Jiang Qin was able to remain so calm even though he was 4 levels higher than him. What kind of mentality was this? He was too calm. Senior brother Jiang, this should have been agreed upon by you and the bestial battle arena. However, that three-eyed panther is not easy to deal with. It's much more powerful than the hell pangolin. It's a real mutated beast with innate abilities. Especially its third eye, it can release the god-destroying light. It's extremely terrifying. Li Si said. That's for the best. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, I wouldn't be interested. Jiang Qin shrugged. He had naturally heard of this three-eyed panther. Only such a demonic beast could truly attract Jiang Qin's interest. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, Jiang Qin would not be interested at all. Looks like senior brother Jiang's methods are far more powerful than we imagined. This time, the bestial battle arena is going to be really lively. The battle in 3 days' time will probably alarm more than half of the martial pavilion. I wonder how many people will participate. Chapter 3978. Ever since the Beast Battle Arena had been built, there had never been a battle like this. It went without saying that once news of this got out, it would cause a huge commotion in the martial pavilion. Right, you didn't spread my name out, did you? Jiang Qin looked at Zhang San and Li Si. No, Senior Jiang doesn't want us to talk about it, so we definitely won't. Right now, everyone is guessing who the bronze-masked man is. Zhang San said. That's right, the bronze-masked man has become famous overnight. However, Senior Jiang probably won't be able to hide his identity for long. The martial pavilion is only so big. Many people are investigating the appearance of such a monstrous person. It won't be long before Senior Jiang's identity is exposed. Li Si said. That doesn't matter. Jiang Qin shrugged and continued to walk forward. I'm going to the merging source tower to cultivate. You don't have to follow me. As for Li Si saying that his identity would be exposed, he didn't care at all. To put it bluntly, wearing a mask was just his mood. He didn't plan on hiding it for long. Just as Li Si had said, the martial pavilion was only so big. Finding a bronze-masked man was too easy. Moreover, Jiang Chen's goal in going to the beast battle arena was to improve himself. Now that he had achieved his goal, he didn't care about anything else. Even if he had to fight in his true form against the three-eyed panther in 3 days, it wouldn't matter. Jiang Chen walked towards the merging source tower step by step. He encountered many people along the way. Although he had expected this, he was still surprised by the bronze-masked man's fame. Everything he heard and saw was related to the bronze-masked man. Did you guys hear? Something big happened in the beast battle arena yesterday. A bronze-masked man appeared out of nowhere and killed a hell pangolin that was 3 realms higher. Are you an idiot? Do you even need to hear that? The news from the beast battle arena has already spread. The bronze-masked man is going to fight a Unity Origin 6th Heavenly Layer 3-eyed panther in 3 days. That's what I call exciting. You guys didn't see how ferocious that copper-masked man was. Last night, I was at the beast battle arena. Even though I lost some origin stones, it was worth it to be able to personally witness such a monster. Sigh, it's a pity that I didn't get to see that scene with my own eyes. What a pity. I must be there for the battle against the 3-eyed panther in 3 days. However, do you think that the bronze-masked man can defeat the 3-eyed panther? How is that possible? The difference is too great. There's a difference of 4 levels. Although the copper-masked man has reached the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, I'd rather die than believe that he's able to kill the terrifying 3-eyed divine leopard that's 4 levels higher than him. The 3-eyed divine leopard is an extremely powerful beast. Ordinary demonic beasts can't be compared to them. That's right. In my opinion, the copper-masked man should have stopped while he was ahead. After all, he already has such a great reputation, so why would he play around with his life? The beast battle arena is getting bolder and bolder. They even dared to issue a challenge like this. I'm afraid that they think there are too many origin stones, so they might as well just give each of us some. Everyone was discussing the copper-masked man. The reputation of the copper-masked man was far greater than what Jiang Chen had imagined. The battle in the beast battle arena last night had already become a legend. However, there were still many people who did not think that the copper-masked man would win against the 3-eyed panther in 3 days. It was the same as when Jiang Chen had fought against the infernal pangolin twins. Almost no one believed that Jiang Chen could win, let alone the terrifying 3-eyed panther. Surpassing 4 levels was already beyond common sense. It had already surpassed everyone's understanding of cultivation. It was simply impossible. In the eyes of many, this was no different from seeking death. He was using his life to earn popularity. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. It seemed like it was impossible for him to keep a low profile. The battle in 3 days would definitely shake the entire martial pavilion. Jiang Chen did not care about that for now. He had already arrived at the merging source tower. This time, he was prepared to pay a few more origin stones to enter the 3rd or 4th floor of the merging source tower. Unfortunately, before he could pay the origin stones, he was stopped by a group of people at the plaza in front of the merging source tower. That's him. He's Jiang Chen. A person stood out and pointed at Jiang Chen as he spoke fiercely. It was Hua Wuxian. Seeing this, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. He did not want to look for trouble, but trouble always came looking for him. Needless to say, the helper that Hua Wuxian had brought must be a high-ranking member of the Huolian gang. Look, a fight is about to break out at the merging source tower. It's the people from the Huolian gang. That's Jiang Chen, a new disciple. He beat up Hua Wuxian at the merging source tower yesterday. Today, the Huolian gang is here to look for trouble. Is there something wrong with this Jiang Chen's brain? He could have offended anyone but the Hualien gang. Among the 4 great Vajras of the Hualien gang, other than Hua Wuxian, the other 3 are all cabinet disciples at the Unity Origin realm. Especially the eldest, Dafang Wei, who is already at the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. His grandfather is also an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion. He cannot be provoked at all. Let's go over and have a look. It seems like it's the 3rd Vajra of the Hualien gang, Tan Fan. This person is also powerful. He's at the peak of the 1st heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He's also skilled in martial arts. It seems like this Jiang Qin will not have a good time today. The crowd surged towards the merging source tower. There was a show to watch, and no one would miss it. Offending the Hualien gang was simply looking for trouble for oneself. On the plaza, the members of the Hualien gang were all very arrogant. Tan Fan was tall and had a strong physique. It was obvious that he was a strength type. You're Jiang Qin. Tan Fan spoke with an imposing manner. I advise you guys not to block my way. Don't waste my cultivation time. My time is very precious. Jiang Chen said indifferently. However, he was indeed a little angry. He really didn't have much time to chat with these disciples. You're indeed arrogant. Unfortunately, you're arrogant in the wrong place. In this martial pavilion, you're the first person who dares to touch the Hualien gang. Tell me, what do you want? Tan Fan sneered. He almost burst out laughing. In this martial pavilion, he had never seen anyone who dared to be so arrogant in front of the Hualien gang. What do you think I should do? Jiang Chen asked. Kneel down and kowtow to Hua Wuxian 3 times. Then, compensate him with 10,000 second-grade origin stones. Then, we'll let this matter go. I hope you're a smart person. If you don't know what's good for you, you can imagine the consequences. Tan Fan stated his conditions. It was an exorbitant demand. It seems like I also have to state my conditions. If you take out 10,000 grade 2 origin stones and move out of the way, I won't beat you up. 10,000 grade 2 origin stones can be considered compensation for wasting my time. Chapter 3979. Tan Fan and the rest of the Hualien gang were stunned by his words. Even the others didn't hear him clearly and thought that there was something wrong with their ears. What? Make the Hualien gang pay. Make a countercharge. Motherfucker, do you dare to be so arrogant? What did you say, kid? I dare you to say it again. Hua Wuxian shouted. If your ears are not good, I can help you treat it for free. I won't say it again. Jiang Chen glanced at Hua Wuxian. His words almost made Hua Wuxian's nose crooked. What an arrogant guy. Now, I will let you know how miserable the consequences of offending the Hualien gang are. Tan Fan was furious. A terrifying aura rippled from his body. It seemed that he was ready to attack. It's over. Tan Fan is going to attack. Jiang Chen is finished. He is definitely not a match for Tan Fan. That's right. In the martial pavilion, there are only a few people who can defeat Tan Fan at the same level. Moreover, Jiang Chen is just a newcomer. Sigh, this guy is really stupid. Why did he offend the Hualien gang? He just needs to admit that he is wrong. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen was stupid. As a new disciple, it was very unwise to offend the Hualien gang. I heard that you defeated Hua Wuxian. I really want to see what kind of tricks a new disciple has up his sleeves. Newcomers are always arrogant. Today, I'll let you know that this is the martial pavilion, not the small place you came from. Tan Fan's aura shook and he punched at Jiang Chen. This punch was powerful enough to break a hard stone. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen would be unable to resist Tan Fan's punch, Jiang Qin moved. Slap. A resounding slap resounded, and then everyone saw a figure flash before an anguished howl resounded. Looking back at the scene, Tan Fan's majestic body had already fallen to the ground. There was a pile of blood and teeth all over the ground. This slap had really caused Tan Fan's world to darken and the sky to be filled with little stars. More importantly, Tan Fan struggled violently on the ground, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. Everyone was dumbfounded. When they looked at Jiang Qin again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Fuck, is he still human? How could this guy be so strong? He killed Tan Fan with a single slap. That's too scary. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would believe it? Did you see how he attacked just now? It's too fast. It's like a spark from a flint. I only saw a blur. No wonder he's so arrogant. Seems like he's really capable. The crowd exclaimed. The situation had changed too quickly. The arrogant Huolian faction couldn't even withstand a slap from Jiang Qin. If this news spread out, they would become a laughingstock. Jiang Qin walked up to Tan Fan and said in a cold voice, "If you want to cause trouble, get the strongest member of your Huolian faction to come. Otherwise, stay far away from me in the future. Remember, you must have the strength. If you don't have the strength, you will only humiliate yourself. Do you understand?" Jiang Qin left behind these mocking words and ignored the shocked gazes around him as he walked towards the fusion source tower. Jiang Qin paid some Genesis stones and went straight to the third floor of the fusion source tower. The density of the origin energy in the fusion source tower changed with each level. The density of the origin energy on the third level was 3 times that of the first level. Of course, the price one had to pay in order to cultivate in this level was also relatively high. Although Genesis stones also contain incomparably pure Genesis power, relying on Genesis stones to cultivate and cultivating in a place with abundant Genesis chi were 2 completely different concepts. Cultivating in a place with abundant Genesis chi was akin to bathing in a sea of cultivation, and the benefits were far greater than using Genesis stones. In truth, the true use of Genesis stones was not for cultivation, but to replenish Genesis power at crucial moments. Large amounts of Genesis stones were needed for advancement, and practicing battle skills and chi cultivation techniques would also cause excessive Genesis power consumption in one's body. This was why Genesis stones were so important. On the plaza of the Fusion Source Tower, Tan Fan, who had been slapped by Jiang Qin, only managed to stand up shakily with the help of the Huolian faction's disciples after Jiang Qin left. At this moment, Tan Fan felt the world spinning around him, and he was seeing stars. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. However, the pain on his body was nothing compared to the humiliation he had suffered. As one of the 4 great guardian deities of the Huolian faction, he had arrogantly come to cause trouble for someone else, only to be slapped to the ground in front of so many people. How was Tan Fan supposed to continue living in the Martial Pavilion in the future? I didn't expect that bastard to be so powerful. Third brother, what should we do now? Hua Wuxian asked. He was unable to take this lying down. We definitely can't let this go. In the Martial Pavilion, no one would dare to touch a Huolian faction member and come out unscathed. Let's go look for second brother. Tan Fan viciously said. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered, he knew that this matter was not over yet. Tan Fan swallowed 2 elixirs and recovered. Then, he left with the people of the Huolian faction. He had come in a rush, but when he left, he seemed to be in a slightly sorry state. The battle had come to an end, but the crowd did not leave. Instead, more and more people were attracted to the Fusion Source Tower. Everyone knew that this matter was not over yet. The Huolian faction had never suffered a loss. Everyone knew that the Huolian faction's leader, Feng Wei, was already a Unity Origin Realm expert. Apart from his powerful strength, he had an arrogant grandfather behind him. His grandfather was an elder of the Martial Pavilion, and an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion. There were many elders in the Martial Pavilion, but in terms of status, the Purple Pill Pavilion was naturally second to none. The weight of an alchemist was extremely heavy. In the third level of the Fusion Source Tower, Jiang Chen randomly found a mat and sat down. There were roughly 20 to 30 people seated on the third level, and every one of them was a Unity Origin expert. Moreover, they were basically experts at the third layer and above. These people glanced at Jiang Chen, then continued cultivating without paying him any attention. After all, cultivating here required money, and no one would waste their time in the Fusion Source Tower. The third floor of the Fusion Source Tower couldn't be compared with the first floor. Aside from cultivating, there were very few people who would do anything else in here. Jiang Chen knew that these were all disciples of the inner pavilion, and each of them was more arrogant than the last. It was already very fortunate for Jiang Chen that such people ignored Jiang Chen. He had no time to bother with them. The Genesis Chi on the third level was incomparably dense, and the mat was connected to a Genesis Chi gathering array. Jiang Chen sat on the mat and began to frantically absorb the Genesis Chi. However, not long after Jiang Chen started cultivating, a loud shout suddenly rang out from outside the Fusion Source Tower. Chapter 3980. This shout contained a terrifying amount of origin energy. The sound waves were so loud that it could be heard clearly in the Fusion Source Tower. On the third floor, Jiang Chen, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed. He could not help but reveal a trace of coldness in his eyes. What he hated the most was people disturbing him when he was cultivating. This made him very angry. Jiang Chen, get out here and die. The arrogant and despicable voice sounded again. This time, it was even louder than before. Jiang Chen knew that if he went out, the Huolian gang would continue to shout like this. They might even break into the Fusion Source Tower. Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, Jiang Chen stood up and walked out of the Fusion Source Tower. Jiang Chen was very angry, and the consequences would be severe. There was no reason for Jiang Chen not to be angry. He had paid 100 grade 2 origin stones to enter the third floor of the Fusion Source Tower. Although 100 grade 2 origin stones was nothing to a rich man like Jiang Chen, wasting it like this still made him extremely angry. The plaza outside the Fusion Source Tower was already filled with people. The liveliness was comparable to the bestial battle arena last night. The more people there were, the livelier it would be. Moreover, in the Martial Pavilion, there were not many new disciples who dared to offend the Huolian gang. Jiang Chen had already become famous. Of course, in the eyes of most people, this kind of fame was not necessarily a good thing. If he offended the Huolian gang, how would he be able to live in the Martial Pavilion in the future? For example, he did not even have the chance to cultivate normally. Not long after Jiang Chen paid the origin stones to enter the Fusion Source Tower, the Huolian gang attacked again. Not only could he not cultivate, but he had also wasted the origin stones to enter the Fusion Source Tower. On the plaza, the Huolian gang had sent over a dozen Unity Origin Realm experts. 2 of them were at the 3rd heavenly layer while the rest were at the 2nd heavenly layer. It's over. This time, Jiang Chen is really done for. Even Qin Feng, the second of the 4 guardian deities of Huolian gang, has come out. Qin Feng's strength seems to have reached the peak of the 3rd sky of the Unity Origin Realm. There are so many other masters. It can be seen that Huolian gang is really angry. I have to say that there are so many masters in Huolian gang, and they are all elites. Among the 4 King Kongs, only Qin Feng is qualified to make others believe in him. Tan Fan and Hua Wuxian are sworn brothers because of their friendship with Qin Feng, but it doesn't mean that the 4 King Kongs are the most powerful in Huolian gang. That's right. Tan Fan and Hua Wuxian were just lucky. Otherwise, what status would they have in the Huolian gang with their strength? Hua Wuxian in particular is only at the peak of Qi origin. He hasn't even reached unity origin. Discussions could be heard everywhere. Basically, everyone was saying that Jiang Qin was done for. It was rare for Huolian gang to send so many masters. It seemed like they were going to defend the Huolian gang's dignity. After all, how could they let a newcomer bully them? Jiang Qin walked out of the fusion source tower calmly. His expression was calm, but his eyes were cold. Who's barking here? The fusion source tower is a place for cultivation. How are others supposed to cultivate if you keep barking here? Jiang Qin spoke as soon as he walked out. His words caused the crowd to become even more heated. Holy shit, is he really that powerful? Some people widened their eyes, especially those from Huolian gang. They thought that their ears were playing tricks on them. They thought that Jiang Qin would tremble in fear and beg for mercy after walking out of the fusion source tower. Who would have thought that this guy would be so arrogant? He seemed to be even more powerful than Huolian gang and directly called the Huolian gang a bunch of dogs. You bastard, who are you calling dogs? A Huolian gang expert at the second heaven of Unity Origin realm shouted. In the martial pavilion, Jiang Chen was the first person who dared to speak to Huolian gang like this. I'm scolding you. Huolian gang is a bunch of dogs. So what? Bite me if you don't like it. Jiang Chen did not mince his words. He had not scolded anyone for a long time. Suddenly scolding someone made him feel refreshed. Of course, as long as Jiang Chen was angry, Jiang Chen would naturally face serious consequences. At the very least, these arrogant people from Huolian gang would not have a good ending. He's really awesome. He scolded the entire Huolian gang with a single sentence. He's really brave. I like it. Unfortunately, he's just a hothead. Isn't he courting death by going against Huolian gang? Or does he think he can defeat these experts from Huolian gang? He's a newcomer after all. He doesn't know how famous Huolian gang is in the martial pavilion. Maybe he's a big shot in his own place. That's why he's so arrogant in the martial pavilion. Unfortunately, he's going to suffer a big loss today. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. However, Huolian gang would teach him how to behave. Today's show was going to be interesting. Bastard. The second heavenly layer Huolian sect's disciple was enraged. With a quick step, he arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Terrifying origin energy was unleashed from his body, and his sharp palm grabbed towards Jiang Qin. Bang! Jiang Qin's face was filled with impatience. He suddenly stretched out his leg and kicked the disciple's lower abdomen. A blood-curdling scream was heard. The disciple was sent flying away by Jiang Qin's kick and fell heavily on the ground, fainting on the spot. Jiang Qin's kick had sent the disciple flying away, causing him to fall heavily on the ground. What bullshit, Huolian gang. Come at me together. Today, I'm going to remove Huolian gang from the martial pavilion. Jiang Qin's aura fluctuated. He was extremely domineering. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he did something so domineering. This Huolian gang had really provoked Jiang Qin. It was fine if Jiang Qin didn't take action. But today, he really took action. This Huolian gang might really be removed from the martial pavilion in the future. So powerful. He really has some skills. Even the second heaven of Unity Origin realm is no match for him. Look at his aura. It seems that he's also at the second heaven of Unity Origin realm. He's too arrogant. He's a genius. But isn't it a little too arrogant to threaten to remove Huolian gang from the martial pavilion? As soon as Jiang Qin made his move, everyone was shocked. Not to mention anything else, that kick was really cool. What an arrogant kid. How dare he go against Huolian gang? Let's go together and teach him how to behave. The other experts of Hualien gang were furious. All the disciples at the second heaven of Unity Origin realm charged at him together. Bang bang bang, ah ah ah. However, in just a few breaths' time, a large number of disciples fell on the ground. All the disciples of Hualien gang were howling on the ground. None of them could get up. Chapter 3981. The crowded square suddenly became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at Jiang Qin in a different way. He was too powerful. The disciples of the Hualien gang were all inner disciples of the martial pavilion. Every single one of them was a talented genius. Their strength could no longer be compared to ordinary cultivators. It was not an exaggeration to say that even a third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm expert would not be able to kill the genius disciples of the Hualien gang as easily as Jiang Qin did. However, Jiang Qin did it. It seemed to be very easy. The genius disciples of the Hualien gang were like chickens and dogs in front of Jiang Qin. They could not even withstand a single blow. There were 4 people of the Hualien gang left in the square. Apart from Qin Feng, there was another third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm expert. The other 2 were obviously Tan Fan and Hua Wuxian. These 2 guys had suffered losses from Jiang Qin before. Now that they saw Jiang Qin's true strength, they were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. At this moment, the 2 of them were extremely regretful. After all, the difference in strength between them and Jiang Qin was too great. Even with such a difference, the 2 of them still tried to make trouble for him. Were they not looking for death? Now it seemed that if it was not for Jiang Qin showing mercy, they probably would not even have the chance to stand here right now. A casual attack from Jiang Qin could make them lie on the ground for half a month. Come at me together. Don't waste time. Jiang Qin hooked his finger at Qin Feng in a provocative manner. I'd like to see how strong you are. The third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm disciple, Leng Leng, said. He unleashed his full aura and took a step forward. He punched out with a thunderous momentum, attacking Jiang Qin with lightning speed. Bang! The terrifying scene appeared again. Just like in the beginning, Jiang Qin once again threw out a simple kick. The speed was too fast, and the strength behind the kick was too great. The disciple didn't even have a chance to react before he was kicked in the stomach, sending him flying away. The disciple let out an anguished howl, fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood, no longer able to stand up. Is this a human? How can this guy be so powerful? Where did this monster come from? I've never heard of such a monster in the 99 cities of the Red East region. He's a level higher than him, and his opponents are completely vulnerable in front of him. With such strength, could this guy be the bronze-masked man? Bronze-masked man. Oh my god, that's possible. If he's the bronze-masked man, then the Hualien gang has kicked an iron plate. Even the boss of the Hualien gang is no match for the bronze-masked man, that's impossible. The bronze-masked man should be more imposing than him. It's hard to say. I heard that the bronze-masked man is also at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. For a moment, people began to associate Jiang Qin with the bronze-masked man. Of course, this was only a preliminary connection. After all, the bronze-masked man was too powerful. Although Jiang Qin was also powerful, he had yet to display the bronze-masked man's aura. It's your turn. Jiang Qin looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed. He clenched his fists tightly, but he did not have the courage to make a move. Among the disciples just now, he was the strongest. Although he was slightly stronger than him, if he wanted to completely defeat him or even injure him, he would have to use a lot of effort. Jiang Qin's current strength was terrifying. Qin Feng was not an idiot, nor would he be blindly confident. At this point, Qin Feng would not be confident that he was still a match for Jiang Qin. Almost without thinking, even if he were to rush up, he would definitely end up the same as the others. Not only would he be injured, he would also be humiliated. If you don't dare to make a move, go and call the boss of the Hualien gang over. I'll wait here. Just like what I said just now, from today onwards, the Hualien gang will no longer exist in the martial pavilion. Go. Jiang Chen waved his hand at Qin Feng. He did not take Qin Feng seriously at all. Removing the name of the martial pavilion was too domineering. If it was said at the beginning, everyone would definitely scoff at it. However, after witnessing Jiang Chen's strength, perhaps Jiang Chen really had the strength to do so. Of course, Feng Wei was not so easy to deal with. He had a strong enough backing. To put it bluntly, the main reason why the Hualien gang was not to be trifled with was because of Feng Wei. Feng Wei's backing was too strong. Second brother, what should we do now? Tan Fan looked at Qin Feng and could not help but ask. What else can we do? We can only inform the boss. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. God knew how difficult it was for Qin Feng to say these words. After all, it was a way to show that he was afraid. That's the only way. Tan Fan nodded. He did not expect to kick an iron plate today. Jiang Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. At this time, only the boss could deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, just you wait. Our boss is here. You can only kneel and beg for mercy. Hua Wuxian threatened. If you say one more word, I will make sure that you won't be able to speak in the future. Jiang Chen glared at Hua Wuxian. Hua Wuxian immediately stopped talking. He was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down, but he really did not dare to say another word. Looking at Jiang Chen's means, if he really attacked him, he would only be able to regret it. Qin Feng and the others left, but the crowd did not disperse. Everyone knew that the real show had not really begun. The actions of the Hualien gang directly alarmed the boss, Feng Wei. This was extremely rare. Jiang Chen stood there calmly. Since the Hualien gang had continuously harassed him, he would spend some time today to play with them. This time, he would correct them so that in the future, when they saw him, they would take a detour and not disturb his cultivation. Jiang Chen was very clear that if he did not subdue the Hualien gang this time, it would become an extravagant hope for him to cultivate peacefully in the future. How strong-willed. I have never seen such a strong-willed person, challenging the entire Hualien gang alone. Sigh, sometimes learning to lower one's head is also a good thing. That Feng Wei is really not easy to deal with. Feng Wei's cultivation is already at the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. I heard that he is not far from the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Not to mention that he has a powerful grandfather as his backing, just his own strength alone is not a match for Jiang Chen. I think that Jiang Chen is not a match for Feng Wei. If he can defeat Feng Wei with the cultivation of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, then we can basically conclude that Jiang Chen is the bronze-masked man, that's right. Although there are many geniuses in the martial pavilion, I have never heard of anyone who has the ability to defeat an opponent 2 levels higher than him, except for the bronze-masked man. Chapter 3982. Not long after Qin Feng and the others left, they rushed back again. However, this time, they were much more imposing and arrogant than before. This was because a young man had come along with them. The young man was wearing an azure robe. He had an imposing appearance and was rather handsome. The arrogance on his face couldn't be concealed at all. His aura was much stronger than Qin Feng's. He was at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm and had already stepped into the intermediate Unity Origin Realm. The leap from the 3rd heavenly layer to the 4th heavenly layer was not a small one. It's Luo Yuan, the boss of the Hualien gang. His aura really is extraordinary. His cultivation is already at the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. He's only a step away from the 5th heavenly layer. With this level of cultivation, I'm afraid Jiang Qin is no match for him at all. Unless he's the bronze-masked man, he has no chance against Feng Wei. The real show is about to begin. Whether or not Jiang Qin is the bronze-masked man will be revealed soon. Many people began to get excited. The existence of the bronze-masked man was a surprise to everyone in the martial pavilion. Ever since last night at the bestial battle arena, many people had been guessing who the bronze-masked man was. After witnessing Jiang Qin's amazing display of power today, the people could not help but associate him with the bronze-masked man. Of course, it was hard to say whether Jiang Qin was the bronze-masked man or not. Once he fought Feng Wei, he would be able to tell for sure. Who is Jiang Qin? There was a loud shout. Before the person arrived, the voice arrived first. Soon, Feng Wei strode to the center of the plaza. When he saw his disciples strewn all over the ground, he could not hide the anger on his face. In the martial pavilion, no one had ever dared to go against the Hualien gang like this. This was not only a disgrace to the disciples, but also to Feng Wei himself. Are you Jiang Qin? Feng Wei said as he looked at Jiang Qin, who had his arms crossed across his chest. That's right. Jiang Qin said lightly. Are you the one who said that you want to remove my Hualien gang from the martial pavilion? Feng Wei said coldly. Yes. Jiang Qin nodded with a relaxed expression. There was no sign of nervousness on his face. It could be said that he did not take Feng Wei seriously at all. You talk big, but I don't know if you have the strength to back it up. Feng Wei clenched his fists, which gave off cracking sounds. A powerful battle intent was unleashed from his body. Get out of the way and make room. Qin Feng shouted and then pulled the disciples of Hualien gang who were lying on the ground to the side. Voila! Everyone dispersed and cleared out a large area for Feng Wei and Jiang Qin to fight. Make your move. Let me see what gives you the right to remove my Hualien gang from the martial pavilion. Feng Wei said arrogantly. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. Under the gaze of countless shocked gazes, Jiang Qin disappeared from where he was like a ghost in a flash. His speed was so fast that no one could stop him. The next moment, Jiang Qin appeared beside Feng Wei. What? Feng Wei exclaimed and his expression changed drastically. Jiang Qin's speed was so fast that even a Unity Origin 4th Heavenly Layer expert like him did not have the chance to react. Feng Wei raised his palm in a hurry and hit Jiang Qin. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin's movement was much faster than his. He grabbed Feng Wei's raised arm and forcefully interrupted Feng Wei's attack before it could even be completed. Feng Wei's aura fluctuated again, but unfortunately, he still did not have the chance to attack. Jiang Qin grabbed Feng Wei's arm and lifted him up, then smashed him heavily on the ground, creating a big hole. Damn, the bronze-masked man, that's right. It's this move that smashed the Hell Pangolin. I saw it with my own eyes. It's exactly the same. It's definitely the bronze-masked man, he's too powerful. Even Feng Wei is no match for him. He's 2 levels above him. Who else could it be other than the bronze-masked man? That smashing motion just now was simply too cool. It's really the bronze-masked man. Jiang Qin is the bronze-masked man. The Hualien gang has really kicked an iron plate this time. No wonder he's so powerful. He's the bronze-masked man. However, since he hit Feng Wei like this, Feng Wei's grandfather will definitely not let it go. Everyone knows that Elder Feng Tianhua is famous for being protective. That's right. Even if Jiang Qin defeats Feng Wei, I'm afraid this matter is not over. If Elder Feng Tianhua comes forward to cause trouble, Jiang Qin will not have an easy time in the future. Jiang Qin's aura was too strong. He directly exposed his identity with one move, especially when he smashed Feng Wei. It was exactly the same as when he smashed the Hell Pangolin last night. It was the same vigor, the same domineering aura, and the same hair-raising aura. The appearance of the bronze-masked man made everyone's blood boil. After all, after last night, the entire martial pavilion was guessing who the bronze-masked man was. Jiang Chen did not intend to hide his identity. He had only one goal when he first went to the Beast Colosseum, and that was to improve his strength. He did not want to be ostentatious, so he wore a mask. However, Jiang Chen also knew that with the ability of the higher-ups of the Beast Colosseum and the Martial Pavilion, it was too easy to find the bronze-masked man in the Martial Pavilion. Even if he did not expose himself now, he would still be exposed when he fought the Three-Eyed Panther 3 days later. Since the Hualien gang was determined to make things difficult for him, he naturally had to teach them a lesson. As for whether or not his identity as the bronze-masked man would be exposed, Jiang Chen really did not care. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. They all stared at Feng Wei, who had been smashed into the ground. Feng Wei, who was at the 4th level of the Unity Origin Realm, was not a match for Jiang Chen. Cough, cough, Feng Wei, who was in the deep pit, coughed and struggled to get up from the ground. The fact that he was able to crawl back up on his own meant that Jiang Chen had already gone easy on him. If Jiang Chen had given Feng Wei a good thrashing like he'd done to the pangolin last night, he would have been crippled as well. Jiang Chen, if you dare to hit me, my grandfather will not let you off. Feng Wei's eyes were red, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth and face. He looked at Jiang Chen fiercely and threatened him. Hearing this, Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. In the end, he still had to rely on his grandfather. It seemed that even though he had gotten rid of the Hualien gang, the trouble was still not over. Jiang Chen, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times now, I will consider letting you continue to cultivate in the Martial Pavilion in the future. Feng Wei said. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen kicked Feng Wei's lower abdomen. You lost to me, yet you still dare to threaten me. Chapter 3983. Wah! Feng Wei spat out a mouthful of blood and squatted on the ground. He held his stomach and wailed. He looked at Jiang Chen and could not believe that there was someone in the Martial Pavilion who dared to beat him up like this. Even his grandfather's name did not work. This was simply crazy. Crazy, crazy. This Jiang Chen is too lawless. He dared to beat Feng Wei up like this. Isn't he cutting off his own path of retreat? Yeah, the newcomer doesn't know the rules at all. He thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he has some talent. He doesn't know that he is still far from it. This time, he has completely offended Feng Wei. His grandfather is famous for being protective of his children, and he only has one grandson. Now that his grandson has been beaten up like this, Elder Feng will definitely not let it go. Sigh, if Elder Feng were to step in, this Jiang Chen might not even have the chance to go to the Beast Battle Arena in 3 days. Feng Wei wasn't the only one who thought that Jiang Chen was a madman. Almost everyone on the scene thought that Jiang Chen was a madman. His way of doing things was just too lawless. In their point of view, Jiang Chen was at a great disadvantage. After all, it was impossible for the disciple in Jiang Chen's heart to have a backer. Even if he did, his backer wouldn't be as powerful as Feng Wei. In short, even if Jiang Chen won the fight and was really going to destroy the Hualien gang today as he said, no one was optimistic about Jiang Chen's chances. In this martial pavilion where relationships and backing were needed everywhere, it was not enough to rely on oneself, unless one was really strong enough. Of course, the current Jiang Chen was still far from being strong enough. Big brother Jiang, you are in trouble. At this moment, Fu Qing appeared out of nowhere and came to Jiang Chen's side. He said anxiously, his grandfather is an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion. He has a high position and is not to be trifled with. Moreover, his grandfather loves Feng Wei very much and treats him like a treasure. In the Martial Pavilion, almost no one dares to provoke Feng Wei for no reason. This is also the reason why the Huolian gang is still standing. Today, you have hit Feng Wei. His grandfather will definitely not let this go. What's his grandfather's name? Jiang Chen asked curiously. If it was an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion, he would not be afraid. His 3 disciples were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, his 3 disciples were about to advance to the Earth Source stage. At that time, their statuses in the Martial Pavilion would rise steadily. If Feng Wei's grandfather was an ordinary elder, Jiang Chen would not care at all. His grandfather is Feng Tianhua. You've met him before. He was the elder who assessed you that day. Fu Qing said, "Fuck." Jiang Chen almost laughed out loud. It would have been better if he had not mentioned Feng Tianhua. As soon as Feng Tianhua was mentioned, Jiang Chen strode toward Feng Wei and pulled him up. Then, he slapped him left and right, and his mouth slapped loudly. "Useless thing, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your grandfather." As Jiang Chen whipped Feng Wei, he continued to spout arrogant words. He actually said that he would teach Feng Wei a lesson on behalf of Feng Wei's grandfather. This was too awesome. Many people were dumbfounded. Could it be that this fellow had really gone mad? This was simply unforgiving. This guy is really a lunatic. Feng Wei is really miserable today. He actually said that he would teach Feng Wei a lesson on behalf of Feng Tianhua. He really thinks too highly of himself. If Elder Feng really came, he would be so scared that he would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen someone so arrogant. Does this guy really not consider the consequences of doing things? I'd like to see how he can survive in the Martial Pavilion in the future after offending Feng Wei. Everyone was shocked. They felt that Jiang Chen had gone too far by pulling Feng Wei up and slapping him again. Or rather, he did not want to live anymore. He threatened to teach Feng Tianhua's grandson a lesson on behalf of Feng Tianhua. This was simply a humiliation to Feng Tianhua. He, Feng Tianhua, was a famous elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion. Not to mention how protective he was usually. How many people in the entire Martial Pavilion dared to say that they would teach Feng Tianhua's grandson a lesson on behalf of him? "Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you." Feng Wei roared. Feng Wei roared. His face was bruised and swollen, and his eyes had turned red. It was too hateful. It was too shameful. Feng Wei had lost all his face today. The leader of the Huolian gang, who no one dared to provoke, had never suffered such humiliation. As he spoke, a messenger spirit talisman appeared in Feng Wei's hand. A messenger spirit talisman. "I'll help you crush it." Jiang Chen grabbed the messenger spirit talisman in his hand and crushed it on the spot. This talisman must have been personally made by Feng Tianhua for his precious grandson. Once his grandson was in danger, as long as he crushed the talisman, Feng Tianhua would sense it immediately. Feng Tianhua was stunned when he saw Jiang Chen crush the talisman. He never thought that Jiang Chen was really not afraid at all. He even took the initiative to crush the talisman. This was really a reckless act. Jiang Chen wanted to completely settle the grudge with the Huolian gang and avoid future trouble. He would get things done in one go today. Since this was Feng Wei's grandfather's Feng Tianhua, it would be even easier to resolve. Moreover, he had taught Feng Wei a lesson. It could be considered as doing a good deed for Feng Tianhua. He was not just saying it when he said that he would help Feng Tianhua teach Feng Wei a lesson. People like Feng Wei lived a comfortable life in the Martial Pavilion with Feng Tianhua as their backer. His path had been too smooth. Without experiencing hardships and setbacks, it would be difficult for him to have any great achievements in the future. Feng Tianhua could protect him for a while, but he could not protect him forever. Once he walked out of the Martial Pavilion, Feng Wei would be at a disadvantage. If the Martial Pavilion and the Feather Clan went to war one day, Feng Wei could only be a sacrifice. Today, Jiang Qin wanted Feng Wei to suffer setbacks and grow through setbacks. If Feng Wei fell into depravity due to setbacks, then Jiang Qin could not be blamed. He's really awesome. He's really not afraid of anything. I thought he snatched Feng Wei's messenger talisman to prevent Feng Wei from crushing it to send a message to his grandfather. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to crush it. I really don't know where he got his confidence from. Elder Feng treats his precious grandson very well. Just you wait. It won't be long before Elder Feng arrives. When that time comes, I want to see how Jiang Qin will deal with it. He's overestimating himself. Elder Feng will teach him how to behave in a while. It was getting more and more lively. Initially, they thought it was just a small dispute. Now, even the elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion was involved. Now, everyone wanted to see how Jiang Qin would end up. Jiang Qin was naturally powerful and could be described as a monster. However, his cultivation was too weak. Compared to the elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion, the gap was still not small. Not long after, an extremely powerful aura rushed over from afar. At the same time, a loud shout suddenly sounded, shaking the entire Fusion Source Tower square. Who dares to touch this old man's grandson? The aura was unparalleled, and the voice was like thunder. On the crowded square, the crowd made way for a path. Chapter 3984. The scene began to become restless. The real show was about to begin. The members of the Hualien gang seemed to have found their backbone. They now hated Jiang Qin to the bone and longed to see the scene of Jiang Qin being taught a miserable lesson by Feng Tianhua. They were not just looking forward to it. They could not wait. Grandfather. When Feng Wei saw his grandfather, he howled and burst into tears. Such a big man was crying with snot running down his nose. It was impossible to look at him directly. He felt wronged. The moment he saw his grandfather, all of Feng Wei's grievances poured out. With his pig head that had been slapped out, he limped toward Feng Tianhua. Feng Tianhua was so scared that he trembled. He almost did not recognize that this was his handsome grandson. With such a pig head, even his own grandfather would not recognize him. Fortunately, Feng Wei's voice did not change, and his body shape did not change. Feng Wei could still more or less determine that the person who had been beaten up so badly was his grandson. It was precisely because he recognized his grandson that Feng Tianhua's anger instantly rose. He was truly enraged. Bastard, who did this? Feng Tianhua was enraged. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. In the entire martial pavilion, everyone knew that Feng Wei was his grandson. Everyone knew that he was famous for being protective of his children. Today, someone had actually dared to beat his grandson into such a sorry state. This was simply unimaginable. Feng Tianhua wanted to see which ignorant person dared to touch his grandson. This person definitely did not want to live anymore. Elder Feng is indeed angry. Jiang Qin is finished. He's too self-righteous. Elder Feng is about to advance to the Earth Source realm. He will definitely teach Jiang Qin how to behave. Wait for the show. I want to see how the extremely arrogant Jiang Qin will deal with Elder Feng later. Those who were watching the show did not mind the matter getting bigger. Many people were waiting to watch the show, especially the people from the Hualien gang. Those who had been beaten up by Jiang Qin before were more eager to see the scene of Jiang Qin kneeling in front of Feng Tianhua, kowtowing and admitting his mistake. Who did this? Get out here. Feng Tianhua shouted again. His anger was still rising. He swore that he would teach this ignorant thing a lesson. He dared to touch his grandson. Did he still want to stay in the martial pavilion? It's me. A voice rang out. Jiang Chen walked over in an orderly manner. He stood not far from Fong Tianhua with a calm smile on his face. Elder Fong, why aren't you in secluded cultivation to break through to the Earth Source realm? Your grandson was blind enough to find trouble with me, so I've already taught him a lesson. Does Elder Fong have any objections? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. At this moment, Fong Tianhua was completely stunned. He no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance from before. His entire person had completely collapsed. In front of Jiang Chen, he was like a child who had done something wrong in an instant. Moss. Jiang Chen, why are you here? Fong Tianhua did not call him master. He was in a bad mood. The person he had come to deal with in high spirits turned out to be Jiang Chen. Even if he was given 8 times more courage, he would not dare to make a move. Who was Jiang Chen? He was the person he respected the most. He was his master, and he had knelt and kowtowed to his master. In Fong Tianhua's heart, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent god. Yes, it's me. I helped you teach your grandson a lesson. Elder Fong, you won't blame me, right? Jiang Chen continued. No, how could I? This little bastard dared to find trouble with you. Even breaking his leg would be considered a light punishment. You didn't teach him enough. I'll teach him another lesson, Fong Tianhua said. He nodded and bowed. There was no trace of his previous imposing manner. This elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion was famous for his fiery temper. At that moment, in front of Jiang Chen, he was as docile as a little sheep. For a moment, the entire square was silent. Everyone was stunned, and their mouths were wide open. They could not believe this scene. Such a scene could not be dreamed of even in a dream. Grandfather, you have to avenge me. Fong Wei hurriedly urged when he saw that his grandfather's imposing manner had weakened. Avenge? How? It would have been fine if Fong Tianhua did not vent his anger when he heard it. However, when he heard it, he was furious. This bastard grandson. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke Jiang Chen. That was his own master. How could he vent his anger? Slap. Fong Tianhua slapped Fong Wei's face, causing his pig-like head to become even more bloated. Little bastard, kneel. Thump. This slap directly stunned Fong Wei. He knelt on the ground with a plop and touched his burning face with one hand. He raised his head and looked at his grandfather as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. Why? Fong Wei was completely stunned. His grandfather usually doted on him the most. This was the first time he had hit him since he was young. Shut up, little bastard. Unexpectedly, Fong Tianhua did not hold back at all. He came up and slapped Fong Wei's face again, causing him to scream loudly. It could be seen that this grandfather really did not show any mercy. Fuck, what's going on? What's going on? Is Fong Tianhua crazy? Shouldn't he be beating up Jiang Chen to avenge his grandson? Why did he catch his grandson and beat him up? This is too outrageous. It's a mess. Everything is a mess. Elder Fong looks very afraid of Jiang Chen. What the hell is this? What kind of person is this Jiang Chen? Could it be that he has some hidden identity? Even the elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion are so afraid of him. Everyone was dumbfounded. The scene in front of them was like a farce. It made everyone's eyes pop out. It was completely different from what they had expected. Not only was it different, but the difference was too big. That's enough. Jiang Chen shouted. He knew Fong Tianhua's intentions and mood. It was enough to stop this kind of thing. He did not want to go too far. Fong Wei had already received the price he deserved. Do you think this punishment is okay? If not, I'll go back and teach him a lesson until you're satisfied. Fang Tianhua said. He looked at Jiang Qin with eyes full of admiration. What the hell is this? Oh my god, am I blind? I must be blind. Is this still the elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion that we're familiar with? What kind of magic does Jiang Qin have to make a dignified elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion so humble? If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if I were beaten to death. It's over. I'm afraid Feng Wei can't vent his anger anymore. Not only can he not vent his anger, but I'm afraid it's just as Jiang Qin said. From today onwards, the Huolian gang will be eliminated. Chapter 3985. Everyone was dumbfounded. Of course, the most dumbfounded person was Feng Wei himself. He felt that his grandfather had changed. He had become too strange. He actually hit him. Feng Wei was full of grievances. What was wrong with his grandfather? Fuck, why is Big Brother Jiang so awesome? Fu Qing, who was at the back, admired Jiang Qin even more. At this moment, his admiration for Jiang Qin had reached an unprecedented height. It was really like a surging river that was endless. Fu Qing knew best when Jiang Qin came to the martial pavilion. It had only been a mere 2 days, and he had actually conquered the elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion. It was hard to imagine how he had done it. Elder Fang, take him back and train him well. In addition, from today onwards, the Huolian gang will no longer exist in the martial pavilion. Jiang Qin said. Yes, yes, yes. The Huolian gang will be disbanded from today onwards. Fang Tianhua did not dare to say anything about Jiang Qin's words. To him, Jiang Qin's words were absolute orders that could not be doubted. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin was Fang Tianhua's master, Fang Tianhua owed Jiang Qin a huge favor in terms of alchemy alone. The value of that rejuvenation pill was immeasurable. With just a few casual pointers, they had the hope of advancing to the earthly source realm. If Feng Wei had not crushed the messenger spirit talisman and awakened himself from his closed-door cultivation, Fang Tianhua was confident that he would have broken through to the earthly source realm in less than 3 days. No one would be able to repay such a great kindness. His good-for-nothing grandson had come to provoke Jiang Qin for no reason. Wasn't he looking for trouble for himself? Fang Tianhua doted on his grandson very much. He originally wanted to find an opportunity in the future to ask Jiang Qin to give Feng Wei some pointers. Who would have thought that Feng Wei would offend an expert first? Let's go, little bastard. Go back and reflect on yourself. Fang Tianhua pulled Feng Wei up and left the people's sight as quickly as possible. Obviously, he did not want to stay here and embarrass himself. The people of Huolian gang were all trembling at this moment. Everyone looked at Jiang Qin with a different look, from hatred to fear. This guy was too terrifying. He couldn't be provoked at all. Even Fang Tianhua was so polite. They were nothing. Moreover, Jiang Qin's own strength was enough to beat them up. What right did they have to fight with Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin ignored the people from the Huolian gang and waved to Fu Qing, who was behind him, before leaving with large strides. After today's incident, he was no longer in the mood to continue cultivating in the fusion source tower. It would be better to change places and find some peace. Fu Qing quickly chased after Jiang Qin. Fu Qing was not a fool. He knew that Jiang Qin was helping him build momentum. The current Jiang Qin was about to become famous in the martial pavilion. Even Fang Tianhua gave him face. In the future, among the disciples of the martial pavilion, there would probably not be many people who would dare to cause trouble for Jiang Qin. At this time, Fu Qing and Jiang Qin were close. Everyone naturally knew that Fu Qing and Jiang Qin had a special relationship. Fu Qing was protected by Jiang Qin. In the future, no one in the martial pavilion would dare to bully Fu Qing. It was not easy for Fu Qing to cultivate in the martial pavilion. He came from the small Yen city. In the martial pavilion, it could be said that he had no power or backing. He was the most ordinary disciple. Jiang Chen could be considered to have gone through thick and thin with Fu Qing. If he could help, he would naturally help. As they watched Jiang Chen walk away, the people in the entire square couldn't help but sigh. The members of the Hualien gang were all dejected. They were indescribably depressed. Some of the higher-ups looked at Hua Wuxian fiercely. All of this was caused by Hua Wuxian. If Hua Wuxian had not provoked a big shot like Jiang Chen, the Hualien gang would not have fallen to the point of disbanding today. Each of them was even beaten up like this. Hua Wuxian lowered his head and did not speak. At this moment, he was also extremely depressed. If he had known that he had provoked such a person in the past, he would not have come forward even if he was beaten to death. Let's go. There will be no Hualien gang in the future. Everyone, if you see this maleficent star in the future, stay away. Qin Feng sighed and left. The members of the Hualien gang were all in an extremely sorry state. All along, in the martial pavilion, the Hualien gang had a certain level of strength. They were tyrannical. It was always them who bullied others. When had they ever been bullied like this? Sigh. Who would have thought that the Hualien gang would end up like this? Yes, they were destroyed by a disciple who had just arrived. God knows how depressed the Hualien gang is. I'm afraid that Feng Wei will be depressed. He originally thought that he had suffered a loss and asked his grandfather to help him vent his anger. He didn't expect that he would be beaten up by his grandfather again. He won't have a chance to vent his anger in this lifetime. That goes without saying. In terms of fighting, he is no match for Jiang Chen. When the old man sees Jiang Chen, it's like a mouse seeing a cat. However, I'm really curious. Why is Elder Feng Tianhua so respectful to a new disciple? Inexplicable, inexplicable. Even if these people racked their brains, they probably wouldn't be able to figure out the reason behind it. If they knew that Feng Tianhua had already become Jiang Chen's disciple, who knew how shocked they would be? In the courtyard where Feng Tianhua lived in the Purple Pill Pavilion, Feng Wei's face was full of grievances. He was sniffling and crying. He felt so wronged. His grandfather had never beaten him up since he was young. All right, you're a man. It's improper for you to cry. Feng Tianhua couldn't help but berate him. Grandfather, why didn't you help me vent my anger? That Jiang Chen is just a new disciple. Why are you afraid of him? Feng Wei asked, puzzled. Why should I be afraid of him? Do you know who you've provoked? You're a good-for-nothing. You still have to thank him for showing mercy. You only suffered superficial wounds. If he had been more heavy-handed, you would most likely have been crippled. Feng Tianhua glared at Feng Wei. On the way, he had already checked Feng Wei's injuries. Although they looked very serious, they were all superficial wounds. None of his vital organs were injured at all. This also made Feng Tianhua even more surprised. It was rare in the world for him to grasp the strength of his attack so accurately. Jiang Chen was only at the second tier of the Unity Source realm, but his combat prowess was so terrifying that even Feng Wei was not his match. This made Feng Tianhua's opinion of Jiang Chen rise to another level. One had to know that the combat prowess of alchemists was often not too strong. This was because alchemists focused their entire lives on alchemy, and they would be relatively weak in other aspects. As for Jiang Chen, his alchemy skills were enough to be described as shocking. Now, even his combat prowess was so terrifying. Such an extraordinary person was really rare. This bastard is naturally powerful, but no matter how powerful he is, he's only at the second tier of the Unity Source realm. Moreover, I heard that he's a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion. He's completely under your jurisdiction. Why are you so afraid of him? Feng Wei was still puzzled. All right, grandfather, I'll tell you why I'm afraid of him. It's because I've already acknowledged him as my master. He's my master now. You have no respect for your elders and have bullied your ancestral master. I'll help you heal your injuries first. Come with me to apologize to your ancestral master tonight. Feng Tianhua said. What? Ancestral master. Feng Wei felt his feet stagger and he almost fell to the ground. He felt that he had heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. Chapter 3986. Grandfather, Wei, you must be joking, right? Feng Wei asked with great difficulty. This was too fucking ridiculous. Who was his grandfather? He was an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion, a famous second-grade alchemist, and an expert at the peak of the Unity Source realm. Wasn't it nonsense for him to acknowledge a new disciple as his master? If Jiang Chen acknowledged Feng Tianhua as his master, Feng Wei might still be able to accept it. Grandfather is not in the mood to joke with you. Jiang Chen's abilities are enough to be my master. Under master's guidance, I have already gained some enlightenment. The spring-returning pill that master helped me refine has allowed grandfather's talent to develop a second time. He is about to advance to the Earth Source realm. What a great resource this is, Feng Tianhua said. Feng Tianhua said, his tone full of respect for Jiang Chen. How is this possible? Feng Wei only felt that his mind was in a mess. Such a shocking matter made him feel like he was dreaming. However, looking at his grandfather's expression and his attitude towards Jiang Chen in the Fusion Source Pagoda, Feng Wei knew that this was not fake. His grandfather had really acknowledged Jiang Chen as his master, and Jiang Chen was really his ancestral master. He had really provoked his ancestral master. However, how did Jiang Chen dare to accept his grandfather as his disciple? Let me tell you, master is a truly extraordinary person. There is nothing he doesn't know. Come with me tonight to kowtow and admit your mistake. I will ask master to give you some guidance. If he is in a good mood, he will give you some guidance. It won't be long before your cultivation breaks through to the 5th layer of the Unity Source realm. Feng Tianhua said extremely seriously. I'm not going. I hate him to the bone. I won't kowtow and admit my mistake even if you beat me to death. Feng Wei shook his head fiercely. What a joke. He had to kowtow and admit his mistake to Jiang Chen as his ancestral master. How was that possible? Jiang Chen looked to be about the same age as him. Rotten wood can't be carved. You don't have the final say in this matter, I do. Such a good opportunity is right in front of you. If you give it up, then you really don't have any talent. Feng Tianhua looked exasperated and scolded Feng Wei. Feng Wei might not know Jiang Chen's abilities, but he had seen it for himself. If there was one word to describe Jiang Chen's image in his heart, it would be unfathomable. On the other side, Fu Qing followed behind Jiang Chen like a child. Brother Jiang, how did you make Elder Feng so afraid of you? How did you do it? Fu Qing asked curiously. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Jiang Chen smiled. Fu Qing replied with an "oh" and shrugged his shoulders. Since Jiang Chen wasn't willing to tell him, there must be some secrets behind it. There was no need for him to ask any further. In any case, to Fu Qing, the reason wasn't important. What was important was that Jiang Chen had become famous. Fu Qing, last time you said that apart from the Fusion Source Tower, there is also a clear source pool in the Martial Pavilion. Do you know where it is? Jiang Chen asked. He didn't want to go to the Fusion Source Tower now, but he was very interested in the clear source pool. To him, it was all about training anyway. There was no difference between the Fusion Source Tower and the clear source pool. I know. There are several clear source pools in the Martial Pavilion, and their effects are basically similar to the fusion source tower. However, there is one clear source pool that is different. Fu Qing said. Oh. Tell me, how is it different? Jiang Chen said with interest. One of them, the clear source pool, is built specifically for the true geniuses. Apart from the incomparably dense Genesis Qi in the pool, it is also reinforced by the power of lightning. It is a fusion of the lightning pool and the Genesis pool, and has already produced liquid lightning liquid and original liquid. The conditions for the genius disciples who enter the pool to train are also different. The clear source pool will not take any Genesis stones from the disciples, and every disciple of the Martial Pavilion has the right to enter it once. If they can last for more than 10 minutes, they can enter at any time in the future. If they can't last for 10 minutes, it means that they have completely lost the right to enter. Fu Qing continued, this has little to do with one's cultivation. It mainly depends on one's condition, because one cannot use origin qi to block the impact of the energy inside the clear source pool. If one's condition is not good enough, even an earth source expert will not be able to last for 10 minutes. I've been there once, but I didn't even last for a minute. Fu Qing shrugged, his face filled with regret. However, he was not too upset about it. After all, it was incredibly difficult to last 10 minutes in the clear origin reservoir, and he was definitely not the only one who could last less than a minute. Most of the disciples were in the same situation, or even worse than him. That's interesting. Let's go to the clear source pool. Jiang Qin chuckled. He never thought that there would be such a good place in the Martial Pavilion. He was the ancestor of lightning, so a mere lightning pool was nothing in his eyes. Jiang Qin could use the lightning energy inside to baptize the lightning energy in his body with the everlasting world's lightning. It would not be a problem for him to break through to the third heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. Of course, Jiang Qin did not want to break through to the third heavenly layer of the unity origin realm right now. He wanted to stabilize his cultivation at the peak of the second heavenly layer, saving it for his battle with the three-eyed panther. Breaking through during battle would be truly satisfying. Jiang Chen was looking forward to fighting a sixth heavenly layer three-eyed panther. Such a super beast was extremely powerful, on a completely different level from the hell pangolin and nether lion. To put it bluntly, a sixth heavenly layer three-eyed panther combined with its innate ability would be enough to crush an ordinary seventh heavenly layer unity origin cultivator. Jiang Chen's battle with the three-eyed panther was basically equivalent to fighting a seventh heavenly layer unity origin cultivator. Even though he had reached the third heavenly layer, he would still feel some pressure. Unless he used his dragon transformation, but that was his trump card. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Chen did not want to use it. Under Fu Qing's lead, Jiang Chen soon arrived at the so-called clear origin pool. The clear origin pool was built in a col at the back of the mountain. It stood alone and seemed extremely remote. Normally, very few people would come here. Jiang Chen liked this kind of environment. Jiang Chen loved peace and quiet when cultivating. There was nothing better than the clear origin pool. Big brother Jiang, it's right in front. Due to the uniqueness of the clear origin pool, it's also called the clear origin lightning pool. There are no guards here, and anyone who enters once will have their aura branded by the clear origin lightning pool. If you can't last 10 minutes, you'll be rejected by the lightning pool the next time you come. If you can last 10 minutes, you'll be able to enter at will. Fu Qing said, if Big Brother Jiang wants to cultivate here, I won't disturb you. I still have to go to the Fusion Origin Tower to cultivate. All right. Chapter 3987. In an incomparably quiet and secluded valley was a small fort made of rocks. It looked somewhat desolate, and there was a black stone door in front of the fort. Mottled lightning flickered on the stone door, emitting crackling noises that were rather eye-catching. Jiang Chen walked straight to the entrance of the clear source lightning pool. He placed his palm on the rock door and exerted a bit of force. A cracking sound was heard, and the rock door opened. A wave of pure energy gushed out from the inside, making Jiang Chen feel refreshed. It's just as Fu Qing said. This is my first time coming to the Qingyuan lightning pool, and I can directly enter without any obstruction. Jiang Chen nodded and walked towards the Qingyuan lightning pool. Clang! The moment Jiang Chen walked into the Qingyuan lightning pool, the door automatically closed, as if someone was secretly controlling it. Inside the door was an open space that was several dozen feet wide, and at the very center was a lightning pool that was several feet wide. Above the lightning pool, a steaming mist pervaded the air. One could see crackling lightning bolts circling above the lightning pool, resembling numerous lightning snakes. Jiang Chen could see that someone had built a formation here. This formation had the ability to communicate with the heavens and earth. Whenever there was a thunderstorm, the formation would automatically absorb the energy of lightning from the heavens and earth and merge it into the lightning pool. The energy of lightning and the origin energy of accuracy in the lightning pool would fuse together, forming another type of energy that was extremely powerful. The Genesis Chi here is many times denser than in the third level of the blending source tower. The lightning pool is practically filled with liquid Genesis power and lightning power. Training in the Qingyuan lightning pool will definitely be very beneficial. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed brightly. He was evidently very satisfied with the environment. After all, besides the dense energy, it was also very quiet, making it very suitable for training. It was unlike the blending source tower, where there were too many people and things to do. Jiang Chen slowly walked towards the Qingyuan lightning pool, alerting the other person in the pool. There was another person in the Qingyuan lightning pool. Jiang Chen had already noticed him when he entered, but since everyone was here to train, Jiang Chen did not pay much attention to him. It was a young man in his mid-20s. He wore green clothes and had bronze skin, making him look extremely resolute. What truly attracted Jiang Chen's attention was the young man's cultivation. He had already reached the 6th layer of the Unity Origin stage, and was only a step away from the 7th layer. If Jiang Chen's judgment was correct, it would take him at most a month to reach the 7th layer. There was no doubt that a young man of such cultivation was an extremely powerful genius in the martial pavilion. Someone entering the Qingyuan lightning pool had obviously alerted the young man. The young man who was sitting beside the pool couldn't help but open his eyes and look at Jiang Chen. The young man's eyes were filled with disdain. He was originally sitting beside the pool, but he could not help but open his eyes and look at Jiang Chen. Therefore, the young man was able to see through Jiang Chen's cultivation with just a glance. His eyes were filled with disdain when he saw through Jiang Chen's cultivation. Here comes someone who overestimates himself. The young man sneered. He did not even bother to conceal his voice, nor did he care if Jiang Chen heard his disdainful words. Jiang Chen smiled and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't pay any more attention to this guy and went to find a place to cultivate. Jiang Chen took a step into the thunderbolt pool, sat down, and closed his eyes to rest. He allowed the terrifying lightning and Genesis Chi to strike his body, but he did not move an inch. Kid, if you can last 10 minutes, Xia Ting will protect you in the martial pavilion. The young man opened his mouth. To his surprise, Jiang Chen did not even spare him a glance. This made Xia Ting extremely depressed. So arrogant, Xia Ting's eyes widened. Obviously, he did not expect that the other party would dare to ignore his words. Who was he? He was Xia Ting, a famous genius of the martial pavilion and the young city lord of the divine martial city. Within the martial pavilion, there were countless people who wanted to get close to him. To think that there was someone who dared to ignore him. This guy was really amazing. Xia Ting's interest was piqued. He wanted to see how long the guy who ignored him could last. At this moment, Jiang Chen was crazily absorbing the lightning energy in the lightning pool. After the lightning energy entered his body, it immediately triggered the reaction of the 5 types of divine lightning in his body. Rays of lightning started to flicker and ripple. Of course, this was happening within Jiang Chen's body, and Xia Ting could not see it. If Xia Ting were to see such a scene, he would most likely faint in the lightning pool. The lightning power of the eternal world contains the origin aura of this world. After absorbing the lightning power, the divine lightning I control will undergo a certain transformation and reach a perfect level in this world. Jiang Chen was inwardly pleasantly surprised. What he had to do now was to use all his previous abilities in the eternal world. To put it bluntly, the divine lightning in his body was enough for him to control the lightning of the eternal world. In addition to the lightning power, terrifying Genesis Chi was also frantically surging into Jiang Chen's body. In his dantian, the golden origin dragon was extremely excited. It was as though it was swimming in a comfortable ocean, swimming back and forth. It almost rushed out of its body and wandered in the lightning pool. The strong impact of the lightning power and terrifying Genesis Chi would make it difficult for ordinary disciples to stay for a long time under the impact of such power because they simply couldn't withstand such terrifying energy. Their physical conditions would soon reach a limit, and if they forcibly stayed inside, there was a great possibility that their body would explode and die. But this situation would never occur with Jiang Chen. His physical body had been tempered thousands of times and had inherited the great Yen body. He could transform into heaven and earth, form his own Tao system, and be unique in the world. Jiang Chen sat in the lightning pool, but there was no difference between sitting outside and sitting inside. Not to mention persisting inside, he could even sleep in the lightning pool. Time couldn't be used to judge Jiang Chen, because as long as Jiang Chen wanted to, he could stay in the lightning pool forever. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. Jiang Chen sat there as steady as Mount Tai, and there wasn't the slightest change of expression on his face. There wasn't even a drop of sweat on his forehead, let alone an expression of being unable to resist. Xia Ting, who originally looked down on Jiang Chen, couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen with a slightly different expression. Not bad, boy. You can really persist. Not bad, I will take care of you in the Martial Pavilion in the future, but I want to see how long you can persist. If you can last half an hour, your talent is almost the same as mine. I lasted for half an hour the first time I came here. Chapter 3988. Xia Ting naturally had the pride he deserved. After all, he was truly capable. In the Martial Pavilion, the number of people who could last for half an hour the first time they entered could be counted on one hand. As it turned out, half an hour was nothing here. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed. At this moment, Xia Ting could no longer sit still. My God! What the hell is this bastard doing? When did such a genius come to the Martial Pavilion? To think that his talent is comparable to mine. No, this guy's talent is even greater than mine. I was already exhausted when I lasted for half an hour, and I wouldn't have been able to bear it if I didn't leave for another moment. But this guy seems completely fine, and his condition is no different from when he first entered. The way Xia Ting looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. Geniuses were the most admired geniuses. Geniuses were arrogant, and only the more amazing geniuses would earn their respect. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed. Jiang Chen was like an old monk, allowing the lightning and Genesis Chi to batter him. His expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had happened. God damn it, Xia Ting was about to explode with profanity. He had been in there for almost an hour and a half, and was already reaching his limit. He was about to leave, but this guy who had popped out of nowhere was so terrifying. He had lasted for over an hour the first time he entered the Qingyuan lightning pool. No, it was likely far longer than that, because he looked no different from when he first entered. It seemed that he would be able to last for quite some time. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed. Xia Ting stood up from within the lightning pool, panting heavily as he walked out of the pool. This was his limit. In reality, the time he spent in the lightning pool today had already broken Xia Ting's previous record. This should have been something to be proud of, and something to celebrate. After all, there were not many people in the martial pavilion who could reach his current state. But Xia Ting could not feel the slightest bit happy. His face was filled with defeat. After panting for a while, his gaze once again fell on Jiang Qin. What made Xia Ting go crazy was that this guy was still the same as before. Could it be that this bastard is asleep? This is too ridiculous. Xia Ting really wanted to strangle Jiang Chen's neck and ask him if he was really asleep or if he was cheating. This was too awesome. Was he still human? Kid, one of the meridians in your body is blocked because you were too eager to succeed in your cultivation. Go back and try to double your strength. Jiang Chen said with his eyes closed. From beginning to end, he did not look at Xia Ting. Xia Ting, who had originally wanted to walk up to check on Jiang Chen's condition, suddenly shuddered and froze on the spot. How did you know? Xia Ting was dumbfounded. He had indeed encountered some problems with his cultivation, but they weren't hard to resolve. If he wanted to resolve them, he could have done so himself in a month. However, what shocked him was that this guy was able to see through his cultivation with a single glance. Even earthly source experts couldn't do such a thing. In just an instant, Xia Ting looked at Jiang Chen in a new light. You can see through me? Xia Ting continued to ask. However, Jiang Chen ignored him and continued to cultivate. Xia Ting, on the other hand, could not help but remember Jiang Chen's words. At this moment, the door of the lightning pool opened once again. 2 disciples of the martial pavilion walked in. They were both at the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. They could be considered as elites in the martial pavilion. Senior brother Xia, you're here too. The 2 hurriedly went up to greet Xia Ting when they saw him. After all, Xia Ting's status in the martial pavilion aside, just his identity as the young city lord of the divine martial city was enough to make countless people feel inferior. The 2 of you, don't leave after you finish cultivating. Stay outside the Qingyuan lightning pool and see how long this guy can stay here. If he comes out, inform me immediately. Xia Ting said. Who is this guy? He doesn't seem to be very strong. Yeah, senior brother Xia, who is he? The 2 were puzzled. Their gazes landed on Jiang Chen. When they saw Jiang Chen's cultivation, they did not think much of it, just like how Xia Ting looked at Jiang Chen. I don't know who he is either, but he's been here for almost 2 hours. Xia Ting said while gritting his teeth. What? 2 hours? How is that possible? That's ridiculous. The 2 were shocked. The way they looked at Jiang Chen instantly changed. They could not believe their eyes. If Xia Ting did not say it, they would not believe it at all. However, Xia Ting would not joke around. At least, he would not joke about something like this. Just focus on cultivating. Don't disturb him. Tell me when he comes out, Xia Ting said. Clearly, he was quite interested in Jiang Chen. Moreover, his interest in Jiang Chen was not only because Jiang Chen had stayed in the Qingyuan lightning pool for a long time, but also because Jiang Chen was able to see through his situation with a single glance. Jiang Chen even told him a method that could help him solve his problem quickly. Yes, senior brother Xia. The 2 did not dare to neglect Xia Ting's words. They did not dare to ignore them. Xia Ting tidied his clothes and walked out of the Qingyuan lightning pool. He could not wait to return and try out the method Jiang Chen told him. If it worked, he would be able to break through to the seventh heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. In reality, Xia Ting did not wish for Jiang Chen's method to work, because if it worked, then Jiang Chen would be too terrifying. He was definitely a genius. An hour later, the two of them walked out of the lightning pool while panting. They looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting there like an old monk, before looking at each other. They finally understood why Xia Ting placed so much importance on him. Is he even human? Senior brother Xia said that he's already been here for 2 hours. Yeah, this bastard looks completely fine. There's not even a drop of sweat on his forehead. He couldn't have fallen asleep, could he? Impossible. Who has the ability to fall asleep here? What nonsense. Don't say any more. Let's listen to senior brother Xia and wait here. I also want to see how long this guy can stay here. Chapter 3989. The two of them would never have thought that they would become numb after waiting for so long. They waited until the sky turned dark. The entire call was empty. The cold wind blew, and they felt as if their entire bodies were being searched. How long has it been? I don't know. He hasn't come out for so long. This amount of time has already broken the record of the clear source thunder pool, right? Damn it, I don't believe that he can stay here for long. I have to wait for him to come out. The two of them were now in high spirits. It was no longer just for the task that Xia Ting had given them. Now, they had developed an extremely strong interest in Jiang Chen. They both wanted to know how long this freak who had appeared out of nowhere could last in the clear source thunder pool. At the Purple Pill Pavilion, where Jiang Chen lived, Feng Tianhua brought Feng Wei over. At this moment, Feng Wei's injuries were almost healed. After all, for an alchemist like Feng Tianhua, it was still very easy to treat superficial injuries like Feng Wei's. Of course, although he had almost recovered, Feng Wei still looked a little disheveled. More importantly, Feng Wei's face was full of reluctance. He had come over to apologize to Jiang Chen, who had just beaten him up during the day. He was still very aggrieved, but he could not dissuade his grandfather, so he had no choice but to come. As for the grudge between him and Jiang Chen, there was nothing more to say. After all, even his grandfather had become Jiang Chen's disciple. Jiang Chen was his ancestor. What else could he do? Could it be that he had to do something like deceiving his master and destroying his ancestor? Moreover, even if he wanted to do it, his strength did not allow him to do so. Little Bastard, when you see your ancestor later, you must be respectful. You can't be the slightest bit negligent. If you can get 1 or 2 pointers from the ancestor, your future cultivation will definitely benefit greatly. Feng Tianhua repeatedly instructed him. Got it, Feng Wei said impatiently. Feng Wei said impatiently. Obviously, he didn't take Feng Tianhua's words too seriously. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he still didn't believe that Jiang Chen could guide him. When they saw Feng Tianhua coming, Zhang San and Li Si immediately went up to greet him. They nodded and bowed. Elder Feng, why are you here? Zhang San asked as he glanced at Feng Wei, who was beside him. He could not help but laugh in his heart. They had all heard about what had happened in the Fusion Source Pagoda during the day and secretly thought that Feng Wei was an idiot. They had seen with their own eyes the scene of Feng Tianhua kneeling in front of Jiang Chen. Even his grandfather had to be respectful to Jiang Chen, yet Feng Wei had to frown. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Moreover, Zhang San and Li Si knew very well why Feng Tianhua had brought Feng Wei here at this time. Is Jiang Chen here? Feng Tianhua asked. Elder Feng, senior brother Jiang is not here. Zhang San said. It's already so late, why hasn't he returned yet? Feng Tianhua frowned. It seemed that she had made a wasted trip. Someone saw Senior Brother Jiang leave the Fusion Origin Tower and head to the Clear Origin Lightning Pool at the back of the mountain. Li Si said. How long can one stay in the Pure Source Lightning Pool? Don't tell me he can still persist in the lightning pool until now. Feng Wei said indignantly. Shut up. Can you imagine Jiang Chen's abilities? Feng Tianhua scolded. Feng Wei didn't know Jiang Chen's abilities, but he was very clear about them. In his opinion, no matter what happened to Jiang Chen, it was normal. This was not only true for him, but also for Zhang San and Li Si. If they hadn't truly seen Jiang Chen's abilities and methods, they wouldn't have believed that such an extraordinary person existed in this world. He went to the Clear Origin Lightning Pool to cultivate. He should be back soon. Let's wait here, Feng Tianhua said. Since they had come, they couldn't go back empty-handed. Waiting here would also show their sincerity. Feng Tianhua didn't know that this wait would last for 2 days. Jiang Chen stayed in the Clear Origin Lightning Pool for 2 days. His cultivation had successfully reached the peak of the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, and he could advance to the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm at any time. If it weren't for the fact that he was going to fight the three-eyed leopard tomorrow, Jiang Chen probably wouldn't have been willing to come out of the Clear Origin Lightning Pool and directly break through inside. At the same time, in the cabinet, Xia Ting followed Jiang Chen's method and successfully opened up the blocked veins in 2 days. He successfully advanced to the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Ha ha ha, I've finally advanced to the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. It turns out that I only need to circulate twice the amount of power to achieve my goal. I didn't think of this at all. That person is really a god. I, Xia Ting, admire him from the bottom of my heart. That's not right. It's already been 2 days. Why haven't those 2 guys reported to me yet? Are they not even listening to me? Or... Xia Ting's eyes flickered. Impossible. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Ting flew in the direction of the Clear Origin Lightning Pool as fast as he could. It's impossible for anyone to stay in the Clear Origin Lightning Pool for 2.5 days. Xia Ting kept repeating this to himself. However, there was another incomparably realistic thought in his heart. He was afraid that Jiang Chen had really stayed in there for that long. That was because the 2 people he had arranged for him didn't have the guts to disobey him. If Jiang Chen walked out of the Clear Origin Lightning Pool, they would definitely come to him immediately to inform him. When Xia Ting arrived at the Clear Origin Lightning Pool, the gate of the Clear Origin Lightning Pool was opened. Jiang Chen walked out leisurely. When the 2 disciples of the martial pavilion saw that Jiang Chen had finally come out, they immediately burst into tears. They were numb. Completely numb. In the past 2 days, they had been constantly guessing how long Jiang Chen could stay in the Clear Origin Lightning Pool for. Their bottom line had been broken. After that, they didn't dare to guess anymore. If Jiang Chen still didn't come out, they would all go crazy. Did he really just come out? Xia Ting was stunned on the spot. He looked at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at a god. Yes, he just came out. Senior Brother Xia, just what kind of monster is he? The 2 of them did not dare to look down on this white-clothed young man at all. Even if his cultivation was only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, which was a great difference from them, they still had enough reason to look up to him. Teacher. Xia Ting walked up and blocked Jiang Chen's path. He immediately bowed deeply and called out, Teacher. Teacher is truly a god. Xia Ting was unable to express his admiration and even gratitude towards Jiang Chen. With just a simple sentence, Jiang Chen had directly helped him break through the bottleneck and reach the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. What? Teacher. The 2 of them looked at Xia Ting in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes forcefully, wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. Who was Xie Ting? He was the young city lord of the divine martial city. How noble was his status? How talented was he? How arrogant was he? Yet, at this moment, he had lowered himself so much, calling someone with a lower cultivation than him teacher in front of the two of them. What did this mean? Xie Ting would definitely not lower himself. It could only be said that this white-clothed young man was too amazing. Chapter 3990. Jiang Chen glanced at Xie Ting and saw that his cultivation had broken through to the 7th level of the Unity Source realm. He could not help but nod. At the very least, this person's talent was not bad. To be able to advance in 2 days was enough to show that he was a talent that could be molded. You've broken through. Very good. Jiang Chen patted Xie Ting on the shoulder and then strode out of the kernel. Teacher, please wait. Xie Ting hurriedly chased after him. Is there anything else? Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Xie Ting. The martial pavilion actually has such an extraordinary person like teacher. Xie Ting really admires teacher. If I still don't know teacher's name after receiving such great help from teacher, wouldn't that be a great disrespect to teacher? Xie Ting said. His posture was very low, and his tone was unprecedentedly gentle. The two disciples of the martial pavilion behind him were stunned. How was this the usual arrogant and despotic young city lord? He was simply a little lamb. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reported his name, stepped forward, and left straight away. Jiang Chen. Which Jiang Chen? This name sounds so familiar. A disciple said. Yes, I know. It's the Jiang Chen who killed the Hualien gang in the Fusion Source Tower. It must be him. I heard that he seems to be the bronze-masked man. Even Feng Wei, who was at the 4th level of the Unity Source realm, was not his match. He's really terrifying, the other said. I heard that Elder Feng Tianhua is very respectful to him. Xie Ting murmured, looking at Jiang Chen's disappearing figure and sighing. He finally knew why even someone like Feng Tianhua had to respect Jiang Chen. After he left the Qingyuan Thunder Pool, he heard about what happened in the Fusion Source Tower and knew that a monstrous genius had come to the martial pavilion. However, fights between disciples were common. Feng Tianhua, an elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion who was famous for being protective of his disciples, was respectful to a new genius. This made him unable to understand. Even though this disciple was extremely monstrous, it was not enough to make a famous alchemist of the Purple Pill Pavilion lower his head. It was only at this moment that Xie Ting truly understood that Jiang Chen did have the ability to make people respect him. Senior brother Xie, why do you call him master? His cultivation level seems to be much lower than yours. Even if he could defeat Feng Wei, he is still not on the same level as you. That's right, senior brother Xie. You've already broken through to the 7th heavenly layer of Unity Realm, truly reaching late Unity Realm. Even if Jiang Chen's talent is extraordinary and he broke the record of the Martial Pavilion's clear source lightning pool, there's no need for you to call him teacher, said Xie. The two of them were very confused. Based on their understanding of Xie Ting, this could be said to be a miracle. What do you know? Master's ability is not something we can imagine at all. To be honest, it was because of his guidance that I was able to successfully break through in 2 days. Previously, in the lightning pool, he saw the problem with my cultivation with a single glance and gave me some pointers. After I went back, I cultivated according to his guidance and broke through in 2 days. You two bastards don't know how to seize the opportunity. If you could get Master to give you a few pointers just now, that would be a real fortune. It would not be a problem for you to reach the 6th heavenly layer of Unity Realm in a short time, said Xie Ting. Xie Ting said. His admiration for Jiang Chen was like a raging river, endless and unending. What? The two of them exclaimed and looked at each other. Then, they raised their palms at the same time with great tacit understanding and slapped themselves hard twice in the face. Motherfucker, I missed such a great opportunity just like that. Let's go after him now, said one of them. One of them said. They didn't doubt Xia Ting's words at all. Even Xia Ting admired Jiang Qin so much. This could only mean that Jiang Qin was truly amazing. Come back. Xia Ting scolded, you two idiots. Master has just come out from the clear source lightning pool. He'll definitely need some time to digest it when he gets back. Furthermore, he still has a battle with the three-eyed panther tomorrow. Can't you see what time it is? If you disturb him now and make him unhappy, that'll be a great loss. Yes, senior brother Xia is right. We were too reckless. If we disturbed Master and got kicked out, we might not have another chance in the future. It's all your fault. You almost made a huge mistake. Let's just follow senior brother Xia and ask him to put in a good word for us and get Master to give us some pointers. The two of them came to a realization. They felt that they had almost made a huge mistake. You two remember this. Don't be disrespectful when you see Master in the future. Xia Ting warned them solemnly. Of course. The two of them said in unison. Even if Xia Ting had not made arrangements, they would not have dared to slight Jiang Qin at all. Ignoring how deep Jiang Qin's attainments in cultivation and whether he could give them pointers, just the amount of time Jiang Qin had spent in the clear source lightning pool was enough to make them look up to him. It was almost certain that Jiang Qin would definitely become the focus of the martial pavilion in the future. After leaving the clear source lightning pool, Jiang Qin returned to the purple pill pavilion as quickly as he could. This time, Jiang Qin had gained a lot from cultivating in the clear source lightning pool. Apart from his cultivation reaching the limit of the second heavenly layer of the unity origin realm, the divine lightning in his body had also resonated with the power of lightning in this world. In the purple pill pavilion, in front of Jiang Qin's room, Fang Tianhua sat on a stone stool with his eyes closed. Beside him, Fang Wei kept pacing back and forth. His face was full of impatience. At this moment, Fang Wei's injuries had completely recovered. Even the bruises and swelling on his face had disappeared. Of course, this was normal. After all, Fang Wei had only suffered a superficial wound. In addition, his grandfather was an alchemist. If he had not recovered after such a long time, he would be a little too weak. Grandfather, let's go back. It's already been 2 days, and Jiang Qin hasn't returned yet. Fang Wei said impatiently. Shut up, you impudent thing. How can you call the ancestor by his name? Don't worry, Master will definitely return tonight. Fang Tianhua said. How do you know? What if he doesn't come back? Until now, Fang Wei was still somewhat disgusted with this ancestor of his. He didn't even believe that Jiang Qin had the ability to trick his grandfather into becoming his disciple. If he had the chance, he would definitely expose Jiang Qin's trickery. Fang Wei thought to himself. He won't. He still has to fight the three-eyed leopard tomorrow, Fang Tianhua said. He had also heard about the incident at the beast arena. Like everyone else, he was basically certain that Jiang Qin was the bronze-masked man. At this moment, a figure walked over silently. Fang Tianhua suddenly looked over. Who else could it be but Jiang Qin? Master! Master! Fang Tianhua spoke and quickly looked around. After making sure that Zhang San and Li Si were not here, he respectfully called out to Master. Little bastard, hurry up and greet your ancestor. Fang Tianhua kicked the back of Fang Wei's leg, causing him to kneel on the ground on the spot. Chapter 3991. Greetings, Ancestral Master. Fang Wei knelt on the ground. Although he had thought for a long time about how to address him as ancestral master, he still felt extremely awkward and tongue-twisting at this moment. It was even extremely strenuous. "Well, get up," Jiang Qin said lightly. Feng Wei was stunned. He originally thought that Jiang Qin would definitely be angry when he saw him again. After all, he had offended him at the Fusion Source Pagoda before. He did not expect that Jiang Qin would not show any anger on his face. His attitude towards him was very calm. "Get up and thank the ancestral master," Feng Tianhua scolded him. He tried his best to make Feng Wei behave better in front of Jiang Qin. "Thank you, ancestral master, for not holding grudges against me," Feng Wei said. There was still some reluctance in his tone. However, in front of Jiang Qin, he could not be arrogant. Putting aside the fact that his grandfather had already been subdued by Jiang Qin, he himself was only a defeated opponent in front of Jiang Qin. How could he be brave? "Elder Feng, you came here to ask me to give him some pointers, right?" Jiang Qin looked at Feng Tianhua and said with a smile. Feng Tianhua had brought his grandson here in the middle of the night. It was definitely not as simple as apologizing. Jiang Qin could figure out the purpose of this even with his toes. Nothing can be hidden from master. "That's right, this kid was reckless and offended you before, but as the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. If he knew that you are my master, he would not have dared to be presumptuous in front of you even if he was given 100 guts. Now, Feng Wei has realized his mistake and repented. Moreover, this child is also a talent for cultivation. I think that if he can get some pointers from master, he will more or less have some achievements." Feng Tianhua directly expressed his purpose of coming. Who was Jiang Qin? He was too shrewd. In front of Jiang Qin, he felt like he would be seen through by Jiang Qin at any time. Therefore, it was better not to feign ignorance. "You seem to be a little unconvinced." Jiang Qin looked at Feng Wei and said with a smile. "I wouldn't dare." Feng Wei hurriedly said, but the unwillingness in his tone was still very obvious. "Little bastard, correct your attitude." Feng Tianhua hurriedly berated. "It's fine." Jiang Qin waved his hand. "I'll give you another chance now. Use everything you've learned to attack me," Jiang Qin said to Feng Wei. "What?" Feng Wei was taken aback. Soon after, battle intent began to rise from within his body. Truth be told, Feng Wei had been feeling indignant ever since he was beaten up like a dead dog by Jiang Qin at the Fusion Origin Tower. In his opinion, he had merely underestimated his opponent and allowed his opponent to gain the upper hand. From the start to the end, he had not used any of his strongest moves. If he had used all his strength and all of his strongest moves, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. Absolutely not. Feng Tianhua instantly became anxious. What kind of joke was this? He had brought Feng Wei here to apologize to Jiang Qin said. Before this, Feng Wei did not know Jiang Qin's identity. It was fine if he attacked him, but now that he knew, if he attacked him again, he would be offending his superiors, deceiving his master, and committing treason. "Elder Feng, I order you to shut up now. Stay at the side and watch carefully if you want me to guide him." Jiang Qin frowned and looked at Feng Tianhua. "Yes, master." Feng Tianhua's heart trembled. Seeing that Jiang Qin was a little angry, he quickly did not dare to say anything else and retreated to the side. Feng Tianhua really did not dare to disobey Jiang Qin's orders. Boom! An extremely powerful wave of air was suddenly released from Feng Wei's body. With his cultivation base at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Source realm, coupled with Feng Wei's talent, he would be an expert in a real fight. "Jiang Qin, I am not convinced. Moreover, I want to see why you are my grandfather's master and why my grandfather is so obedient to you," Feng Wei said as if he wanted to release all the grievances in his heart. Feng Wei spoke, as if he wanted to release all the grievances in his heart. Similarly, he really wanted to know what Jiang Qin was relying on. He was all too clear about his grandfather's identity, and he also knew his grandfather's temper. Not to mention a new disciple of the martial pavilion, even the other powerful elders in the martial pavilion wouldn't be able to make Fang Tianhua humble himself. Well, make your move. Use your most powerful move. Jiang Qin said. If that's the case, take my scorching sun finger. Fang Wei moved. He formed a seal with both hands and extended 2 fingers from each hand. Above his fingers, an incomparably resplendent light lingered, emitting a sizzling sound. This little brat doesn't know his limits. Fang Tianhua, who was at the side, was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He was afraid that Fang Wei would rashly offend Jiang Qin. Boom, the scorching sun finger was unleashed. 2 incomparably resplendent rays of light moved at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, even the void made a loud sound. This was a terrifying finger technique. It was extremely firm and had an extremely powerful attack power. At this moment, Fang Wei used his full strength, and it was extremely powerful. Even an ordinary cultivator at the 5th layer of the Unity Source realm would have to take this finger seriously. Even if they took it seriously, they might not be able to withstand it. Because Fang Wei had seen how powerful Jiang Qin was, he did not hold back when he attacked. He immediately used his most powerful technique. This scorching sun finger was the most powerful combat skill he had learned in his life. In the blink of an eye, the incomparably scorching finger technique arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He stood where he was without moving until the 2 finger techniques arrived in front of him. Then, he casually stretched out his hands and grabbed the 2 rays of light. Smack! With a smack, not only did the 2 indestructible rays of light not harm Jiang Qin at all, but their powerful attack power was also crushed by Jiang Qin. They turned into rays of light and disappeared. What? This is impossible. Fang Wei almost jumped up. He looked at Jiang Qin as if he had seen a ghost. This was too outrageous. He could not believe it. He knew how terrifying his scorching sun finger was. Even an expert at the 5th layer of the Unity Source realm would not dare to receive it empty-handed like Jiang Qin. If Fang Wei had been unconvinced by Jiang Qin before, then this unwillingness had disappeared without a trace in an instant. What remained was more than admiration. It had reached the point of being stunned. He is indeed powerful. Fang Tianhua, who was on the side, was also shocked. He had never seen Jiang Qin make a move before. Now that he saw it, he was even more shocked. Finger techniques are all about focusing on a single point. A true finger technique is definitely not 2, but 1. The 2 finger techniques that you displayed were flashy but impractical. You did not comprehend the essence of finger techniques at all. I will only display it once. Watch carefully. Watch carefully, Jiang Qin said. His aura shook, and his fingers were like swords. His fingertips flickered, and a ray of light instantly shot out. Chapter 3992. Fang Wei was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the light that had not completely disappeared in the sky. The huge golden finger from before lingered in his mind for a long time. He could tell that the giant golden finger was the scorching sun finger that he had displayed. However, Fang Wei had never imagined that the scorching sun finger would be able to unleash such a powerful force. He had never imagined that the scorching sun finger could be displayed in such a manner. Jiang Qin's finger technique had directly opened a new door for Fang Wei. What truly shocked Fang Wei was that Jiang Qin had only taken a glance at it and was able to display the same scorching sun finger. Moreover, he had completely improved his scorching sun finger to the most perfect state, causing the power of his scorching sun finger to be at least 10 times stronger than before. What kind of ability was this? It was shocking. He had completely seen through his combat technique at a glance. Moreover, he could display his combat technique to the most perfect state with just a glance. This could no longer be described as abnormal. Was he still human? This was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. At this moment, Feng Wei no longer had any temper in front of Jiang Qin. "Ancestor, please teach me." Feng Wei did not dare to show any neglect or dissatisfaction. This time, he did not need his grandfather to force him. He knelt on the ground with a plop. At this moment, Feng Wei really admired Jiang Qin to the extreme. Master is indeed a god. I suspect that he is the reincarnation of a true almighty. He is really omnipotent. I thought that he only had unique attainments in the path of alchemy. It seems that I was too naive and ignorant. He is truly an all-round genius. Feng Tianhua, who was at the side, sighed. He knew that he had made the right decision to bring Feng Wei here. Jiang Chen's methods were so powerful that even he was shocked once again. Seeing that Feng Wei was no longer arrogant at this moment and was kneeling in front of Jiang Qin with sincerity, Feng Tianhua was completely relieved. He also truly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "Get up. I said that I will only display it once. Go back and comprehend it on your own. If you can comprehend it within half a month and successfully advance to the 5th layer of the Unity Source realm, then come find me." Jiang Qin said indifferently. "Brat, hurry up and thank the ancestor." Feng Tianhua walked over and patted Feng Wei on the head. "Thank you, ancestral master. I will definitely cultivate well." Feng Wei kowtowed repeatedly. He knew that Jiang Qin was testing him. If he could comprehend the true ardent sun finger in half a month, he would definitely be able to reach the 5th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, which would be considered as fulfilling Jiang Qin's requirements. If he couldn't do what Jiang Qin said in half a month, then what right did he have to ask for guidance? It seemed like it wasn't going to be easy to be his grand disciple. "Okay, let's go back. I'm going to rest." Jiang Qin waved his hand. Feng Tianhua and Feng Wei left. The Feng Wei who left and the Feng Wei who came were completely different people. When he came, he was dejected and full of hatred, but when he left, he was in high spirits and bounced around like a child. Feng Wei was completely convinced by Jiang Qin. He finally understood why even his grandfather had to respectfully call Jiang Qin master. Although Jiang Qin's cultivation was not high, he was really capable. Early the next morning, most of the martial pavilion was in an uproar. When the sky had just brightened, people were walking toward the beast arena one after another. The battle between the bronze-masked man and the three-eyed panther was such a big event that almost everyone wanted to participate. Even if they didn't want to participate, they still wanted to watch. The battles in the beast arena were usually held at night, but this time, it was special. It was arranged during the day. There was a sea of people, and the gate of the beast arena was about to be broken. Because there were too many people, it even exceeded the beast arena's expectations. The beast arena could not accommodate so many people at all. In the end, the beast arena had no choice but to build a brand new beast arena in the square outside the beast arena as the place for the duel between the bronze-masked man and the three-eyed panther. This way, it would not seem too crowded. The people of the martial pavilion were extremely supportive of the beast arena's approach. After all, there was no other better way than this arrangement now. How about it? Who do you bet on to win today? Some people had already begun discussing. Of course it's the three-eyed panther. A three-eyed panther at the 6th heaven of the Unity Origin realm is no joke. No matter how powerful the bronze-masked man is, his cultivation is only at the 2nd heaven of the Unity Origin realm. I don't believe he can defeat the three-eyed panther. However, He killed the twin hell pangolin very easily before. This has already proven his strength. What a joke. Can the hell pangolin compare to the three-eyed panther? The three-eyed panther is a true beast of the world. I heard that the third eye of the three-eyed panther can emit a divine light that can crush everything. It is unstoppable. It will be too difficult for the bronze-masked man to win. That's right. The three-eyed panther is a legendary beast. It is not something that regular demonic beasts can compare to. Fighting a sixth heaven of the Unity Origin Realm three-eyed panther at the second heaven of the Unity Origin Realm is basically playing with his life. Before the duel had even begun, there were already discussions everywhere. As the Beast Arena had expected, most people believed that Jiang Qin was not the three-eyed panther's opponent. Under these circumstances, if nothing unexpected happened, the bets for the day would be one-sided. Before the duel began, there was a certain amount of time for everyone to place their bets. The place to place their bets was set on the square. There was a huge crowd, and almost all of them chose the three-eyed panther. There was also a small group of people who hoped for a miracle and chose the bronze-masked man. Of course, there were some loyal fans of the bronze-masked man who had placed their bets on the bronze-masked man from beginning to end. For example, Zhang San, Li Si, and Fu Qing did not hesitate to place their bets. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Qin was the bronze-masked man was no longer a secret. There were many people participating this time. Other than many disciples from the inner pavilion, even some elders from the inner pavilion had come to join in the fun. This duel had even alarmed the upper echelons of the martial pavilion. There were many earthly source experts who were paying attention. After all, the appearance of such a heaven-defying genius in the martial pavilion was a big matter. Everyone wanted to see how powerful this new disciple was and whether he could really defeat the three-eyed panther. In the distance, Xia Ting and the two disciples from the Qingyuan lightning pool had also appeared. "Senior brother Xia, let's place our bets too," one of them said. "All right, we'll bet 100,000 grade 2 origin stones on the bronze-masked man," Xia Ting said. The two disciples could not help but stick out their tongues. As expected of the young city lord of the divine martial city. He was rich and overbearing. "All right, we'll place our bets on the bronze-masked man too." The two of them nodded. If it was before, they would definitely place their bets on the three-eyed panther. However, after knowing the bronze-masked man's identity and witnessing how terrifying Jiang Qin was, they placed their bets on the bronze-masked man without hesitation, even though they were not sure if the bronze-masked man could win. Chapter 3993. In the central hall of the Colosseum, all the higher-ups were gathered together. The image on the wall was transmitted from the square. Everything that happened in the Colosseum could be seen clearly through the image. Other than the third steward, Yang Luan, there were two other old men, the head steward and the second steward. They were in charge of all the beast battling arenas in the martial pavilion. Their cultivations were extremely powerful, especially the head steward, who was already an earthly source expert. "How is it?" the chief butler asked. "The atmosphere is very intense. More than half of the martial pavilion has been alerted. Some earthly source elders have even secretly placed their bets. I'm afraid that even the true upper echelons of the martial pavilion have been alerted and are secretly observing." Yang Luan said, "This bronze-masked man is too powerful. There has never been such a heaven-defying genius in the martial pavilion. If he can really defeat a three-eyed panther that is 4 levels above him, he will definitely become the focus of the martial pavilion's training. We are all very clear about the current situation in the Crimson East region. The Feather Clan is restless and could go to war with us at any time. The Human Clan is in dire need of powerful figures. In the Crimson East region, or even the entire Crimson Afterglow astral boundary, there has never been a figure who can kill a demonic beast that is 3 levels above him, let alone 4 levels above him. This is simply a miracle. That's right. This battle has practically shaken the entire Martial Pavilion. The number of people placing their bets is more than 10 times that of any other duel in the past. Furthermore, this is a duel of life and death for our beast battle arena. We've already placed all our bets on the bronze-masked man. If the bronze-masked man loses, I'm afraid we'll lose everything we have. Wang Xian said. After all, even though the bronze-masked man is powerful, the three-eyed panther is not so easy to deal with. It is far more powerful than the average monster. When we first made this decision, there was already a huge risk involved. However, now that the arrow is already knocked on the bowstring, there is no way to change it at the last minute. We can only hope that the bronze-masked man can create another miracle. This person's aura is very profound, and I can't tell how strong he is. I have confidence in him. Yang Luan said. He had seen the bronze-masked man with his own eyes. Even with his level of cultivation, he could not see through him at a glance. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was like a bottomless black hole. Have you figured out the identity of the bronze-masked man? The chief butler asked. It's almost certain that it's that new disciple named Jiang Qin who entered the Purple Pill Pavilion. He's also an alchemist. Wang Xian said. And an alchemist? That's interesting. It's very rare for an alchemist to have such terrifying combat power. The deputy steward let out a soft gasp of surprise, obviously not expecting such a powerful bronze-masked man to have the identity of an alchemist. There's no mistake about it. This Jiang Qin had a conflict with the disciples of the Hualien gang at the Fusion Source Tower. He was only at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, yet he easily defeated the leader of the Hualien gang, Feng Wei. Aside from the bronze-masked man, there's probably no other person in the Martial Pavilion who can defeat Feng Wei at the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Wang Xian said with a firm tone. He was not the only one. Almost everyone was certain that Jiang Qin was the bronze-masked man. The Martial Pavilion was only so big, and there were only so many famous geniuses in the Martial Pavilion. Only Jiang Qin was the most compatible with the bronze-masked man. Soon, the scorching sun shone high in the sky. Almost everyone had placed their bets and were waiting for the representative duel in the Martial Pavilion to begin. At the center of the square, the beast battle stage was still surrounded by metal fences. There were powerful experts who had set up formations around it, which was enough to allow the metal fences to perfectly support the duel between the bronze-masked man and the three-eyed panther. Safety measures had to be done well. If any accidents happened, it would be no laughing matter. The bronze-masked man was not worried. The disciples of the Martial Pavilion were only here for the duel. However, the three-eyed panther was different. The bloodthirsty three-eyed panther was a symbol of savagery and slaughter. When it fought, it would not care about its own life. If there were no perfect safety measures, once the three-eyed panther went berserk, it could easily hurt the disciples of the Martial Pavilion. At this moment, a figure came from afar. He was dressed in black and wore a bronze mask on his face. He had a deep aura. Look, the bronze-masked man is here. Get out of the way. The bronze-masked man has appeared. I wonder if he is Jiang Qin. Look at his figure and his aura. Without a doubt, he must be Jiang Qin. Otherwise, would you be able to find a second bronze-masked man in the Martial Pavilion? The appearance of Jiang Qin caused the square to become restless again. Many disciples automatically made way for him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Qin walked onto the beast battle stage. Senior Xia, is this teacher Jiang? A disciple beside Xia Ting asked. He must be. Xia Ting's lips curled into a smile. The way he looked at Jiang Qin was filled with respect. At a corner of the square, the Yun Residence's duo and Chiniren had also arrived. The two little girls pouted as they looked at the bronze-masked man's figure. Their eyes were still filled with dissatisfaction. This beast starred. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Yuning snorted. If I can't vent my anger by beating him up, I'll be furious. Yunja's ponytail swayed. It was obvious that the two sisters still held a grudge against Jiang Qin for what he did in the Fusion Origin Tower. You two little troublemakers, don't provoke him for no reason. You can't afford to offend this person. In the near future, even your Yun residents can't afford to offend him. Cheniran glared at the two of them. Humph. The two sisters snorted. It was obvious that they did not take Cheniran's words to heart. Ding! A bell rang across the square, indicating that the duel was about to begin. At that moment, the entire square fell silent. Roar! Following that, an earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. Everyone saw a ninth heavenly layer Unity Realm expert pressuring an extremely ferocious beast towards them. That demonic beast was incomparably ferocious. Its body was more than 3 meters long, and its entire body was covered in spots. Its body emitted a reddish-gold glow, and the most eye-catching thing was the third eye between its brows. It flickered, and every time it opened, it made people feel like they had fallen into hell. Look, it's a three-eyed panther. This beast is just too powerful. Just the aura it emits is enough to crush the bronze-masked man. It's hard to imagine how this battle is going to go. Yeah, there's a difference of 4 levels. This is a little too ridiculous. Those who bet on the bronze-masked man to win are probably regretting it now. Don't celebrate too early. I've seen the bronze-masked man in action. He's extremely ferocious. We can't just look at the surface. You'll know soon enough. Chapter 3994. Roar! The entire square was filled with the roars of the three-eyed divine leopard. The sound waves rolled and the toasts were endless, making everyone's scalp go numb. In the arena, the three-eyed divine leopard shook its head and bared its teeth, glaring fiercely at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was calm and composed, not affected by the aura of the three-eyed divine leopard at all. It was as if the one standing in front of him was not a ferocious beast, but a barking puppy. Following that, Jiang Qin lifted his hand and gently removed his bronze mask under the watchful eyes of the crowd. His true appearance was finally revealed to the crowd. Whoosh! The crowd was once again in an uproar. Even though everyone had a clear guess in their hearts, they still exclaimed when they saw the bronze-masked man's true appearance with their own eyes. It's Jiang Qin. It really is Jiang Qin. I knew it. Other than Jiang Qin, there's no other genius in the martial pavilion who fits the bronze-masked man's identity. So he's Jiang Qin. I didn't see this scene when the Fusion Source Pagoda dealt with the Hualien gang. This guy looks quite handsome, and his body is slightly thin, giving people a feeling of weakness. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. You can't judge a person by their appearance. You didn't see the scene when he smashed the Hell Pangolin. It was brutal and carefree. The powerful Hell Pangolin was like nothing in his hands. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. He finally showed his true appearance. He's a new disciple. It's a miracle that such a monster has appeared in the Qidong region. The martial pavilion will definitely treat him seriously. Exclamations could be heard everywhere, including in the central hall of the arena. It was only at this moment that the bronze-masked man's identity was truly revealed. No matter how certain their guesses were, they were still just guesses. It really is teacher. The moment Xia Ting saw Jiang Qin reveal his true appearance, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had bet 100,000 grade 2 origin stones on Jiang Qin's confidence. Perhaps he had never seen Jiang Qin's techniques before, but he believed in Jiang Qin's unfathomable abilities. This made Xia Ting believe that Jiang Qin wouldn't be too surprised no matter what happened. Inside the War Beast stage, a blue flame appeared on Jiang Qin's hand, and the bronze mask turned into ashes in a flash. On the other side, the three-eyed leopard dashed over with a golden glow all over its body. It launched a fierce attack on Jiang Qin with an overwhelming aura. Good timing. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. With a shake of his arm, the Qilin divine arm rippled out and punched out a powerful shadow of a fire Qilin. Wu, inside the war beast stage, the aura of extreme yang was drifting. The Qilin divine arm had not been used for a long time, but after arriving at the eternal world, putting aside those Tao techniques that were comprehended in the past, the Qilin divine arm and the true dragon palm were still the most direct and ferocious means of attack. Rumble, incomparably violent waves of air surged. This kind of ferocious confrontation was very impactful. The three-eyed leopard was incomparably powerful. Whether it was its flesh or bloodline, it was not something the Hell Pangolin could compare to. The two were on completely different levels. Moreover, the three-eyed leopard was already at the sixth heavenly layer of the origin realm, 4 levels higher than Jiang Qin. The Qilin divine arm collided with the three-eyed leopard's sharp claws. The indestructible Qilin divine arm was instantly destroyed, and a violent wave of energy struck Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen was blown away, and he crashed into the metal fence behind him with a loud thud. Jiang Chen stabilized his body, but he felt the blood in his chest churning. It was an indescribable pain. It really is powerful. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't seem depressed at all. Instead, he was filled with excitement. This was the battle he had been looking forward to. The stronger the three-eyed leopard was, the more excited Jiang Qin would be. If the three-eyed leopard was just an ordinary demonic beast, then it would be meaningless for him to agree to this battle. All right. The square became restless once again. Most people began to cheer. They had bet on the three-eyed leopard's victory. Seeing how powerful the three-eyed leopard was, and how Jiang Qin was not its opponent, they naturally had a reason to cheer. One had to know that many people had bet their lives on it. If the three-eyed leopard lost, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. The three-eyed leopard really lives up to its name. It's too ferocious. Jiang Chen is not its opponent at all. The difference of 4 levels is too great. It's impossible to surpass it. Yeah, Jiang Chen is too arrogant. Looks like he doesn't know how terrifying the three-eyed leopard is. This time, the three-eyed leopard will teach him a lesson. However, I have to say, Jiang Chen is a very ferocious man. After receiving such a powerful attack from the three-eyed panther, he was only pushed back, and didn't suffer any injuries. If it was me, I'm afraid I would have been cut in half by the three-eyed panther. Let's not jump to conclusions yet. The three-eyed leopard is indeed ferocious, but Jiang Chen is not injured. He's still as powerful as before. Sounds of discussion filled the air. Almost everyone believed that Jiang Chen was going to lose. After all, such a huge gap in strength wasn't something that could be easily made up for. Furthermore, the attack just now had proven that Jiang Chen was no match for the three-eyed leopard. Brother Xie, did we bet on the wrong person? Someone asked. Don't worry. I believe that teacher has a backup plan. He is not a reckless person. If he wasn't confident, he wouldn't have accepted such a huge challenge. Xie Ting said calmly. He was still very confident in Jiang Qin. However, the 2 people beside him began to worry. They couldn't compare to Xie Ting. 100,000 second-grade origin stones was nothing to Xie Ting. He could take it out and play around with it. Even if he lost, he wouldn't be hurt. However, they were different. If they lost, their future cultivation would be hindered. In the central hall of the bestial battle arena, the upper echelons of the bestial battle arena were sweating. Everyone was silent because it was useless to say anything at this time. The duel had already begun. It was impossible to stop it midway. The only thing they could do now was to pray that Jiang Qin had a powerful backup plan. However, after seeing the gap between Jiang Qin and the three-eyed leopard, this prayer seemed a little weak. Roar! Inside the beast battle arena, the three-eyed leopard became even more berserk. It looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. Brat, you should be proud to be able to receive my attack. Chapter 3995. I haven't used my full strength yet. Jiang Qin chuckled and waved his hand to unleash the true dragon palm. An incomparably bright dragon claw appeared and pressed towards the three-eyed panther like a heavenly barrier. This guy has a terrifying technique. There seems to be the aura of a true dragon on his body. Yang Luan said in surprise. Not only that, there is also the aura of the Qilan divine beast. It's unreasonable that such a monster appeared in the Red East region and our martial pavilion didn't know about it before. The second steward said. On the beast battling stage, the three-eyed divine leopard's expression changed slightly. A trace of fear could be seen on his face. He was not afraid of how powerful Jiang Qin's technique was, but the powerful true dragon bloodline that was contained within the dragon claw. It had a strong suppression effect on his bloodline. Dragons were the essence of heaven and earth. Even in the eternal world, they were the supreme existence. It was said that above the 18-star regions, at the top of the eternal world, there existed the superior dragon clan. Roar! Although there was some suppression in the bloodline, the three-eyed panther was not frightened. His violent blood was stimulated once again. He waved his claws to meet the attack. The terrifying panther claw and the true dragon palm collided with each other in an incomparable manner. Rumble! The energy waves were even more violent than before. The war beast stage was covered by the incomparably bright light. Violent, it was too violent. Many people did not dare to breathe. It was the first time for many people to see such a violent battle. It could be imagined that if they were to enter the war beast stage at this time, the outcome would be obvious. They would definitely be torn apart on the spot. The three-eyed panther was indeed terrifying. It tore apart Jiang Qin's true dragon palm with one claw. Its attack power did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Qin and hit Jiang Qin's chest with its head. Once again, Jiang Qin was sent flying. Wah! This time, the strength of the attack was 2 times stronger than the previous one. Jiang Qin spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, he had the myriad qi in his body. Such a simple injury did not affect him at all. In a blink of an eye, he had fully recovered. Jiang Qin looked at Jiang Qin. Crack! However, when the three-eyed leopard rammed into Jiang Qin's body, a cracking sound could be heard. That was the sound of a breakthrough. In other words, Jiang Qin was about to advance to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. This was exactly what Jiang Qin wanted. In fact, with Jiang Qin's cultivation at the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, he was confident that he could kill the three-eyed panther if he used his full strength and used his dragon transformation. However, the dragon transformation was Jiang Qin's greatest trump card. He wouldn't use it easily if no one knew about it. Furthermore, to him, there was no point in using his dragon transformation now. The reason why he had agreed to fight with the three-eyed panther was because he wanted to make use of the three-eyed panther's strength to increase his cultivation. Otherwise, Jiang Qin wouldn't have to rely on the Qilan divine arm and the true dragon palm to fight with the three-eyed panther. If he used the heavenly dragon sword and used the 26th sword, coupled with his unrivaled speed, it would be difficult for the three-eyed panther to hurt him. However, when Jiang Qin was defeated by the three-eyed leopard once again, the commotion in the arena became even greater. In the eyes of the spectators, Jiang Qin had been seriously injured this time, and many of them had witnessed the scene of him spurting out blood. It's over. It's over. They are not on the same level at all. Jiang Chen isn't a match for the three-eyed panther at all. We're going to make a profit this time. It seems like 90% of the people bet on the three-eyed panther to win. The arena is going to lose a lot this time. Serves them right. They've earned so much from us. It's time for them to pay up. Many people began to celebrate. In their eyes, it was impossible for Jiang Chen to defeat the three-eyed panther. Their strengths were not on the same level at all. In the central hall of the arena, the deputy steward's face was pale. It seems like you've overestimated Jiang Chen's strength. The deputy steward said furiously. This time, the arena would probably become a laughingstock for holding such a large-scale battle. Not necessarily. Look, this Jiang Chen is not simple. At this moment, a smile appeared on the chief steward's face. With his reminder, Yang Luan and the others focused their attention on Jiang Chen again. As expected, they found that Jiang Chen's aura had begun to change. The change this time was the same as when he fought against the twin infernal pangolin. This guy is doing it on purpose. He's going to advance again. Yang Luan said. This kid is indeed a monster. He's using the pressure of the three-eyed panther to advance during the battle. This is too terrifying. 3 days ago, he used the same method to advance to the second heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. In just 3 days, he's going to advance again. This speed of advancement makes people speechless. Wang Xian laughed. Although he was shocked, he had to admit that Jiang Chen's advancement was what they hoped to see the most. All of them had witnessed Jiang Chen's terror. If Jiang Chen wasn't a match for the three-eyed panther when he was at the second heavenly layer of Unity realm, it was hard to say what would happen to Jiang Chen after he advanced to the third heavenly layer. On the arena, a storm-like aura was suddenly released from Jiang Chen's body. At this moment, the people who were cheering suddenly stopped and looked at Jiang Chen, dumbfounded. What is this guy doing? It seems like he's going to advance. Damn it, why is he advancing now? Fuck, this is too absurd. He was already like this 3 days ago. He advanced during the battle against the twin infernal pangolin. It's only been 3 days, why is he advancing again? Since when did advancement become so easy? Advancing in battle. What a beautiful move, but is he still human? It's already not easy for this daddy to advance a level in half a year, but he only took 3 days. The situation had changed. The group of people who were cheering for Jiang Chen now knew that things weren't as simple as they thought. They all knew how frightening Jiang Chen was, and many of them had seen how he dealt with the Hell Pangolin and Bauda. It was already an indisputable fact that Jiang Chen could defeat an opponent 3 levels higher than him. If Jiang Chen advanced to the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm now, then the gap between him and the three-eyed panther would shrink from 4 levels to 3. It was hard to say what the outcome would be. As expected of teacher. Just the ability to advance in battle is enough for me to learn for a long time. If there's a chance in the future, I must learn from teacher. If teacher can give me a pointer or 2, it will be extremely beneficial to my future cultivation. Chapter 3996. Roar. The three-eyed panther roared once again. He had defeated his opponent twice in a row. Not only did he fail to injure his opponent with an advantage of 4 cultivation realms, but his opponent had even used the pressure to advance. How could the three-eyed panther not be enraged by this situation? He felt like he had been tricked by Jiang Chen. Brat, eat my heaven-shattering claw. The three-eyed panther attacked once again. Its majestic body suddenly soared into the air, and its terrifying claws struck out as well. This claw caused the air to crackle, as if it was going to shatter the sky. Roar. The roar of the panther shook the entire square. A scarlet golden claw was conjured by the three-eyed panther. The terrifying claw almost enveloped the entire war beast stage as it lunged towards Jiang Qin. The three-eyed panther's innate claw really is powerful. However, it's still nothing before my dragon claw. Jiang Qin's aura violently fluctuated. He had become extremely domineering after reaching the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. His aura was completely different from before. Dragon Chi filled the air above his head, making him seem like a roaring dragon. Roar! The roar of a dragon shook the sky as the true dragon palm was used once again. It was countless times more powerful than before. If Jiang Qin's previous attacks were a little lacking due to his intentions, then the current Jiang Qin had already become a battle maniac. In his eyes, there was only battle intent. Those who knew Jiang Qin knew that Jiang Qin was the most terrifying in this state. The resplendent dragon claw seemed like it came from a god, capable of annihilating everything. Its might was no weaker than the three-eyed panther's heaven-shattering claw. Rumble. A powerful tremor rang out once again. Under countless shocked gazes, the dragon claw and the panther clashed. Even the fence that was covered by the formation was unable to withstand it and began to crack. A scorching and violent gale was unleashed from the war beast stage. Those who were closer felt the scorching wind and found it difficult to breathe. They could not help but retreat. It was too powerful. It did not seem like an attack from a third heavenly layer Unity Origin expert. It could be described as world-shaking. And this time, the situation on the war beast stage had changed. The three-eyed leopard had been holding the upper hand all along, but its heaven-splitting claw had been torn apart by the true dragon palm. The three-eyed leopard had received a huge shock, and its majestic body had been pushed back more than 3 meters. It was clear that it had been defeated. Roar! The three-eyed panther was indignant. The tyrannical aura on its body grew thicker and thicker. Its eyes instantly turned blood red. This exotic beast that was blessed by the heavens had completely gone berserk at this moment. So powerful. Jiang Qin is actually this powerful after his advancement. Yeah, I feel like he's about to make a comeback. Even the three-eyed panther's innate ability has been destroyed by him. If this continues, Jiang Qin will probably still be the victor today. Jiang Qin is indeed a monstrous genius. There's probably no one else like him in the entire Crimson Afterglow star realm. However, the outcome has yet to be determined. The three-eyed panther is not easy to deal with. It's said that its third eye is extremely powerful. It can emit a divine light known as the gaze of hell, which can pierce through anything. Once it's used, Jiang Qin definitely won't be able to resist it. Unless he can advance further and reach the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm, it'll be very difficult for him to resist the divine light emitted by the three-eyed panther's third eye. Advance further. That's impossible. He's only just reached the third heavenly layer. It's impossible for him to reach the fourth heavenly layer instantly. Does he really think advancing is a joke? The crowd was restless. Sure enough, Jiang Qin was too terrifying after advancing to the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was able to reverse the situation almost instantly. Under such circumstances, many of them began to feel anxious, especially those disciples who had bet all their wealth on the three-eyed panther. The last thing they wanted to see was Jiang Qin's reversal. Of course, they still felt extremely lucky, or even blindly confident. They were confident in the three-eyed panther. After all, the three-eyed panther could not be compared to a demonic beast like the hell pangolin. The difference between them was like night and day. Inside the Colosseum's main hall, Yang Luan and the others finally revealed smiles on their faces. Teacher really is impressive. Xia Ting sighed emotionally once again. He knew just how powerful the three-eyed panther's attack was. If it were him, even if he was at the sixth heavenly layer like the three-eyed panther, it would be extremely difficult for him to receive the attack, let alone defeat it in a single strike. The three-eyed panther went completely berserk on the stage. The third eye on its forehead flickered with a blood-red light. A vicious aura radiated from it, enough to make people shiver. "Brat, you've really angered me. I'll make you die a horrible death. Even if you die, you can be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my third eye." The three-eyed leopard's voice rumbled, and the sound waves spread across the entire public square. The third eye suddenly opened, and an endless amount of red light completely covered the entire warbeast stage. Under the spread of this bloody light, the entire warbeast stage seemed to have turned into hell, a hell of death. This was a true hell. Compared to the three-eyed panther, the hell pangolin's name was like an insult to the word hell. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The light in his eyes rippled, and he could not help but become serious. This terrifying innate ability was extremely powerful. Even Jiang Chen felt a sliver of pressure. If Jiang Chen used his draconic transformation, killing the three-eyed panther would be a piece of cake. However, Jiang Chen did not want to use his draconic transformation, as it was not the time for him to use it yet. He had many tricks up his sleeves. With his current abilities, he could kill the three-eyed panther without using his draconic transformation. The more powerful the three-eyed panther was, the more excited Jiang Chen became. He loved doing challenging tasks. If there was no challenge at all, it would be pointless. Look, the three-eyed panther is angry. It's using its eye of hell. What a terrifying blood-red light. The entire stage has become a hellish existence. The area covered by the blood-red light is a dead zone, filled with the smell of death. It's really scary. Fighting against a three-eyed panther is a great test of one's temperament. Being able to stand on the stage is already commendable. I admire him. Let's see. I really want to see what other methods Jiang Chen has to deal with this eye of hell. Chapter 3997. The most tense moment was about to come. Everyone was nervous. Almost everyone who was able to stand here and watch the battle had participated in the bet of this battle. Whether they bet on Jiang Chen or the three-eyed leopard, it was impossible for them not to be nervous. In the warbeast stage, Jiang Chen's momentum was like a rainbow. A dragon was circling above his head. He shook his arm and the heavenly dragon's sword appeared in his hand, emitting a series of sword-whistling sound. To deal with the killing move of the Eye of Hell, Jiang Chen knew that he had to go all out. "Come on!" Jiang Chen shouted. It had been a long time since he had the feeling of going all out in a battle. It was carefree and indescribably refreshing. Roar! The heavenly dragon's sword emitted a dragon roar and almost turned into a dragon sword. At the same time, without anyone noticing, the source dragon in Jiang Chen's body silently integrated into the heavenly dragon sword. At the moment when the source dragon integrated into the heavenly dragon sword, the whole sword seemed to have come to life. It shook violently and showed off its might. With the support of the source dragon, Jiang Chen's attack was the unity of dragon and sword. Even if he did not use the dragon transformation, he could still display the strongest swordsmanship. Eye of Hell, penetrate through all illusions. The three-eyed leopard let out a wild roar that shook the heavens and the earth. A beam of annihilation rippled out from its third eye and crazily struck toward Jiang Chen. Fast, it was simply too fast. The true strength of this Eye of Hell's divine light was not only in its lethality and speed, but more importantly, it could form a domain that could change the environment within the domain and directly affect the opponent's mind. Just like now, the entire warbeast stage was affected by the blood light. In this warbeast stage, the image changed greatly. Under the cover of the blood light, there was not a single trace of life, only coldness and death. This was like a real hell, and the opponent who was in hell was completely confused, directly giving birth to despair, no longer having the slightest fighting spirit. Unfortunately, the three-eyed leopard did not expect that its biggest advantage of the eye of hell was useless against Jiang Qin. In this world, it would be very difficult to find anything that could affect Jiang Qin's mood. Jiang Qin had long since become the ancestor of the heavenly Taos, and his Tao of dominating the heavens reigned supreme over the world. In his entire life, he had gone to the true hell countless times, let alone the aura of a mere hell. The difference was too great. Jiang Qin was in a lower plane, and even hell was beneath his feet. Therefore, it was too difficult for the three-eyed divine leopard to influence Jiang Qin's mind. 26 Swords. Jiang Qin did not hesitate and immediately used the strongest killing move of Blade 26. As soon as the swordplay was performed, Jiang Qin's entire body disappeared. He had completely merged with the Sky Dragon sword. In the eyes of others, even the Sky Dragon's sword had disappeared at that moment. Everyone only saw a strange brilliance wandering back and forth in the arena. Even the bloody light couldn't block its divine radiance. Shwa! When the heavenly dragon's sword reappeared, it had already pierced through the three-eyed leopard's third eye. The eyeball exploded, and blood light collapsed. Endless screams filled the entire beast-fighting arena. Hiss! At that moment, countless people gasped. They all felt like time had stopped. The strange scene from before seemed to freeze in their minds. It was so heavy that they could not breathe. What sword technique is that? How can there be such a sword technique in the world? That's unbelievable. That strike is not as simple as just being fast. It contains endless mysteries. It's a true profound sword. Becoming one with the sword. Neither the person nor the sword can be seen. Once the sword is unleashed, it's fatal. Even a true grandmaster of the sword in the eternal world can't use this strike. Everyone was submerged in the terror of the strike. Let alone the spectating disciples, even the origin realm experts in the central hall were unable to see through the strike with their insight. Many people were imagining how they would deal with the strike if they encountered it. They probably wouldn't even have the time to react. This person is terrifying. The chief manager said solemnly. He stared at the screen in front of him without blinking at all. It was enough to show the commotion caused by Jiang Qin's strike for an earthly origin expert to describe it as terrifying. As a matter of fact, such a commotion was normal. Not to mention this small Crimson East domain, even the entire Crimson Afterglow star boundary would be shocked by this strike. Even a Star Lord would find it hard to see through the profundity of this strike. Profound meanings were vague and illusory. Only true experts would understand them. Although the eternal world was of a higher level, it was only in this world. The people who existed in this world were no different from Jiang Qin's original world. For example, in the Martial Pavilion, the person who had cultivated for the longest period of time was only a few hundred years old. On the other hand, Jiang Qin was an ancient being who had lived for countless years. His comprehension of cultivation was not something these people could imagine or compare to. That strike is enough for me to learn for the rest of my life. Xie Ting was so excited that he could not control himself. He was completely convinced by Jiang Qin's strike. Howl! The three-eyed leopard's shrill cries continued. Its third eye was pierced by Jiang Qin's sword. This was a fatal wound. This strike almost took its life. Jiang Qin revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were emotionless. He had experienced too many killings like this. His heart was already calm. Jiang Qin slowly pulled out the sword and pulled out the three-eyed leopard's demon spirit. He put it away in his hand. This demon spirit was also a priceless existence. After refining it, Jiang Qin's cultivation directly reached the peak of the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. It would not be a problem for him to reach the fourth heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. Dong! The majestic three-eyed leopard fell heavily. It wriggled a few times before it died completely. With a thought from Jiang Qin, the heavenly dragon's sword turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The golden source dragon returned to Jiang Qin's dantian. After the battle just now, the golden source dragon swam around excitedly. The blood-red light completely disappeared, and the entire Colosseum became quiet. It was strangely quiet. Suddenly, a burst of excited cries sounded. Jiang Qin, some people were shouting Jiang Qin's name. They were Zhang San and Li Si in the crowd. The two brothers' eyes were shining brightly. They were almost crazy. That's right, they were infatuated with Jiang Qin. Their worship for Jiang Qin had reached an extreme point. At this moment, Jiang Qin was a god in their eyes, an invincible god. Jiang Qin, Xia Ting and the other two disciples began to chime in. Needless to say, Xia Ting had come for Jiang Qin, and the other two disciples had bet all their wealth on Jiang Qin. Now that Jiang Qin had won, they had no reason not to be excited. Chapter 3998. The entire plaza was in an uproar. Affected by the atmosphere, many people who had bet on the three-eyed divine leopard also began to call out Jiang Qin's name. At least at this moment, no matter who he had bet on, Jiang Qin had accomplished a great feat. This feat was worthy of everyone's cheers. Jiang Qin's title as the legend of the beast fighting arena had been thoroughly solidified. There was no one in the past, and he believed that there would be no one in the future who could surpass him. Jiang Qin's achievements in the beast fighting arena would probably not be surpassed by anyone in the martial pavilion for the next billions of years. In the central hall of the bestial battle arena, Yang Luan and Wang Xian were so excited that they could not control their emotions. They jumped up and down without a care for their image. After all, they were the ones who had set up the match between Jiang Qin and the three-eyed divine leopard. Now that Jiang Qin had really killed the three-eyed divine leopard, the bestial battle arena had made a lot of money. The two of them could be said to have contributed greatly. Naturally, they had a reason to be excited. Quickly invite Jiang Qin over. The chief manager said. All right, I'll go now. Wang Xian ran faster than a rabbit. He disappeared in the blink of an eye and appeared on the plaza at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, Jiang Qin had already calmly walked out of the beast fighting stage. He welcomed the gazes of tens of thousands of people, like a victorious general returning victorious. Big brother Jiang is really a god. Fu Qing, who was in the crowd, looked at Jiang Qin with admiration. This young master of the Yan city's Fu family had probably never dreamed that he would admire someone so much in his life. Wang Xian went forward with a smile. Jiang Qin, congratulations on defeating the three-eyed divine leopard. Our chief manager invites you over. Jiang Qin nodded and followed Wang Xian to the central hall of the bestial battle arena. Even if Wang Xian had not invited him, he would still have gone. After all, the reward for killing the three-eyed divine leopard was incomparably generous. In the central hall of the bestial battle arena, Jiang Qin became the center of attention the moment he entered. All the higher-ups of the bestial battle arena looked at Jiang Qin with passionate gazes. Jiang Qin, these are the chief steward and second steward of our beast battle arena. Wang Xian introduced. Jiang Qin nodded at the chief steward and the second steward with a smile. The chief steward and the deputy steward also looked at Jiang Qin. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even with their strength and insight, they were unable to see through the young man before them. Even more terrifyingly, if it were not for the fact that they knew Jiang Qin's cultivation was only at the third heavenly layer of unity, they would not have been able to see through Jiang Qin's cultivation with a single glance. This was too terrifying. It was rare for an Earth Source expert to be unable to see through a Unity Origin disciple's cultivation. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was like a bottomless abyss. He was like a quagmire. When their spiritual will landed on Jiang Chen's body, they couldn't even find a point to exert force on. This person was definitely not simple. This was what they thought at the same time. But no matter what, it was a great thing for the Martial Pavilion to have someone like Jiang Qin. The Martial Pavilion was not afraid that Jiang Qin was a spy, because the Martial Pavilion was the only major human force in the Scarlet East region. As long as Jiang Qin was not a member of the Feather Clan, he was one of them. There was no doubt that Jiang Qin was a human. Jiang Qin, this is your reward for killing the three-eyed panther. 500,000 mid-grade origin stones. The chief manager took out a universe ring and handed it to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He did not stand on ceremony and kept the universe ring. This was what he deserved, so there was no need for him to be polite. More importantly, 500,000 mid-grade origin stones was a considerable amount of wealth. He had consumed a lot of them to reach the third heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Furthermore, he understood his own situation very well. From the beginning of his cultivation until now, the thing he could not lack the most was energy. His future cultivation would definitely require an endless supply of origin stones. Therefore, the more origin stones he had, the better it would be. He would not refuse any. Chief Manager, do you still want to arrange other matches? I don't think there's any need. Jiang Qin smiled. That's right. You don't have to continue competing in the beast battling arena. If you continue, it will be our beast battling arena's turn to suffer. The chief manager chuckled. What he said was not false at all. Currently, Jiang Qin had made a name for himself through the 3 battles, especially the last one. He had displayed his strength to the fullest. That sword strike had been hailed as a legend. What was certain was that in the future, as long as Jiang Qin participated, everyone would bet on Jiang Qin to win without any hesitation. If that was the case, wouldn't the beast battling arena lose everything? Jiang Qin, the legend of the beast battling arena, had come to an end. There was no point in continuing the competition. However, from today onwards, you are a distinguished guest of our beast battling arena. The beast battling arena welcomes you as a guest. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties in the Martial Pavilion, you can come and find me directly. The chief manager opened his mouth and said. To put it bluntly, the reason he invited Jiang Qin over was to get closer to Jiang Qin and become friends. The chief manager was not blind. Naturally, he could see Jiang Qin's potential. Although his current cultivation level was much higher than Jiang Qin's, with Jiang Qin's talent, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Qin surpassed him. In fact, it wouldn't be long before Jiang Qin surpassed him. A heaven-defying monstrous genius who was also an alchemist. Only an idiot would not want to befriend such a person. Moreover, the sword strike that Jiang Qin used to kill the three-eyed panther was too miraculous. Even the chief manager could not see through it. The chief manager himself also practiced swordsmanship and had a certain level of attainment in swordsmanship. It was precisely because of this that he was even more shocked. Without any exaggeration, using Xie Ting's words, that sword strike was enough for the chief manager to learn for the rest of his life. Alright, I'm very willing to befriend the beast battling arena. Jiang Qin smiled. These words were also sincere. His impression of the beast battling arena was also very good. After all, he had obtained the goal and benefits that he wanted from this place. Not to mention advancing 2 levels consecutively, just the origin stones that he had obtained from this place were already a considerable amount of wealth. He and the beast battling arena had a win-win relationship. The beast battling arena had earned a large sum of money because of him, and he had also become famous because of the beast battling arena. Now that the chief manager of the beast battling arena wanted to befriend him, Jiang Chen had no reason to reject. After exchanging a few more greetings, Jiang Chen left the beast battling arena and prepared to return to his residence. He was prepared to refine the three-eyed panther's demon spirit and raise his cultivation level by another level. After coming to the eternal world, his cultivation level had always been his weakness. Only by strengthening himself step by step would he be able to walk the path in the future. Chapter 3999. The door was tightly shut. Jiang Chen had arranged for Zhang San and Li Si to not receive any guests for the next half a month. Zhang San and Li Si were willing to be loyal subordinates and protect Jiang Chen. The two of them knew that Jiang Chen had become famous after a single battle, so there would definitely be people coming to visit. Now that Jiang Chen was going into secluded cultivation, only the two of them could stop these people from visiting. Both of them were more than happy to do this. In their point of view, being able to stay by Jiang Chen's side was a supreme honor. Outsiders could only envy them. With Zhang San and Li Si watching over him, Jiang Chen could focus on his secluded cultivation. The reason why he wanted to go into secluded cultivation was because his cultivation speed had been too fast. No matter what level he had reached, the path of cultivation had to be done step by step. Furthermore, after Jiang Chen refined the three-eyed panther's demon spirit, he was almost certain to reach the fourth heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. If that was the case, Jiang Chen would have made 3 breakthroughs in the past few days. Therefore, Jiang Chen gave himself half a month of secluded cultivation to stabilize his cultivation. In the room, Jiang Chen sat on a praying mat with the blood-red demon spirit in his hand. The demon spirit was of the purest yang attribute and contained the latent will of the three-eyed panther. It was violently agitated, rejecting Jiang Chen's advancement. "There's nothing in the world that can reject me." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The source dragon in his body surged out and entered the demon spirit. The demon spirit immediately shook violently. The last trace of the three-eyed panther's will was instantly destroyed by the source dragon. Although the three-eyed panther was a powerful beast with a noble bloodline, compared to Jiang Chen's true dragon bloodline, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. If Jiang Chen had to use fire to refine the demon spirit in the past, he could now use his bloodline to completely suppress it. Coupled with the heavenly way that Jiang Chen had comprehended, there was no bloodline in the world that could reject him. The source dragon happily returned to Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and the demon spirit turned into a streak of blood-red light. It entered Jiang Chen's mouth and was devoured in a single gulp. If outsiders saw such a barbaric method of devouring the demon spirit, their mouths would definitely drop in shock. Everyone knew very well just how powerful the energy contained in a 6th heavenly layer fusion origin beast spirit was. With his cultivation base at the 3rd heavenly layer, Jiang Chen was probably the only one who could refine a 6th heavenly layer fusion origin beast spirit in such a barbaric manner. Boom! The moment the three-eyed panther's demon spirit entered Jiang Chen's body, it completely erupted. Terrifying energy surged in all directions, filling up Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. Jiang Chen's body was like the furnace of the heavens and earth. No matter how the violent energy was wreaking havoc on his body, it couldn't cause any damage to his body. On the contrary, it gave him an incomparably comfortable feeling. Hoo-hoo, energy whistled. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, any energy in the world could be easily refined and absorbed by Jiang Chen. Just like right now, the energy of the three-eyed panther was being rapidly absorbed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's cultivation was also growing at a visible rate. In just a few seconds, Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. He was only a step away from the 4th heavenly layer. Such a terrifying refining speed had already reached an unheard of level. An hour later, a crisp cracking sound came from Jiang Chen's body. It was the sound of a bottleneck being broken through. A large amount of second-grade origin stones were consumed by Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen's cultivation had also successfully broken through to the fourth heavenly layer at this moment. Jiang Chen let out a breath of turbid air. He felt indescribably carefree. The energy of the three-eyed panther's demon spirit had brought him just enough benefits for him to reach the fourth heavenly layer. If it was an ordinary sixth heavenly layer beast's demon spirit, it would be far from enough to reach the fourth heavenly layer. I've reached the fourth heavenly layer. I just happened to be in seclusion for half a month. Jiang Chen's cultivation has stabilized at the peak of the fourth heavenly layer. At that time, I'll use dragon transformation. With my full strength, I won't need to fear anyone below the fourth heavenly layer. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a smile. The eternal world was too big. With his current cultivation, he was just a small fry in the eternal world. However, Jiang Chen had yet to come into contact with a larger area. Therefore, he was only looking at the Crimson Cloud Star Boundaries Crimson East region. With his current cultivation, he could already establish a certain status in the Crimson East region. Of course, this was far from enough. There was still a long way to go. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since Jiang Qin went into seclusion. During these 10 days, many people came to Jiang Chen's residence one after another. Among them, there was no lack of earthly source realm elders. Even many expert alchemists of the Purple Pill Pavilion wanted to come. They only had one goal, and that was to accept Jiang Chen as a disciple. Such a heaven-defying genius had appeared in the Martial Pavilion. Furthermore, he was in the Purple Pill Pavilion. The elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion could not sit still. They thought that if they could accept such a genius as a disciple, it would be too glorious for them. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was in seclusion. Those who came to accept disciples could only return the way they came. They could only wait for Jiang Chen to come out of seclusion before making any plans. It was noon. Fang Tianhua, Zhou Ku, and Wang Dongxue came over in high spirits. There was no reason for the three of them not to be excited. Their cultivation had successfully advanced to the earthly source realm. This kind of cultivation was what they had been pursuing their entire lives. They had originally thought that their potential had been exhausted and that they would probably never have the chance to advance to the earthly source realm in this lifetime. However, they did not expect to meet Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had refined the rejuvenation pill for them, which had developed their potential once again. In just a short span of 10 days, they had advanced to the earthly source realm that they had dreamed of. Zhang San, Li Si, where's my master? Wang Dongxue asked directly. She no longer cared about her identity and directly addressed him as master. Ahem. Fang Tianhua and Zhou Ku coughed awkwardly but did not say much. After all, it was not shameful to address Jiang Chen as master. Moreover, these two guys in front of them had seen them kneel in front of Jiang Chen with their own eyes, so there was nothing to hide. Zhang San and Li Si's expressions turned serious. Only now did they know that these three arrogant elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion in front of them had actually acknowledged Jiang Chen as their master. However, they had already guessed in their hearts that it was not a coincidence that the three of them had knelt in front of Jiang Chen. Chapter 4000. Elders, senior brother Jiang is in seclusion. He specifically ordered that no one is to disturb him for half a month. Zhang San said. Master is in seclusion. Looks like we came at a bad time. After the three of them had advanced to the earthly source realm, they had immediately come to find Jiang Chen. Firstly, they wanted to express their gratitude, and secondly, they wanted to ask for guidance in alchemy. However, they had not expected that Jiang Chen would be in closed-door cultivation. How long has Master been in seclusion? Fang Tianhua asked. Reporting to Elder Fong, Senior Brother Jiang has been in seclusion for 10 days. He will be out in 5 days. Li Si said. He was sweating profusely as he spoke, because the 3 elders kept calling Jiang Chen Master, while they kept calling him Senior Martial Brother Jiang. Originally, they were juniors, but the way they addressed Jiang Chen seemed to have pulled up their seniority. Fortunately, the 3 elders didn't care. Otherwise, they could have casually charged them with disrespect, and it would have been enough to make them suffer. Let's go. Let's not disturb Master here. We'll come back after Master comes out of seclusion. I've heard that Master displayed great might in the bestial battle arena. He killed the incomparably powerful 3-eyed divine leopard with a difference of several levels and became a legend in the bestial battle arena. It seems that Master went into seclusion to digest what he had obtained. Fong Tianhua said. That's right. Let's leave first and come back in 5 days. Oh right, old Fong, I heard that you sent your grandson here to pay respects to the Grandmaster. After the Grandmaster gave him some pointers, your grandson's improvement was not small. Zhou Ke said. That's right. Master gave that stinking brat some pointers on the scorching sun finger. That little bastard of mine has also worked hard and directly advanced to the 5th heavenly layer of the fusion origin realm. Master's personal guidance was not in vain. Fong Tianhua chuckled, appearing very proud of himself. I'm so lucky. The disciples of the Martial Pavilion don't know how lucky they are. If they can get some pointers from Master, their future achievements will be limitless. Wang Dongxue said enviously. It was a pity that she didn't have a grandson. If she did, she would have dragged him over to greet the founder. Senior Brother Jiang is truly a god. Because of Senior Brother Jiang's guidance, the 2 of us immediately broke through our bottleneck and reached the fusion origin realm. Zhang Sandao's worship of Jiang Qin had already reached the point of no return. He was not the slightest bit inferior to the 3 elders. Let's go, let's go. We'll come back when Master comes out of seclusion. Fong Tianhua waved his hand. The 3 of them didn't see Jiang Qin. Although they were a little disappointed, they didn't dare to disturb Jiang Qin here. They came quickly and left quickly. Not long after the 3 of them left, another person arrived, and it was none other than Xie Ting. Seeing Xie Ting, Zhang San and Li Si hurriedly went up to him. They were clear about Xie Ting's identity. He was the young city lord of the divine martial city, and he was also a genius at the 7th heavenly layer of the syncretic origin realm. He was extremely famous in the Martial Pavilion, so they naturally did not dare to slight him. In the entire Martial Pavilion, there was probably not a single disciple who did not give Xie Ting face. Why is Senior Brother Xie here? Zhang San smiled. I'm here to find teacher. Xie Ting said with a smile. His posture was very humble, and there was no trace of his usual arrogance. Teacher. Senior Brother Xie is here to find Senior Brother Jiang, right? Zhang San and Li Si were stunned, but they immediately understood. This was Jiang Chen's residence. Other than the 2 of them, there was only Jiang Chen. The teacher that Xie Ting was talking about was definitely not them. If it wasn't them, then it was naturally Jiang Chen. Moreover, in the entire Martial Pavilion, there was probably no one else who could make Xie Ting call him teacher other than Jiang Chen. Zhang San and Li Si sighed in their hearts, secretly thinking that Jiang Chen indeed lived up to his reputation. Clearly, this Xie Ting had also been guided by Jiang Chen. They all knew that Xie Ting's cultivation was only at the 6th heavenly layer of the syncretic origin realm, but the Xie Ting in front of them was already at the 7th heavenly layer of the syncretic origin realm. Only Jiang Chen's guidance could allow him to advance so quickly. That's right, I'm looking for teacher Jiang Chen. Xie Ting said. Senior Brother Xie, I'm really sorry. It's not that we don't want to give you face, but senior brother Jiang has specifically instructed us not to see anyone while he's in seclusion. Senior brother Jiang is going to be in seclusion for half a month, and 10 days have already passed. Senior brother Xia can come back in 5 days, or if there's anything you need, just tell us directly. Once senior brother Jiang Qin is done speaking, Zhang San said. These two brothers only felt that following Jiang Qin now gave them a different status in the entire martial pavilion. If it was in the past, a person like Xia Ting wouldn't even spare them a glance, let alone stand here and chat with them in a pleasant manner. Now, because of Jiang Chen's face, Xia Ting had to be polite to them. Then I'll have to trouble the two of you. When teacher comes out of seclusion, tell him that my birthday is in 7 days. At that time, I'll be holding a banquet at the Divine Martial Villa in Divine Martial City. I hope that teacher will do me the honor. Xia Ting said. Okay, we'll definitely pass on the message. Li Si said. He was naturally envious in his heart. To be able to be invited to the birthday banquet of the Divine Martial City's young city lord was a symbol of status and identity. Those who could enter the Divine Martial Villa were all nobles. Forget it, I'll come again when teacher comes out of seclusion. It's better for me to personally invite him for this kind of thing. It's just that if I let you pass on the message, it would seem that I don't respect teacher. Xia Ting shook his head, feeling that it was better to pay more attention to it. Ever since he was guided by Jiang Qin at the clear source lightning pool, Xia Ting's heart, other than gratitude to Jiang Qin, was only respect. Looking at the entire martial pavilion, and even the entire Red East region, there was no one other than Jiang Qin who could see through him at a glance and help him advance after giving him pointers. After that, Xia Ting took his leave. During this period of time, Zhang San and Li Si were also tired. They were nameless pawns in the Purple Pill Pavilion, and it was their first time dealing with so many people. Chapter 4001. Elder Zhang, please don't make things difficult for us. Senior brother Jiang specifically instructed that no one is allowed to disturb his seclusion. Zhang San was also anxious. The array formation elder of the Everlasting Pavilion had personally come over. It seemed that he had an extremely urgent matter to look for Jiang Qin. With their status and identity, the gap between them and Zhang Xiaotian was too great. Zhang Xiaotian was at the peak of the Unity Source realm. He used to be at the same level as Fang Tianhua. His status was noble, and he was not someone they could afford to offend. However, they did not dare to disobey Jiang Chen's instructions. If Jiang Chen was at the most critical moment of his seclusion and they disturbed him, they would not be able to bear the consequences if Jiang Chen blamed them. Jiang Chen, come out quickly. Zhang Xiaotian ignored Zhang San and Li Si's obstruction and barged in while shouting loudly. In the room, Jiang Chen opened his eyes and stood up from the praying mat. His seclusion had already achieved the result he wanted. It did not matter if it was a day more or less. However, when Zhang Xiaotian came, Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The people from the Everlasting Pavilion must have something to do with De Huang. This damned dog couldn't have caused trouble, right? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. The people from the Everlasting Pavilion had come to his door. If it had nothing to do with De Huang, Jiang Chen would not believe it. Creak. Jiang Chen opened the door. A middle-aged man with a long beard was about to push the door open. He knew the middle-aged man. He was the elder who presided over the assessment when De Huang joined the Everlasting Pavilion. Senior brother Jiang, we can't stop him. Zhang San and Li Si hurriedly walked over and said while sweating profusely. Well, it's none of your business. You can leave first. Jiang Chen waved his hand at the two of them. He did not blame them at all. He knew Zhang San and Li Si's status too well. In the martial pavilion, there were too many people that they could not afford to offend. With their status, it was already good enough that they had the guts to stop the everlasting pavilion's elder. "Elder Zhang, why have you come in such a hurry?" Jiang Qin asked. "Jiang Qin, hurry up and come with me. I'm afraid only you can persuade De Huang now." Zhang Xiaotian said anxiously. "What's going on? What happened to De Huang?" Jiang Qin frowned. Sure enough, it was related to De Huang dog. "We'll talk as we walk." Without any explanation, Zhang Xiaotian pulled Jiang Chen's arm and walked out. It could be seen that he was really anxious. "Tell me, what happened? Did De Huang get into trouble?" Jiang Chen asked while walking. "It's more than just getting into trouble. This master is about to turn the everlasting pavilion upside down." Zhang Xiaotian gritted his teeth. When he thought of what De Huang dog had done, he couldn't help but want to faint. "What the hell is going on? Tell me more clearly," Jiang Chen asked. De Huang was really worrisome. When he went to the everlasting pavilion, Jiang Chen was already worried. Now that this bastard was in the everlasting pavilion, could the everlasting pavilion still be stable? It had only been a few days, and the everlasting pavilion's elder had taken the initiative to come to the door. Today, an elder was teaching the disciples of the everlasting pavilion about formations in the 10,000 formation pagoda. Everyone was practicing formations, and De Huang and a few disciples of the everlasting pavilion had a conflict. Of course, the cause was naturally not De Huang's fault. The disciples of the everlasting pavilion were unwilling to have a lesson with a dog, so the conflict was inevitable. Unexpectedly, De Huang flew into a rage and changed the formation in the 10,000 formation pagoda, trapping all the disciples inside, including the elder who was teaching. Zhang Xiaotian said. Haha, hearing this, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. This kind of thing could be done by De Huang dog. Moreover, it was not De Huang's fault. This group of people looked down on De Huang, so De Huang naturally had to teach them a lesson. Don't laugh. The people inside have been trapped for almost a day. When De Huang's temper flared up, he wouldn't let anyone out even if they begged for mercy. Zhang Xiaotian was speechless. There are so many experts in the everlasting pavilion. Is there no one who can break De Huang's formation? Jiang Chen said. Cough cough. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaotian coughed awkwardly. It was too embarrassing because almost all the experts of the everlasting pavilion had taken action, but none of them could break De Huang dog's formation. Even the Grand Elder of the everlasting pavilion had taken action. He was a 9th heavenly layer earth source expert, one of the top figures in the martial pavilion, yet he could not break through De Huang dog's formation. To be honest, even the great elder of our limitless pavilion couldn't break this formation. We estimate that even if our master and I didn't go out, we might not be able to break this formation. I have to admit that Big Yellow is a grandmaster in the field of formation. The formation he set up contains the essence and profound of the formation. Brute force is useless against it. Of course, brute force might be able to break the formation, but it will definitely hurt the people who are trapped in the formation. Now, this young master won't give face to anyone. Even the great elder can't do anything to him. I have no choice but to come to you. Now, he will only listen to your words. I have no choice but to come to you. He'll only listen to you now. Zhang Xiaotian expressed his amazement at the level of De Huang dog's formation. Apart from amazement, he had also suffered quite a blow. The entire everlasting pavilion had lost face. The everlasting pavilion was famous for its formations. However, no one could break Big Yellow's formation. They couldn't even comprehend a tiny bit of it. It was a disgrace. Big Yellow, the everlasting pavilion is famous for its formations. Jiang Chen couldn't help laughing again. He could already imagine De Huang dog acting like a boss. Even the upper echelons of the everlasting pavilion couldn't do anything to him. The great elder had probably already been subdued by De Huang Dog's formation. With such a monstrous disciple appearing in the everlasting pavilion, they couldn't wait to treat him well. How could they bear to cause trouble for De Huang? Moreover, the cause of this matter was not De Huang's fault. It was the other disciples of the everlasting pavilion who were looking for trouble. What kind of person was De Huang Dog? He had always been acting like God was the boss. He wouldn't even give face to God, let alone the great elder of the everlasting pavilion. Don't laugh. Let's go back quickly. If those disciples are trapped for a long time, they might get sick. Zhang Xiaotian urged. Don't worry, great elder. De Huang is straightforward. Although he is a bit reckless, he still has some sense of propriety. I think he just wants to trap those disciples and teach them a lesson. He won't hurt them. Jiang Chen said. He knew De Huang Dog very well. Although this dog was lawless, he wouldn't hurt the innocent for no reason. It was just a small dispute, and the everlasting pavilion wouldn't be destroyed. Let's go, let's go. We'd better hurry. Zhang Xiaotian pulled Jiang Chen's arm and walked like the wind, almost flying away. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He was extremely bad. This time, he came to find Jiang Chen. He was ordered to do so in the face of danger. Only Jiang Chen could persuade De Huang Dog to break the formation of the 10,000 formation pagoda. Chapter 4002. The Everlasting Pavilion, in front of the 10,000 formation pagoda. Almost everyone from the Wuji Pavilion was gathered here. Inside the main hall of the 10,000 formation pagoda, light flickered. From the outside, one could see dozens of disciples and elders who were trapped in the main hall scratching their ears and cheeks as they bumped into each other. In front of the hall, De Huang Dog was lazily lying on a rock, resting with his eyes closed. He was like a boss. There were people around him. All the disciples of the everlasting pavilion had come out. Young and energetic, they constantly criticized De Huang Dog. Some even pointed at De Huang Dog and scolded him. No one knew how many earthly source realm elders had come. These elders were usually extremely respected and rarely showed themselves. But today, even the Grand Elder of the 9th heavenly layer of the earthly source realm had come out. At this level, he was practically standing at the peak of the Crimson East region. The Grand Elder, Chong Wanshan, was trying his best to persuade De Huang Dog. This was definitely the biggest scene in the history of the everlasting pavilion. The pavilion master wasn't here, but the Grand Elder had come out. De Huang Dog, hurry up and remove the formation. My brother is still trapped inside. If anything happens to him, I won't let you off. Damn dog, if you don't remove the formation, we won't be polite to you. Damn bastard, we must kick him out of the everlasting pavilion. He's too despicable. With him in the everlasting pavilion, there won't be any peaceful days in the future. The crowd was enraged. The young disciples pointed at De Huang Dog and scolded him. It seemed that they would not be satisfied until they tore De Huang Dog to pieces. It was inevitable that De Huang Dog was annoying. Not to mention that his dog temper was already unlikable, he was also skilled in formations. He had overshadowed the brilliance of all the geniuses in the everlasting pavilion. It would be strange if he wasn't ostracized. De Huang Dog squinted his eyes and lay there. No matter how the people around him scolded him, he pretended not to hear them. He looked like a dog, making the disciples of the everlasting pavilion gnash their teeth in anger. De Huang, you've caused enough trouble. I think it's about time. Let's remove the formation. Chong Wanshan said with a smile. His attitude towards De Huang was completely different from the others. He valued De Huang Dog very much, and even thought of learning from De Huang Dog in the future. After all, the formation laid down by De Huang Dog was something that even he couldn't break. No, it would be more accurate to say that he couldn't understand it at all. This made Wan Chongshan extremely shocked. Facing a disciple of the everlasting pavilion who was so good at formations, he had no reason to be angry. In other words, this array formation alone had already made Chong Wanshan admire De Huang Dog in his heart. It was just like how Fang Tianhua and the others looked at Jiang Qin in the beginning. Great Elder, it was this group of brats who provoked me first. If I don't punish them, where is my dignity? De Huang Dog opened his eyes and replied to Chong Wanshan's question. This was considered giving face to the Great Elder. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to remove the formation. Not to mention that Chong Wanshan had offended De Huang Dog. Even if the sect leader of the everlasting pavilion came, it would be useless. Fuck, this beastard really thinks he's a big boss. Where does your dignity come from? DMN, this DMN dog thinks too highly of himself. Sigh, but I have to say that this DMN dog's formation is really powerful. Even I want to learn from him. Unfortunately, his dog temper makes people want to beat him up. Chase him out of the everlasting pavilion. We must chase this DMN dog out. Otherwise, the everlasting pavilion will not have a peaceful day in the future. The crowd was enraged. De Huang Dog did not use his powerful abilities to subdue others like Jiang Qin. Instead, he had incurred the wrath of the crowd. It was easy to imagine that if it were not for the group of earthly source elders present, the group of young and hot-blooded disciples would have already pounced on De Huang Dog and given him a good beating. Chong Wanshan was also very patient. He had already been persuading De Huang Dog for half the morning, but the dog lord did not buy it. He did not give face to anyone, and he refused to remove the formation, acting as if he wanted to do whatever he wanted. The everlasting pavilion really did not dare to do anything to him. After all, there was no one in the entire martial pavilion who could break the formation. If they angered De Huang Dog and he ran away, the people trapped in the 10,000 formation pagoda would probably never be able to come out again. Move, everyone move. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian's urgent voice rang out. Everyone looked over, only to see Zhang Xiaotian rushing over with a young man in tow. Many people were familiar with the young man, as many of them had participated in the previous battle in the Beast Colosseum. It's Jiang Qin. Why did you bring him over? Isn't he from the Purple Pill Pavilion? You still don't know, right? This guy is the master of this dog. De Huang Dog came to the martial pavilion with Jiang Qin. Right now, De Huang Dog is not giving our martial pavilion any face, but he will definitely give Jiang Qin face. Sigh. How embarrassing. Since when did our Purple Pill Pavilion need to ask a disciple for help? Jiang Chen's arrival gave many hope. This dog lord was clearly not giving face to anyone, but he would still give face to Jiang Qin. After all, in the eyes of those who knew, Jiang Qin was the master of De Huang Dog. You're Jiang Qin. Chong Wanshan looked at Jiang Qin, and a sliver of admiration could not help but flash across his eyes. He had never seen Jiang Qin before, but he knew everything about the commotion Jiang Qin had caused in the martial pavilion. Jiang Qin greets the Grand Elder. Jiang Qin clasped his fist towards Chong Wanshan. He could determine Chong Wanshan's cultivation with a single glance. Who else could be a ninth heavenly layer earth source expert standing there other than the Grand Elder of the everlasting pavilion? Jiang Qin, hurry up and persuade De Huang. The disciple inside is about to be trapped. Chong Wanshan did not have the time to be courteous with Jiang Qin and said hurriedly. He could not help but blush as he spoke. He was confident in his mastery of formations and was proficient in many formations. He was also a supreme existence in the everlasting pavilion, yet he could not even break through such a formation. He could not even see through it. It was a very shameful matter. De Huang has caused trouble for the everlasting pavilion. Jiang Chen was also embarrassed, but he was also very helpless towards this dog. This bastard could not settle down no matter where he went. If he did not cause trouble, he would not be De Huang. Of course, he had only modified the formation of the 10,000 formation pagoda this time. It was already very good that the disciples of the everlasting pavilion were not harmed. The disciples who had offended De Huang dog could already thank the heavens if they did not lose an arm or a leg. Jiang Chen walked in front of De Huang dog and saw that De Huang dog was still lying there calmly. He was really addicted to being a boss. Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang dog by the ear and pulled him off the rock. Damn it, let me go. Chapter 4003. You brat, that's enough. Don't be too presumptuous. Jiang Chen said snappily. No way. Those little brats dared to humiliate Master Dog. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that Master Dog is easy to bully. De Huang dog gritted his teeth and refused to do it. The disciples of Everlasting Pavilion rolled their eyes in anger. This dog is really hard to deal with. He doesn't even give face to his own master. It's over now. If this dog insists on not removing the formation, the disciples inside will definitely be in trouble. In fact, Jiang Chen was not the master of De Huang dog as outsiders thought. The two of them were never master and servant. They were real life and death brothers. Jiang Chen, persuade him. Chong Wanshan's face was full of helplessness. This was probably the first time he, as the great elder, had no temper. Even if he was angry, he had nowhere to vent it. Forget it. Let me do it. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. This dog's anger had not subsided yet. Moreover, this damn dog was very prideful. If he were to remove the formation now, it would really be difficult for him. However, he had to give face to Everlasting Pavilion. De Huang dog had already modified the formation of 10,000 formation pagoda. This had already violated the rules of Everlasting Pavilion. Jiang Chen also felt a little apologetic. Now that a big shot like Chong Wanshan had come forward to plead for mercy, it would really be unreasonable if he didn't remove the formation. Forget about De Huang dog, this heartless guy. Jiang Chen would definitely feel bad. Jiang Chen pushed through the crowd and came to the front of 10,000 formation pagoda's main hall. What? He's here. He also knows formations. Are you kidding me? A disciple of Purple Pill Pavilion came to Everlasting Pavilion to break the formation. Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if this got out? He's too arrogant. Even if he knows something about formations, I can't even understand the formation laid out by Big Yellow. I don't believe Jiang Chen can break it. That's right. The people of Everlasting Pavilion became restless. Even Chong Wanshan was stunned. Their goal was to let Jiang Chen come and persuade the Huang dog to break the formation. They never thought of letting Jiang Chen do it. Jiang Chen, can you break this formation? Chong Wanshan asked in disbelief. He had studied this formation for a day and couldn't find anything. Jiang Chen ignored Chong Wanshan and looked at the formation in front of him. He couldn't help but shake his head after looking at it. 10,000 spirit confinement formation. That damned dog is truly ruthless. Luckily, he only laid down a simple confinement formation. If he had added in a killing formation, I'm afraid none of the people inside would have survived. Jiang Chen was secretly amused. He finally understood why even Chong Wanshan couldn't break this formation. The 10,000 spirit formation trap Jiang Chen had 10,000 restrictions in it. Only a true formation master could lay down such a formation. Ordinary formation masters wouldn't even be able to see through it. What's more, the Huang dog had incorporated a trace of morality into the formation. It was almost like an iron plate. The people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't enter. It wasn't impossible to break the formation with brute force. Even earthly source experts could destroy the formation, but the price of doing so was extremely high. If the 10,000 spirit formation trap Jiang Qin destroyed the 10,000 spirit formation pagoda, let alone the disciples trapped inside. Jiang Qin took 2 steps forward. His fingers were like swords, and mysterious restrictions flickered on his fingertips. He casually pointed at the air, and with a series of cracking sounds, the 10,000 spirit formation was instantly broken. The 10,000 spirit formation trapped Jiang Qin was naturally complicated, but it was nothing in Jiang Qin's eyes. He was proficient in the heavenly book of Yuan formations and the no-beginning formation. He could practice any formation in the world, so a mere 10,000 spirit formation trapped Jiang Qin was nothing in his eyes. What? Holy shit, is that for real? He broke it just like that. Did you see how he did it? No, it's too miraculous. He broke the formation with just a few simple points. That's too much of a shock. Aren't I a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion? How can a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion be so skilled at formations? Is Jiang Qin still human? Everyone was dumbfounded. The disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion were all dumbfounded. Even the earthly source elders were unable to remain calm. They had originally thought that Jiang Qin was just putting on an act. They never imagined that he would be able to break it so easily. More importantly, the eyesight of the elders was different from that of the disciples. They could tell that Jiang Qin did not break the formation by luck or chance. Jiang Qin's calmness and confidence showed that he did not place the formation in his eyes at all. The restrictions he had displayed were filled with endless mysteries. To put it bluntly, this simple move of Jiang Qin's was enough for an ordinary formation master to learn for a lifetime. Not just for a lifetime, but even 2 lifetimes wouldn't be enough. Only a supreme master who had reached the transformative stage could treat a formation as nothing and break it with a flick of a finger. Chong Wanshan and some of the elders looked at Zhang Xiaotian, their eyes filled with reproach. Zhang Xiaotian lowered his head and didn't say a word. When they were recruiting disciples, Zhang Xiaotian was in charge of the assessment. Such an outstanding formation master was actually not recruited into the Everlasting Pavilion. Instead, he was sent to the Purple Pill Pavilion. This was a great loss to the Everlasting Pavilion. Zhang Xiaotian also felt bitter in his heart. He had seen Jiang Qin before. Jiang Qin had come to the assessment location of the Everlasting Pavilion with the Huang dog, but Jiang Qin had not participated in the assessment. If he had participated, would he have missed it? Besides, it was not his fault that Yi Futian did not take the initiative to participate. If Zhang Xiaotian had known of Jiang Qin's abilities earlier, he would have pulled Jiang Qin to the Everlasting Pavilion even if he had to kneel down. The 10,000 spirit confinement formation had been broken, but the disciples and elders in the main hall were still in a daze. Although they hadn't suffered any injuries, because they had been focused on breaking the formation, they had used up all their energy and were now in a daze. The formation has been broken. Someone has broken the formation. We can go out now. Where's the Huang dog? I want to kill the Huang dog. That damned dog. I want to rip off his shit. Someone shouted and a group of people ran out of the hall like wild horses. Some of them had bloodshot eyes and swore to kill the Huang dog. Damn it. This is too damn it. If it wasn't for the Huang dog, they would not have been trapped until now. Enough. Chong Wanshan shouted. Those disciples who were about to get agitated were immediately scared into silence. Why is the Great Elder here? Could it be that the Great Elder broke the formation personally? It can't be. Could it be that the formation laid by that dog requires an expert of the Great Elder's level to break it personally? It's hard to say. Otherwise, such a small matter would not have alarmed the Great Elder. If someone else could break the formation, we would not have been trapped until now. Chapter 4004. The people inside didn't know what had happened outside. They naturally thought that it was the Great Elder who had broken the formation. After all, the Great Elder's presence was enough to explain everything. No one dared to be restless. No matter how much they hated the Huang dog, they didn't dare to act rashly. With the Great Elder here, they had to behave themselves. After all, he was the #1 person below the Pavilion Master of Everlasting Pavilion. Listen up, De Huang is an outstanding disciple of our Everlasting Pavilion. In the future, we have to live in harmony. I already know the ins and outs of this matter. The cause isn't De Huang's fault. De Huang has taught you guys a lesson. You guys have to be grateful, understand? Chong Wanshan's expression turned serious as he began to preach. As the Great Elder, he had never cared about the fights between the disciples. Small matters wouldn't bother him, but now that a formation expert like De Huang had appeared in Everlasting Pavilion, he had no choice but to take this matter seriously. Yes, Great Elder. Everyone replied, but it didn't take long for them to understand what they were thinking. That dog was too arrogant, and many of them couldn't stand it any longer. Although they admired Big Yellow's Tao of formations, it would be very difficult for them to get along well with that dog. Big Yellow, you're right. Of course, they still had to give face to the Great Elder. Alright, you guys can disperse. Chong Wanshan waved his hand, indicating for them to cultivate. However, when Chong Wanshan turned around and saw Jiang Qin, his eyes suddenly lit up. Don't disperse yet. The disciples and elders of Everlasting Pavilion had no choice but to stand there and wait for Chong Wanshan to continue. Chong Wanshan pulled Jiang Qin to the side and chuckled. Is there anything else, Great Elder? Jiang Qin asked. Jiang Qin, I have a presumptuous request. Chong Wanshan's face turned red. Thinking of what he was about to say, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Great Elder, just speak your mind. Jiang Qin said. To be honest, I would like to ask you to give the Everlasting Pavilion a lesson and give us some pointers on formations. Chong Wanshan said. His words were sincere. After witnessing Jiang Qin's formation techniques, even a peak Earth Source Grand Elder like him was filled with admiration. He was naturally inferior to Jiang Qin. If everyone in the Wuji Pavilion could get Jiang Qin's guidance, it would definitely be a great thing for the Wuji Pavilion. Perhaps the Limitless Pavilion letting a disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion guide them would damage the Limitless Pavilion's reputation, but compared to the overall improvement of the Limitless Pavilion's formation, this was nothing. Furthermore, he had already lost face by asking Jiang Qin to break the array for the Everlasting Pavilion. He was not afraid of losing a little more. Sure, no problem. Jiang Qin did not stand on ceremony and immediately agreed. He was not modest at all. He wanted to be modest, but his strength did not allow him to do so. More importantly, because of what De Huang Dog had done, Jiang Qin felt somewhat apologetic towards the Limitless Pavilion. If he could do something for the Limitless Pavilion, Jiang Qin would be more than happy to do so. Furthermore, De Huang Dog would be cultivating in the Limitless Pavilion in the future. He had to give face to the Limitless Pavilion no matter what. Moreover, it was as easy as lifting a finger for Jiang Qin. Alright, if that's the case, I'll have to thank you. It's a blessing for everyone in the Limitless Pavilion that you can give us pointers, Chong Wanshan said excitedly. Chong Wanshan said excitedly. Not to mention the other elders and disciples of Everlasting Pavilion, even Chong Wanshan himself had many problems with the formation and was in a state of confusion. Great Elder, you can go and arrange it. I happen to be free today. Jiang Chen said. All right, I'll go and arrange it now. Chong Wanshan nodded and turned back to the people of the Limitless Pavilion. He said in a clear voice, everyone, listen up. Rearrange the 10,000 formation pagoda. I'll invite Jiang Chen to give a lesson to the Limitless Pavilion and give us pointers on formations. As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Damn, Jiang Chen. Isn't this guy from the Purple Pill Pavilion? Inviting him to give us pointers on formations. What kind of joke is this? Are you crazy? A disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion coming to the Limitless Pavilion to give us pointers on formations. Am I dreaming? That's right. What does the Limitless Pavilion have to do with him? The people who just walked out of the hall rolled their eyes and almost went crazy. No matter what, they couldn't understand why Jiang Chen was invited to give them a lesson. Jiang Chen was an alchemist of the Purple Pill Pavilion. Although he was famous in the Martial Pavilion recently, what qualifications did he have to give them pointers on formations? Was the Great Elder's brain squeezed by a door? However, the people outside, be it the elders or the disciples, were all extremely excited. They had seen Jiang Chen's method of breaking formations with their own eyes. It was simply amazing. If they could get Jiang Chen to give them pointers, it would be a great blessing. That's great. If I can learn Jiang Chen's move, I'll be able to do whatever I want in the Limitless Pavilion. Let's not talk about anything else. Just based on the move just now, Jiang Chen is qualified to give us pointers in the Limitless Pavilion. That's right. I happen to encounter a peaceful period in my cultivation. I have many questions to ask. If Jiang Chen can answer them for me, it'll be wonderful. They were extremely excited. Everyone's face was full of expectation. The people who just walked out of the hall were all dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on. Because the others seemed to be extremely excited. Not only did they not have the slightest disgust or rejection of Jiang Chen's pointers, but they were extremely looking forward to it. What's going on? Someone asked, puzzled. I don't think you guys know this yet. The formation that trapped you guys wasn't destroyed by the Great Elder, but by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen easily destroyed the formation. If not, that damn dog wouldn't have removed the formation, and all of you would still be trapped here. That's right. Someone said. Damn, it can't be. The one who broke the formation was not the Great Elder, but Jiang Chen. How is this possible? Yeah, isn't Jiang Chen an alchemist? Is the alchemist of the Purple Pill Pavilion so skilled in formations? It's incredible. Is that true? However, even the Great Elder lowered his status to invite him to give us pointers. It shouldn't be fake. That's fine. I want to see just how profound the Purple Pill Pavilion's disciples are in formations. The entire Limitless Pavilion was restless. It was the first time that an outsider came to give pointers. Those who had not seen Jiang Chen's means with their own eyes were still dubious about Jiang Chen. Damn, you brat, you're in the limelight as soon as you come. You've stolen my limelight. The Huang dog came in front of Jiang Chen and said gloomily. You damn dog, you still have the nerve to say that. I'm here to wipe your ass. Don't give me trouble in the future. Chapter 4005. Inside the 10,000 formation pagoda, the entire hall had been tidied up. Because this was a hall specially used for practicing formations, it was very spacious. In addition, the number of disciples and elders in the Everlasting Pavilion was already small, almost the same as that of the Purple Pill Pavilion. In the eternal world, both alchemists and formation masters were extremely rare professions. Although the Everlasting Pavilion and the Purple Pill Pavilion had gathered a lot of formation and alchemist talents in the Qidong region, their numbers were still limited and could not be compared to ordinary disciples of the Martial Pavilion. Of course, this was normal. If the number of people here was similar to the number of disciples in the Martial Pavilion, formation masters would not be so noble. They could be seen everywhere on the streets. It was not a rare profession. Therefore, the hall of the 10,000 Formation Pagoda was enough to accommodate everyone in the Everlasting Pavilion. At least, it was still spacious enough to fit everyone present. At this moment, Jiang Chen was sitting at the top, where the teaching elders usually sat. Now, even the first elder, Chong Wanshan, had to sit below and look up at Jiang Chen like a student. I believe that everyone understands the fundamentals of array formations. You all have your own understanding of what an array formation is, so I don't have much to say. You can voice out the doubts in your hearts and tell me about the problems you've encountered in the process of cultivation. I will try my best to answer them. Let's begin. Jiang Chen said. There was nothing much to talk about in a lecture, so he might as well do something practical. Moreover, everyone knew what the foundation of formations was, so there was no point in talking about it. I'll go first. My cultivation is the highest here, so I've encountered the most questions during my cultivation. Now that I've asked my questions, I believe many of your questions have been answered, Chong Wanshan said. The first elder of the Purple Pill Pavilion, an expert of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, did not put on any airs at this moment. He was humble and eager to learn. Okay. Ask away, First Elder. Jiang Chen said. I've been studying a yin-yang formation recently, but it's gone missing, so I can't get the power I want. Chong Wanshan said. Show me. Jiang Chen said. Okay. Chong Wanshan nodded his head and started to perform as he was told. This was the place to practice the formation, and in order to solve his problem, he had to show Jiang Chen the formation that he had been researching recently. Chong Wanshan nodded his head. Huff huff. Chong Wanshan made the starting gesture and a seal appeared on his hand. Everyone looked over. For them, it was rare for them to see the great elder use the formation. This was a learning experience for the disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion. Chong Wanshan used the Yang formation with his left hand and the Yin formation with his right. Yin and Yang complemented each other, one hot and one cold, giving off an extreme feeling. I have studied this unparalleled Yin-Yang formation for more than 3 years. When I use it, I can form both Yin and Yang formations. However, I keep feeling that its might is much weaker. Jiang Chen, do you have a way to resolve this? Chong Wanshan said. Great Elder's original intention of cultivating the unparalleled yin-yang formation was already wrong. Naturally, he would not be able to reach the highest level of the formation. Jiang Chen smiled. Wrong? Chong Wanshan frowned. He had studied this formation for so long and had already reached the point of perfection. Although its might did not reach his expectations, it should not be wrong. The unparalleled yin-yang formation is based on the fusion of yin and yang. One hot and one cold, completely integrated into the formation. Once the enemy falls into the formation, they will be severely affected by the alternating yin and yang. However, the unparalleled yin-yang formation that you have displayed is independent of yin and yang, forming a system of its own. Its power is naturally monotonous. Jiang Chen said. I have also thought about what you said. However, yin and yang are two extremes. How can they be combined to form a perfect formation? This doesn't seem to make sense, does it? Chong Wanshan said, puzzled. Yeah, yin and yang are two extremes. How can they be combined? The other elders were also puzzled. The unparalleled yin-yang formation was a rather famous formation. They all knew about it, but it would be very difficult to understand the unparalleled yin-yang formation. Ignorant. Jiang Qin shook his head. The word ignorant made everyone blush. Even Chong Wanshan's face was red. With his identity, no one in the entire martial pavilion dared to say he was ignorant. Similarly, if someone else were to say they were ignorant in front of him, Chong Wanshan would probably slap that person in the face. However, since it was Jiang Qin who said it, there was no way to refute it. Everyone there had witnessed Jiang Qin's method of breaking the formation. If it were to be described with one word, it would be shocking. The way of the heaven and earth includes yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams. The 5 elements of yin and yang can coexist in the heaven and earth. Therefore, there is a reason for them to be combined. Not to mention yin and yang, even water and fire can be combined. Watch carefully. Jiang Qin stood up and his aura shook. His hands formed seals that were exactly the same as Chong Wanshan's, but much more profound. Voila, the yin and yang aura rippled out and were intertwined by Jiang Qin's hands. In a blink of an eye, the unparalleled yin-yang formation was completely formed. The terrifying unparalleled yin-yang formation covered the entire palace. Everyone who was inside the formation felt the alternating hot and cold aura, like ice and fire. It was indescribably uncomfortable. The fusion of yin and yang. This is the real unparalleled yin-yang formation. Impressive. This time, I've really learned something new. This is too amazing. To be able to create the unparalleled yin-yang formation so casually. Just how high is this guy's attainments in formations? This formation is extremely terrifying. Even an expert like the First Elder couldn't understand it after studying it for so long. Yet, Jiang Qin created it with a wave of his hand. Is he still human? The entire palace became restless. The disciples and elders of the everlasting pavilion could no longer remain calm. Once Jiang Qin made his move, he let them know what terror was. He let them know that what they had learned before was only the tip of the iceberg. Or in other words, compared to Jiang Qin, they were not even the tip of the iceberg. This is the real unparalleled yin-yang formation. I've worked so hard for so many years, yet I didn't even understand a bit of the essence of the unparalleled yin-yang formation. How shameful, how shameful. Jiang Qin's mastery of formations is 10,000 times better than mine. Chong Wanshan's tears flowed freely. Seeing Jiang Qin use the unparalleled yin-yang formation, he felt like a door had been opened in his heart. At this moment, he finally had a real understanding of the unparalleled yin-yang formation. Chapter 4006. Chong Wanshan was extremely shocked. He felt even more admiration for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was able to use the unparalleled yin-yang formation so casually, and he did not seem to be unfamiliar with it at all. Just this was something that could only be achieved by a formation grandmaster. Jiang Qin himself was obviously very impressive as well. He was proficient in the unparalleled yin-yang formation, so he could create any formation in the world at will. To put it bluntly, there was no formation in the world that Jiang Qin did not know. 108,000 formations, creating a myriad of transformations. It was omnipotent. This was true invincibility. Let alone a mere Chong Wanshan, even the most impressive formation grandmaster in the eternal world would not be able to match up to Jiang Qin in terms of formations. Afterwards, Chong Wanshan asked over a dozen questions in a row. Every single one of them was something that he desperately wanted to know the answer to. Some of the questions had even accumulated in his heart for several decades, and he had never been able to answer them. Now that Jiang Qin had arrived, Chong Wanshan asked all the questions in one go, hoping to give it a try. What surprised Chong Wanshan was that Jiang Qin had solved all the difficult questions he had asked, and every single one of them had been answered in depth. He had hit the nail on the head and solved them thoroughly. In the end, Chong Wanshan's face was already covered in tears. He no longer cared about his image as the Grand Elder. Chong Wanshan bowed deeply towards Jiang Qin in front of all the disciples and elders of the Everlasting Pavilion. "Teacher, you're truly a god." Chong Wanshan did not hide his admiration for Jiang Qin at all. He called him teacher willingly from the bottom of his heart. More importantly, not only did the other elders and disciples of the Everlasting Pavilion not look down on Chong Wanshan, even bowing to a Unity Origin disciple of the Purple Pill Pavilion, as the Grand Elder and a cultivation at the peak of the earthly source realm, did not look down on Chong Wanshan at all. Instead, they felt that Chong Wanshan had done the right thing, as they were about to kneel towards Jiang Qin. The people of the Everlasting Pavilion were obsessed with formations, just like the people of the Purple Pill Pavilion were obsessed with alchemy. In their hearts, the level of their own cultivation was far less important than the level of attainment in formations. In their opinion, Jiang Qin/S attainments in array formations were enough to be their teacher. This was the same as when Fang Tianhua and the other two humbled themselves to worship Jiang Qin as their teacher. It was the same concept. For Chong Wanshan, the benefits he had obtained from Jiang Qin today were worth dozens of years of cultivation. All kinds of sudden insights and comprehensions had opened up a whole new world for him. To put it bluntly, with Jiang Qin's guidance, Chong Wanshan would reach the heavenly source stage in 3 years at most, becoming one of the strongest experts of the Scarlet East region. Without Jiang Qin/S guidance, with Chong Wanshan/S current talent, it would be impossible for him to reach the heavenly source stage even if he was given 10 or 20 years. His cultivation might even stop at the peak of the earthly source stage for the rest of his life. Therefore, Chong Wanshan was filled with gratitude towards Jiang Qin. He was extremely grateful, and this gratitude could not be expressed in words. He could only express his feelings by bowing. Chong Wanshan was not the only one who had benefited. The other elders and disciples also felt enlightened, because some of the problems that Chong Wanshan had encountered were also the shackles that they had encountered. At this moment, it could be said that they had received an answer, and they were suddenly enlightened. At this moment, everyone from the Everlasting Pavilion was already full of admiration for Jiang Qin. Every gaze that looked at Jiang Qin was filled with endless worship and respect. "Teacher, I also have a question." A genius disciple of the Everlasting Pavilion stood up boldly and asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Jiang Qin directly answered. The disciple only felt a flash of inspiration in his mind. His eyes lit up, and he jumped up in excitement, almost cheering loudly. Teacher, I also have a question." Me too. The entire Everlasting Pavilion went crazy. The 10,000 formation pagoda was unprecedentedly lively. The elders who had once taught here, the teachers, had also gone crazy. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was no longer a person, but a god. He was too godly. Even the legendary formation grandmasters were no better than this. No, even formation grandmasters couldn't do such miraculous things. There was almost nothing he didn't understand, and every question he asked hit the nail on the head. Before meeting Jiang Qin, they would have never believed that someone could have such high attainments in formations. It was too unbelievable. When people were focused, they would always feel that time passed very slowly. Unknowingly, the sky had already darkened. Jiang Qin had already been in the Everlasting Pavilion for a day, and he had finally answered everyone/s questions. Jiang Qin/s arrival was really a blessing for the Everlasting Pavilion, a great blessing. In front of the 10,000 formation pagoda, under Chong Wanshan/s lead, everyone from the Everlasting Pavilion sent off Jiang Qin. Teacher Jiang, from now on, you are a friend of the Everlasting Pavilion. In the future, if you have any needs in the Martial Pavilion, feel free to come to the Everlasting Pavilion. Everyone in the Everlasting Pavilion is grateful to you. I can guarantee that everyone in the everlasting pavilion will do their best for your needs. Chong Wanshan said very solemnly. This was a promise to Jiang Qin. In the entire martial pavilion, let alone a Unity Origin Realm disciple, even someone at the same level as Chong Wanshan would not be able to get such a promise from the everlasting pavilion. Even if Chong Wanshan had promised, the disciples might not be convinced. However, it was different for Jiang Qin. Now, everyone in the everlasting pavilion admired Jiang Qin. Even if Chong Wanshan did not specifically say it, as long as Jiang Qin had any difficulties in the future, everyone in the everlasting pavilion would help him. There was no doubt about that. The benefits that Jiang Qin had brought to the limitless pavilion were too great. From today onwards, the overall strength of the limitless pavilion would rise to a new level. It wasn't just the understanding of formations, but the other aspects that were brought about by these insights would also improve the cultivation of most of the people. This was the improvement of the overall strength. Don/T Worry, Grand Elder. If I have any needs in the future, I /T hold back. Jiang Qin smiled. All right, the gates of the everlasting pavilion are always open for you. Chong Wanshan said. Jiang Qin walked out of the gates of the everlasting pavilion, and a Huang dog followed him. According to this guy, Jiang Qin had given him all the limelight. Plus, after staying in the everlasting pavilion for a period of time, he felt extremely bored and wanted to go out to play. You bastard, how can I live in the everlasting pavilion in the future if you take all the limelight? The Huang dog was dissatisfied. Then who are you to blame? Chapter 4007. The next day, Xia Ting arrived at Jiang Chen's residence in the Purple Pill Pavilion early in the morning. Xia Ting was really considerate. He had always remembered when Jiang Qin came out of seclusion. It could be said that he attached great importance to Jiang Qin as his teacher. In Jiang Chen's courtyard, the Huang dog was running back and forth. His tough head had already smashed through a few rocks. Boring, boring, so boring. The Huang dog roared as he hit the rocks, as if he had gone mad. De Huang couldn't be blamed. With his personality, he couldn't adapt to the comfortable life in the martial pavilion at all. He was pestering Jiang Qin to take a stroll outside. The current De Huang dog's cultivation was also extremely powerful. In a short period of time, his cultivation had already reached the third heavenly layer of the origin realm. For a monster like him, breaking through could never be estimated with common sense. When he cultivated, there were almost no bottlenecks. Breaking through was just too easy. Fuck, why don't you fucking tear down my place? Jiang Qin scolded. However, not only did De Huang pretend not to hear it, but he also became even more aggressive. Boring, boring, so boring. Master Dog is boring. The Huang dog had gone mad. He had turned into a mad dog. Creak. Xia Ting, who had just entered, happened to see this scene. He was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Where did this dog come from? Xia Ting immediately yelled. His aura fluctuated as he waved his hand to grab the Huang dog. Xia Ting mistakenly thought that a mad dog had come to Jiang Chen's place and was destroying it wantonly, disturbing Jiang Chen's peaceful cultivation. How could Xia Ting allow such a thing to happen? He naturally had to take the opportunity to show off in front of Jiang Chen and subdue this mad dog. Come on, fight with Master Dog. When the Huang dog saw that someone was attacking him, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was happy. The top of his head emitted a golden radiance as he crazily charged at Xia Ting. Xia Ting punched out with apprehension, aiming at the Huang dog's head. Stop! Jiang Qin yelled. Although the Huang dog had already reached the third heavenly layer of the unity origin realm and had a tough head, he was still no match for Xia Ting, who was at the seventh heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. If Xia Ting were to injure De Huang with his full strength, Jiang Chen didn't want to see that. Paw! Xia Ting was shocked, but it was too late for him to stop. He could only retract half of his strength, but his fist still collided with De Huang dog's head. Xia Ting thought to himself that it was over. He might have made a mistake because Jiang Chen had stopped him, so this dog was probably Jiang Chen's dog. Even if he withdrew half of the strength of his punch, it was still not something that a dog at the third heavenly layer of the unity origin realm could withstand. Xia Ting could almost see the scene of De Huang dog's head exploding. However, to Xia Ting's astonishment, it was as if his fist had struck a piece of iron. The dog's head was too hard. Damn, it's so hard. Xia Ting's eyes widened. When he looked at the Huang dog again, his eyes had already changed. How could a dog's head be so hard? Not only was it unscathed after colliding with his fist head-on, but his fist was even a little numb from the impact. Where did these monsters come from? Jiang Chen's strength was already shocking enough, but he had never thought that the dog beside him was also this ferocious. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if someone beat him to death. That's right. Not bad. Your fist is pretty hard. De Huang dog praised. De Huang, behave yourself. Jiang Chen said. De Huang dog was also very tactful. He knew that this person must have something to say to Jiang Chen, and he had indeed vented his anger. Xia Ting, what's the matter? Jiang Chen asked. Teacher, it's my birthday in 2 days. At that time, I will hold a banquet in the Xinwu Villa of the Xinwu City and invite some of the young geniuses of the Martial Pavilion and the Xinwu City. I wonder if teacher has time. Xia Ting said. He didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. Yes, yes, yes. The day after tomorrow. Xinwu Villa, right? No problem. We will definitely be there on time. Before Jiang Chen could say anything, the Huang dog had already agreed on his behalf. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. This guy was about to go crazy. If he didn't take him out for a walk, the next time, he wouldn't just smash the stones in his courtyard, but directly demolish the house. Xia Ting's face was full of joy. He gave the Huang dog a thumbs up, but he still looked at Jiang Chen eagerly. Whether to go or not, it still depended on Jiang Chen's approval. Xia Ting had already thought about it. The day after tomorrow, he would gather the young geniuses of the Martial Pavilion and the Xinwu City and give them a grand introduction to Jiang Chen. He would let them know what a true godly person was. All right, I will be there on time. Jiang Chen nodded and agreed. After all, he had nothing to do after coming out of seclusion. It wasn't a bad idea to go to the Xinwu Villa and treat it as a way to relax. Moreover, he had to give face to the young city lord of the Xinwu City. Moreover, he took the initiative to invite him and called him teacher. It wouldn't be appropriate not to give him face. More importantly, Jiang Chen's impression of Xia Ting wasn't bad. He had seen too many young lords like Xia Ting. Each and every one of them was arrogant, arrogant, and arrogant. It was rare to see someone like Xia Ting. All right, then I will wait for you at the Xinwu Villa. Xia Ting was very happy. In Xia Ting's opinion, being able to invite Jiang Chen made him more excited than inviting anyone else. Ever since that day at the Qingyuan Thunder Pool, Xia Ting had wholeheartedly wanted to be with Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen asked to accept Xia Ting as a disciple now, Xia Ting would probably directly acknowledge him as his teacher without any hesitation. Not long after Xia Ting left, Fang Tianhua and the other two arrived. Fang Tianhua's grandson, Fang Wei, also came along. Compared to before, these 4 people had undergone earth-shattering changes. Feng Tianhua and the other two's cultivation had directly reached the Earth Source realm. They had crossed a major realm. All of them were arrogant and even walked with the wind. Feng Wei's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Unity Source realm. In his opinion, such a great improvement was unbelievable. It was something he didn't dare to imagine before. All of this was given to them by Jiang Qin. Master. Ancestral Master. The 4 of them spoke at the same time and bowed deeply to Jiang Qin. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was a genuine god. They couldn't have the slightest bit of blasphemy. Well, they're all good. It's about what I expected. Jiang Qin nodded. The changes in these 4 people were all within his expectations. With his eyesight, he could even see through these people's talent and potential and determine the limits of their cultivation. It's all thanks to Master, Wang Dongxue said. That's right. If it weren't for Ancestral Master's guidance, how could I have improved so quickly? I really deserve to die for offending Ancestral Master before. Chapter 4008. I have nothing to do in the next 2 days. I'll give you pointers on alchemy. I'll answer the problems that the 3 of you have encountered in alchemy one by one, Jiang Qin said. Since he had accepted these 3 people as his disciples, he naturally had to act like a master. It just so happened that he had nothing to do in the next 2 days. Helping Feng Tianhua and the others solve their problems was also something that he could do in passing. Hearing this, Feng Tianhua and the other 2 were overjoyed, especially Feng Tianhua. He almost jumped up on the spot. They had seen Jiang Qin's alchemy with their own eyes. That terrifying alchemy technique could only be described as shocking. They had lived for more than half of their lives, just like Chong Wanshan, studying formations and alchemy wholeheartedly. They had long accumulated all kinds of problems, and these problems were like a sore spot. If they didn't come out, they wouldn't be happy, but if they wanted to get rid of them, how difficult would it be? Thank you, Master, Wang Dongxue said excitedly. This time, they had come to look for Jiang Qin with the same intention. The last time they came to acknowledge him as their master, Jiang Qin had refined the rejuvenation pill for them, which allowed their potential to be developed again and their cultivation to improve. This time, they began to want to get pointers on alchemy. If all the problems that they had accumulated over the years could be solved, it could be said to be an earth-shattering change for the 3 of them. Their attainments in alchemy would definitely take a qualitative leap. In the next 2 days, Jiang Qin did not find it troublesome. He guided them one by one, just like how he had guided the everlasting pavilion before. During these 2 days, people could often be heard screaming, cheering, and howling in Jiang Qin's residence. Feng Wei saw with his own eyes the 3 powerful Earth Source realm elders of the Purple Pill Pavilion. From time to time, they would jump 3 feet high like a child and shout excitedly. Feng Wei could understand that feeling. Previously, when Jiang Qin helped him with the scorching sun finger, he was also like this. The 3 old guys were now extremely excited. Under Jiang Qin's guidance, they often felt enlightened. After 2 days, the 3 of them were all in high spirits, looking 10 years younger. A god. Master really is a god. He's solved all my problems. I feel like my alchemy skills are going to make a huge leap. This enlightenment will be a great help to my cultivation. If nothing goes wrong, I'll be able to reach the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in half a month at most. This is fantastic. That's right. Master is omniscient. His attainments in alchemy have already reached the point of perfection. Our questions can always be answered by Master. This is a true alchemy master. I swear that I'll definitely learn alchemy from Master in the future. Although I've lived for most of my life, everything I've learned is nothing compared to Master. No, I can't even buy skin. There's just too much for me to learn. The three of them were filled with emotion. To outsiders, their words sounded like they were flattering Jiang Qin, but in their hearts, it was not flattery at all. They were words from the bottom of their hearts. They could not even think of any better words to express their feelings, but these words were far from enough to express the respect and worship they had for Jiang Qin. Feng Wei also admired and respected Jiang Qin. He had truly witnessed Jiang Qin's abilities and finally understood why his grandfather had taken Jiang Qin as his master. With such world-shaking alchemy skills, even the pavilion master of the Purple Pill Pavilion would not be able to help but take Jiang Qin as his master. Alright, go back and comprehend it. I still have matters to attend to today. Jiang Qin said. Alright, we're going. Feng Tianhua and the other two cupped their fists at Jiang Qin and left. The three of them had obtained great benefits and needed time to go back and digest them. Even if Jiang Qin did not let them go, they could not wait any longer. After Feng Tianhua and the other three left, Jiang Qin left the martial pavilion with De Huang, who could not wait any longer, and headed in the direction of the Divine Martial Villa. The Divine Martial Villa was located in the southeast corner of the Divine Martial City. The place was extremely remote and uninhabited. Such a place could be said to have left the Divine Martial City. However, this did not affect the prestige of the Divine Martial Villa. Everyone knew that the owner of the Divine Martial Villa was the young city lord of the Divine Martial City, Xie Ting. Although this place was remote, it was an extremely noble and luxurious place in the Divine Martial City. One could not enter this place just by having money. If one wanted to enter the Divine Martial Villa, one must have a high status. Today, the Divine Martial Villa was destined to be very lively. It was the birthday of the young city lord, and it was a gathering place for the young talents of the Divine Martial City. Early in the morning, the Divine Martial Villa was bustling with activity. Countless servants and maids came and went. The guards of the Divine Martial Villa almost surrounded the entire villa. Everyone knew that the city lord of the Divine Martial City was a heavenly source expert. Even within the Martial Pavilion, only a few pavilion masters could speak to him as an equal. Furthermore, the city lord only had a single son. From this, one could see Xie Ting's status and identity in the Divine Martial City. Within the Martial Pavilion, no one dared to provoke him. With such a backer, no matter where he went, he would naturally be able to do whatever he wanted. Jiang Qin had also learned about the Divine Martial City from the Martial Pavilion. He knew that in addition to the Martial Pavilion and the City Lord's residence, there was another major force in the Divine Martial City, and that was the Yun residence. The Martial Pavilion was the leader of the humans in the Crimson East region. Whether it was the City Lord's residence or the Yun residence, they had to give the Martial Pavilion face. In other words, if something big happened, such as a war with the Winged People, the City Lord's residence and the Yun residence would have to listen to the Martial Pavilion's arrangements. The relationship between the City Lord's residence and the Yun residence was relatively harmonious. The environment in the Crimson East region was different from where Jiang Qin was previously. Due to the pressure from the Winged People, there were very few internal conflicts among the humans. This kind of atmosphere was relatively rare. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had arrived relatively early. When they arrived at the Divine Martial Villa, it was just after dawn. Many of the distinguished guests had not arrived yet, so they were probably the first batch. In front of the mighty gate of the Divine Martial Villa, a row of guards in battle armor stood majestically with long spears in their hands. These guards were all experts at the Unity Origin realm. They were elites nurtured by the City Lord's residence and had experienced hundreds of battles. Every one of them was an expert among experts. Today, they had been sent to guard the Divine Martial Villa, which showed how much the City Lord valued his son. In the Crimson East region, the conflict between the humans and the Winged People was too intense. Even in the divine martial city, the winged people were everywhere. Today, the security measures had to be done well. If the winged people were to sneak in and take advantage of a loophole, the consequences would be unimaginable. It should be known that some of the winged people looked exactly like humans without their wings. Unless an expert could distinguish them by their aura, it would be very difficult for ordinary people to tell whether they were winged people or not. Therefore, the security measures had to be done well. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog swaggered to the gate of the divine martial villa, but they were stopped by the guards. "Stop!" a burly man shouted. "Damn it! Why are you shouting so loudly? You scared this Lord Dog." De Huang Dog bared his teeth and glared at the guard. "What are you doing here? Do you have an invitation?" the guard asked. "Invitation?" Chapter 4009. You don't have an invitation. Why are you here if you don't have one? This is the divine martial manor. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. This is a place of great wealth. Today is our young master's birthday party, and all the famous youths of the divine martial city have been invited. Look at how poor you are. Hurry up and leave. Don't be an eyesore here. When the guard heard that Jiang Chen didn't have an invitation, his words immediately became sharp and unkind. He really didn't give Jiang Chen any face at all. His words were as ugly as they could be. Jiang Chen was stunned. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he almost burst out laughing. Poor and shabby. Did he look that poor? Go tell your young master that Jiang Chen has come, but he doesn't have an invitation. Jiang Chen said. Although he was a little angry, he still wanted to save some face for Xia Ting. Brat, who do you think you are? You don't have the right to enter the divine martial manor without an invitation. Hurry up and leave. Don't delay the important event of the divine martial manor today. The bulky man was extremely arrogant. He looked down on Jiang Chen from head to toe. How could a person without an invitation be so arrogant? Moreover, even if you have an invitation, you can't enter. You can't bring animals into the divine martial manor. Another bulky man walked over. He was quite strong, having already reached the fourth heavenly layer of the origin realm. He was an elite guard of the city lord's estate. Who are you calling an animal? As expected, this word immediately angered De Huang Dog, who was about to explode. De Huang Dog bared his teeth and glared at the bulky man. De Huang clearly remembered that 2 days ago, it was Xia Ting who had gone to Jiang Chen's residence to invite Jiang Chen to the divine martial manor. Xia Ting had called Jiang Chen teacher in a very intimate manner. In the end, because of an invitation, Jiang Chen had been humiliated and called poor. De Huang Dog was about to explode, but this bastard had said that animals couldn't enter. How could the mighty De Huang Dog endure such humiliation? You dog, are you not an animal? What kind of place was the divine martial manor? How could a dog be allowed in? Hurry up and get lost, don't be an eyesore here. If you don't get lost, don't blame us for being impolite. Today is the young master's big day, we don't want to fight here. The leading guard was extremely arrogant. Of course, as an elite guard of the city lord's estate, he had the right to be arrogant. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the fourth heavenly layer of the unity origin realm, so he had unknowingly placed himself in a very high position. Go to hell. How could De Huang Dog tolerate such humiliation? If you don't want to make a move, Lord Dog won't even give you the chance to make a move. De Huang Dog's majestic body leapt out like a bolt of lightning, slamming into the chest of the fourth heavenly layer unity realm guard. The guard, who had been extremely arrogant just a moment ago, didn't even have a chance to react. He let out an anguished wail as his entire body was sent flying. The guard was sent flying over 30 meters away. He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The remaining guards were dumbfounded. Their gazes towards Big Yellow were filled with shock. A fourth heavenly layer unity origin expert had actually been so weak before this dog. He had been finished off like a piece of rotten wood. He did not even have the chance to resist. Boom! However, in the next moment, the guards unleashed their auras one by one. Every single one of them was furious, and with a swoosh, they surrounded Jiang Qin and the Huang dog. Where did these ignorant fools come from? How dare they cause trouble in the divine martial manner? A man shouted out loudly. Although Big Yellow had displayed an extremely powerful strength, it wasn't a reason for them to retreat. Their main mission was to protect the divine martial manor, and ensure that nothing bad would happen to this place. Now that someone had come here to cause trouble, they obviously couldn't just stand there and watch. Moreover, these guards weren't afraid at all. They had the city lord's estate behind them. In the entire Crimson East region, there was probably no one who had the courage to cause trouble in the divine martial manor. It's you who are ignorant and have provoked this master dog. This master dog will properly teach you all a lesson today. The Huang dog possessed extraordinary might. Waves of qi surged from his body as he charged out once again with his majestic body. The Huang dog turned into a streak of golden light as he charged back and forth. The guards didn't even have a chance to react. A series of anguished wails rang out as all the guards were sent flying. They were sent flying over 30 meters away. However, they were all scattered on the ground in front of the entrance of the divine martial manor. Some had fainted on the spot, while others were howling in pain on the ground. Gagaga, for God's sake, you dare to be rude to this master dog. This is a lesson. The Huang dog cackled with boundless arrogance. The Huang dog was probably the first person who dared to injure people in the divine martial manor. Jiang Chen stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't move at all and didn't intend to step forward to stop them. These ignorant guys were really asking for a beating. Even if the Huang dog didn't attack, he couldn't help but attack. At this moment, there were already people coming and going to the divine martial manor. Many of them were the young geniuses of the divine martial city. There were many forces in the divine martial city. For example, the city lord's estate and the Yun mansion had many young geniuses who didn't enter the martial pavilion to cultivate. They had many cultivation resources themselves. Some of them went to the martial pavilion to gain experience and make friends with the martial pavilion. Moreover, although Jiang Qin was famous in the martial pavilion, there were still many people who hadn't seen him before. For example, the people who appeared now didn't know Jiang Qin. Look, someone dares to attack in the divine martial manor. Who is this guy? He's so arrogant. He's really not afraid of death. What kind of place is the divine martial manor? He must be tired of living to injure people here. He's blind. Today is Xie Ting's birthday. Even the divine martial guards of the city lord's estate have come on such an important day. This guy allowed his dog to injure the divine martial guards. I'm afraid the consequences won't be good. 4 or 5 young people laughed and watched the show with great interest. The commotion outside the gate of the divine martial manor quickly caused a great commotion. A large number of people began to walk out of the manor. Most of them were servants and maids who worked here. There were even more divine martial guards. Because today was a relatively important day, many divine martial guards had come. It could be said that there were as many experts as there were clouds. One of the captains of the divine martial guards, Kong Ming, wore a battle armor and looked majestic. His cultivation was powerful, having already reached the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. The battle in the divine martial manor had directly alarmed him. Outside the gate, with Kong Ming at the head, several dozen divine martial guards stood in front of Jiang Qin and a Huang dog in a furious manner. Hey, this aura is very intimidating. Let that kid Xia Ting come out. De Huang dog shouted. Stupid dog, are you the one to shout our young master's name? Chapter 40:10. The divine guards were ready to fight. Captain Kong Ming looked at the divine guards who were wailing on the ground. His face instantly turned gloomy. He raised his arm and waved. Voila! Dozens of divine guards understood and surrounded Jiang Qin and De Huang dog tightly. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. It seemed that they wanted to eat Jiang Qin alive. It seems that I shouldn't have come to the divine martial villa. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. You shouldn't have come. After all, this is not a place that anyone can come to. However, since you have come and injured the divine guards, don't think of leaving so easily. Kong Ming said indifferently. Who is this guy? He looks like a stranger. Is there such a crazy person in the divine martial city? I've never seen him before. He doesn't even have an invitation. How big of a character can he be? He's not even in Xia Ting's invitation list. He must be trying to find some sense of existence in the divine martial villa, but he was stopped by the divine guards. However, this guy is really arrogant. Or rather, he doesn't know what's good for him. He dared to injure the divine guards. How dare he? The divine guards are the symbol of the city lord. He must be dreaming if he wants to leave unscathed after injuring them. Some people were pointing and mocking Jiang Qin. Because Jiang Qin and Big Yellow had arrived early, the geniuses of the martial pavilion hadn't arrived yet. Even Xia Ting himself hadn't arrived yet. As for Jiang Qin, he had never appeared in any other places in the divine martial city apart from the martial pavilion. Therefore, it was normal for no one to recognize him. If someone recognized Jiang Qin's identity, they would definitely rush to stop the divine guards. This was the person that Xia Ting wanted to curry favor with. If Xia Ting knew that the divine guards dared to stop Jiang Qin, he would definitely be furious. Little Chenzi, do you want to fight them? These guys look like they need a beating. De Huang dog shook his head and said without any hesitation. Damn dog, what did you say? A divine guard shouted. Lord Dog said that you deserve a beating. De Huang dog glared at the man, and it looked like he was going to hit him if he didn't agree. Boom! Waves of anger were released from the bodies of these divine martial guards. As long as Kong Ming gave the order, the divine martial guards would rush forward without mercy. De Huang! Jiang Qin shouted, indicating for De Huang to stop. He didn't want to have an unpleasant relationship with the city lord mansion. After all, these divine martial guards didn't know about his relationship with Xia Ting. I won't be attending today's gathering. Goodbye. Jiang Qin said to Kong Ming before turning around to leave. Stop right there. Kong Ming shouted, Brat, where do you think this is? You think you can come and go as you please? No one can leave so easily after injuring a divine martial guard. What do you want? Jiang Qin turned around, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile. I'll give you two choices. First, leave behind your legs and your dog. We'll use them to make soup. Second, leave behind 100,000 second-grade origin stones as compensation for the loss of our brothers. We'll let you leave safely. Kong Ming said. As soon as he finished speaking, De Huang dog howled and leapt out. If it weren't for Jiang Qin's quick reaction, grabbing onto De Huang dog's tail, a huge battle would have immediately begun. Fuck you. You dare to eat this lord dog? Take a look at your own teeth first. De Huang dog howled. It seemed like he wanted to tear down the divine martial manor to vent his anger. Don't be impatient. There will be a chance for you to vent your anger. Jiang Qin said indifferently, comforting De Huang. He wasn't afraid of Kong Ming at all. If Jiang Chen went all out, even Kong Ming, who was at the 8th layer of the Unity Origin realm, wouldn't be a match for him. Kong Ming's two conditions were extremely excessive. Needless to say, the first condition was almost impossible, and the second condition was also excessive. One had to know that it was almost impossible for ordinary Unity Origin cultivators, especially those at the lower levels of the Unity Origin realm, to take out 100,000 second-grade Origin stones. Origin stones had to be used up on a daily basis. An ordinary cultivator would only have a few Origin stones left to support their cultivation. Even if they did have some left, it wouldn't be a lot. This was also why cultivators had to work hard for Origin stones their entire lives. This brat has hit an iron wall this time. How can an ordinary person take out 100,000 second-grade Origin stones? What do you think the Divine Martial Guard is? How can he not pay a price for beating up a Divine Martial Guard? I'd like to see how this brat, who dares to injure a Divine Martial Guard, will settle today's matter. The onlookers began to increase. They were all here to watch a good show. They all wanted to see how the man and dog before them would deal with the two extremely excessive conditions that Kong Ming had proposed. Kong Ming had a complacent smile on his face. He looked at Jiang Chen, waiting for Jiang Chen to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen flipped his palm and a green interspatial ring appeared in his hand. He casually threw the ring to Kong Ming. Here are 100,000 second-grade Origin stones. Jiang Chen said. After that, he turned around and left with De Huang Dog. He casually threw 100,000 as if nothing had happened. His calmness stunned everyone present. Kong Ming was stunned on the spot. With a thought, he found that there were indeed 100,000 second-grade Origin stones in the interspatial ring. Not one more, not one less. This is bad. Kong Ming stamped his foot and thought, this is bad. As an expert of the 8th firmament of the Unity Origin realm and the captain of the Divine Martial Guard, he naturally knew more than ordinary people. Among all the Unity Origin realm experts in the entire Divine Martial City, how many people could casually take out 100,000 second-grade Origin stones without any hesitation? It wasn't that there weren't such people, but they were definitely big shots. At the very least, they were big shots that a captain like him couldn't afford to offend. Who is this person? He casually took out 100,000 second-grade Origin stones. That's amazing. He's hiding his strength well. A person like that shouldn't have an invitation letter. That's amazing. 100,000 second-grade Origin stones. He threw it away like trash. He's definitely not an ordinary person. Everyone's expression changed. Even the members of the Divine Martial Guard were dumbfounded. They all lowered their heads and didn't say anything. A 100,000 second-grade Origin stones seemed like a great deal, but in reality, they were very nervous because they might have offended someone they shouldn't have offended. The Huang Dog, who had already walked far away, was still mumbling, "Damn it, this Lord Dog is going to die from anger. Who does this Ye Ting think he is? And you, why did you swallow your anger and give them 100,000 second-grade Origin stones? This Lord Dog is going to die from anger. Don't be angry. Anger is harmful to the body." Xie Ting probably forgot about the invitation. There's no need for us to make things difficult for the city lord over such a small matter. Moreover, you didn't lose anything. As for the 100,000 second-grade Origin stones, do you think that bastard has the guts to accept my Origin stones? Jiang Chen laughed. Chapter 40:11. After Jiang Chen left, Kong Ming felt uneasy. He kept thinking about Jiang Chen's identity. He couldn't guess it, but he had a bad premonition. Anyone who could take out 100,000 second-grade Origin stones was definitely not an ordinary person. Captain, we've made a profit this time. 100,000 second-grade origin stones. A hot-headed guard came in front of Kong Ming and said with a cheeky smile. Paw! Kong Ming was so angry that he swung a slap at him. Captain, why did you hit me? The guard felt extremely wronged. He didn't know what he had said wrong. 100,000 grade 2 origin stones was already a huge profit. The guards who had been injured were all superficial wounds, so they weren't serious at all. 100,000 grade 2 origin stones was still a profit no matter what. Wake him up for me. Kong Ming pointed at the guard who had been knocked out by De Huang Dog and said. The guard who had been slapped responded with an "Oh." He came in front of the guard and injected a stream of origin chi into the guard's body. The guard howled and woke up. He was an expert at the fourth heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Although he had been knocked out, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. After waking up and seeing Kong Ming, he hurriedly got up. Captain, we can't let that brat go, especially that dog. If I don't rip his ass off, I won't be able to vent my anger. The guard gnashed his teeth and complained to Kong Ming. All right, let me ask you. Did that person tell you where he came from? Kong Ming asked impatiently. No, he only said that he was called Jiang Qin. The guard thought for a while and only remembered this. What's wrong, Captain? Is there a problem? All right, continue with your work. Kong Ming waved his hand. He was very upset and didn't want to talk much. He could only pray that Jiang Qin wasn't some big shot. If he was, he might have kicked an iron plate today. However, when Jiang Qin came, he did not bring an invitation letter. This was the most gratifying thing for Kong Ming. Without an invitation letter, it meant that he was not invited by the young master. As long as he was not invited by the young master, there would be no problem. No matter how high his status was, the city lord's mansion was not afraid. Even so, Kong Ming still felt very uneasy. As time passed, more and more people arrived at the Divine Martial Mountain Villa. The first batch consisted of young talents from the Divine Martial City, sons of wealthy merchants, and geniuses from the Yun clan. Soon after, many geniuses from the Martial Pavilion also arrived. Most of them were people who had a good personal relationship with Xia Ting in the Martial Pavilion and were invited by Xia Ting. Xia Ting had invited so many young talents, the top figures of the younger generation, not only for his birthday, but also for a bigger purpose, which was to introduce Jiang Chen to others. He wanted to place Jiang Chen's position in a very high position, and truly close the relationship between him and Jiang Qin. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Jiang Qin, he could often seek guidance from Jiang Qin in the future, which was absolutely beneficial to his cultivation. After a while, the Divine Martial Mountain Villa became really lively. Almost all the people who should come had arrived. Xia Ting, who was wearing an azure robe, was handsome, elegant, and had an imposing appearance. No matter where he went, he would be the center of attention. The public square of the Divine Martial Mountain Villa was full of guests. Those who could come here were all people with a high status in the Divine Martial City, and they were people who could be seen in public. Xia Ting, who was glowing, was pacing back and forth, looking outside from time to time. Seeing that the banquet was about to start, he looked unhappy. Young master, almost everyone has arrived. Do you want to say a few words? Kong Ming came to Xia Ting's side and said. At this moment, Kong Ming had almost forgotten about Jiang Qin. Wait a little longer. Xia Ting frowned. Senior Xia, is there anyone else? A disciple in the Martial Pavilion who was on good terms with Xia Ting couldn't help but ask. This person was the one who had helped Xia Ting look after Jiang Qin in the Qingyuan Thunderbolt Pool. I invited teacher, and he should be here by now. Xia Ting said. So Senior Xia invited Senior Jiang Qin. It would be great if Senior Jiang Qin could come, the disciple said. When he thought of Jiang Qin, his attitude and tone changed, and his eyes flickered with admiration and worship. Boom, the name Jiang Qin suddenly sounded again. Kong Ming only felt a bang in his head, as if he had been struck by lightning. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yes, it can't be such a coincidence. The Jiang Qin mentioned by the disciple must be the Jiang Qin who came before. It turned out that he was an important guest invited by young master. He had made a big mistake. Young master clearly wanted to wait for Jiang Qin to come before he was willing to start the banquet, which showed the importance of Jiang Qin. Moreover, when the disciple next to him kicked Jiang Qin, his tone was full of admiration. Young master, Jiang Qin has already been here. Kong Ming said, shivering. Been here? Where is he? Did he receive any good treatment? Xia Ting's eyes lit up, and his face was full of joy. The fact that Jiang Qin could come was what he had been looking forward to the most. Kong Ming's face was ugly, with bruises all over. He didn't know what to say. What's going on? Say it. Xia Ting scolded. Young master, we didn't know that Jiang Qin was an important guest invited by you, so, Kong Ming gathered his courage and didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. He told Xia Ting everything that had happened outside the Divine Martial Mountain Villa in full detail. After hearing Kong Ming's words, Xia Ting felt like the world was spinning. He staggered and almost fell on his butt. Young master, you didn't give us any special instructions. Moreover, that Jiang Qin didn't have an invitation, so there was a misunderstanding. Kong Ming also had an innocent look on his face. If he had known that Jiang Qin was an important guest invited by Xia Ting, he wouldn't have dared to be rude to Jiang Qin even if he was 100 times more courageous. Xia Ting slapped his forehead. He had actually forgotten to give Jiang Qin an invitation. This was also an oversight. The invitation had been sent out a long time ago, and Jiang Qin hadn't come out of seclusion. Xia Ting had only gone to personally invite him 2 days ago, so he had forgotten to bring the invitation. However, this bunch of good-for-nothings were too reckless. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Where are the 100,000 Grade 2 origin stones? Xia Ting yelled loudly and kicked Kong Ming far away. Kong Ming hurriedly took out his universe ring and respectfully handed it over to Xia Ting. Bastard, you even dare to take teacher's origin stones. I can't even give them away. Xia Ting said bitterly. The divine martial guards also walked over, all of them silent out of fear. If Xia Ting lost his temper, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Kong Ming, immediately come with me to apologize to teacher. If teacher doesn't forgive you, I will take your head. Xia Ting said unhappily. Yes. Kong Ming was so scared that his forehead was covered in sweat. He knew that he had gotten into trouble the moment Jiang Qin had casually taken out the 100,000 Grade 2 origin stones. Chapter 40:12. Xia Ting was infuriated. He had managed to invite an expert with great difficulty, but he had angered him away just like that. He had even accepted 100,000 Grade 2 origin stones. This was simply outrageous. Xia Ting was not in the mood to continue celebrating his birthday. He brought Kong Ming with him and directly walked out of the Divine Martial Manor. Young master, today's gathering. Another person walked over and said while trembling with fear. He didn't even dare to raise his voice when he saw Xia Ting's anger. What gathering? What gathering? Disperse, Xia Ting said in a bad mood. Xia Ting said in a bad mood. His esteemed guest had left because of his anger, so what was the point of gathering? Everyone should just go back to where they came from. Right now, all he wanted to do was to apologize to Jiang Qin and ask for his forgiveness. Everything else had been thrown to the back of his mind. Kong Ming followed behind Xia Ting, not even daring to breathe too loudly. He was a captain of the divine martial guards at the 8th heavenly layer, yet he was acting like a child who had done something wrong. He was extremely nervous. He knew all too well how he had treated Jiang Qin before. If Jiang Qin was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, then he, Kong Ming, would be done for. The young master would definitely not forgive him. At that time, not only would he lose his position as captain, but it would also be good if he could keep his head. The martial pavilion, the purple pill pavilion, where Jiang Qin resided. Jiang Qin sat leisurely on a rattan chair with his legs crossed. His eyes were closed as he hummed a little tune. He looked very uneasy. To the side, the Huang dog was rather anxious and depressed. He paced back and forth, cursing from time to time. When he thought of the humiliation he had suffered in the divine martial manner, he couldn't help but smash his head against a rock. De Huang, can't you calm down a bit? The decorations here have all been smashed by you. Can't you be a little more careful? Jiang Qin said in a bad mood. Tui, what the hell is the divine martial manner? You should have just let Grandpa Dog fight it out with them. The Huang dog was extremely furious. When he thought of what had happened in the divine martial manner, he couldn't even sit still. Just you wait. Someone will come and help you vent your anger. Jiang Qin rested his hands on the back of his head. He crossed his legs and continued to rest with his eyes closed. Sure enough, not long after, someone knocked on the door. Who? The Huang dog shouted angrily. It's me, Xia Ting. Is teacher around? Xia Ting's voice came from outside the door. It was obvious that his voice was a little weak. Come in, the door isn't locked. Jiang Qin said lightly. Creak. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Xia Ting walked in with Kong Ming, who was looking at the road with his head lowered. For God's sake, you two still have the nerve to come here. The Huang dog didn't have such a good temper. He didn't give a straight face. It's my fault, it's my fault. I didn't do a good job. Xia Ting continuously blamed himself as he smiled at the Huang dog. Then, Xia Ting walked in front of Jiang Qin, cupped his fists, and said, Teacher, it's my fault for forgetting to give teacher an invitation. It's also my fault that my subordinates didn't have good eyesight and offended teacher. Here are 200,000 second-grade origin stones. Apart from the 100,000 for you, the other 100,000 is my apology to teacher. Xia Ting took out a universe ring and handed it to Jiang Qin. Kong Ming, who was standing to the side, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. Even if Jiang Qin didn't forgive him, just throwing out 100,000 second-grade origin stones for no reason was already his fault. Jiang Qin didn't stand on ceremony. He slowly put away the universe ring. This Xia Ting really knew how to handle things. His attitude towards Jiang Qin was extremely respectful, and he even took out 100,000 second-grade origin stones as compensation. Jiang Qin wasn't a petty person. If he continued to be angry, it would seem like he didn't have a magnanimous heart. After all, Xia Ting kept calling him teacher. I'm fine, but my brother was humiliated, and he's still angry. Jiang Qin laughed as he pointed at the Huang dog. When he saw the Huang dog, Kong Ming almost fainted. He had experienced this dog's temper before. It was simply too difficult to provoke. He originally thought that this dog was just a pet beast that Jiang Qin kept. He never expected that Jiang Qin would actually call him brother. Xia Ting chuckled and walked in front of the Huang dog. Since he was Jiang Qin's brother, his status was naturally different. Xia Ting didn't dare to slight him. What are you laughing at? The Huang dog glared at Xia Ting. He didn't have a good temper like Jiang Qin. Kong Ming, hurry up and apologize to Brother De Huang. Xia Ting scolded Kong Ming. Kong Ming didn't have the arrogant attitude of a team leader anymore. He hurriedly came in front of Big Yellow and bowed. Brother Big Yellow, it's my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai and offending you. Please forgive me. Serve me a cup of tea. The Huang dog plopped down on a stone stool and demanded arrogantly. Sure. Kong Ming ran away quickly. If serving him a cup of tea could solve the problem, he was more than willing to serve the Huang dog for 3 days straight. Kong Ming rushed into the room as fast as he could. Moments later, he returned with a cup of steaming hot tea and respectfully served it to De Huang dog. Brother De Huang, please have some tea. Kong Ming felt depressed in his heart. He probably didn't expect that he would serve tea to a dog in his life. Moreover, he was so polite and didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. And, seeing that you are sincere in admitting your mistake, Master Dog will be magnanimous and forgive you. The Huang dog was proud of himself. He felt that he had saved his face and was extremely satisfied. He raised his paw and picked up the cup of tea, taking 2 sips in a dignified manner. Although the Huang dog was hot-tempered, he wasn't a troublemaker. He had to leave some face for Jiang Qin. Moreover, Jiang Qin was the young city lord of the divine martial city. Since Jiang Qin had brought his subordinates to apologize, it would be too much if he didn't give him face. Seeing this, Kong Ming heaved a sigh of relief. This matter was clear. His head was saved. As for his position as a team leader, it would depend on his young master's mood. Kong Ming, you can go back. Xia Ting waved his hand at Kong Ming. Yes, young master. Kong Ming was overjoyed. He cupped his fists at Jiang Qin and the Huang dog, then turned around and left. His young master only told him to go back. He didn't say anything else. This meant that he didn't have any intention of punishing him. His position as a team leader was saved. To Kong Ming, this result couldn't be better. It was as if he had been reborn. In the courtyard, Xia Ting was too embarrassed to continue inviting Jiang Qin to attend the banquet. Moreover, the banquet had already been dismissed by Xia Ting. Xia Ting, the blocked meridians in your body have been unblocked, right? Jiang Qin looked at Xia Ting and said. Hearing this, Xia Ting immediately became excited. He knew that Jiang Qin was going to give him pointers again. This was something he had been dreaming of. Previously, in the Qingyuan Thunder Pool, Jiang Qin's pointers were like divine help. He wanted to get pointers from Jiang Qin for the second time. Chapter 40:13. I've done it. I've done it after Master's guidance, and I've successfully reached the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. Xia Ting hurriedly said. His words were filled with indescribable joy. Very good. Xia Ting, your talent is not bad. Your future achievements will be far greater than this. The small Crimson East region will not be able to trap you. Jiang Qin said. This was not a compliment. Xia Ting was indeed the most talented person he had seen after coming to the eternal world. If there was another person, it would be Qin Yiren, who he had fought once before. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Xia Ting was overjoyed. He believed in Jiang Qin's judgment. Since Jiang Qin said that he could do it, it would naturally not be bad. To put it bluntly, Jiang Qin's words had increased Xia Ting's confidence on the path of cultivation by many times. You, Jiang Qin, show me everything you've learned in your life. Jiang Qin said. Okay. Xia Ting was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had been waiting for Jiang Qin to say this. Ever since Jiang Qin had guided him, he had always dreamed of this day. Even though he had extraordinary talent, he had encountered many problems in his cultivation. Whether it was his cultivation method or battle skill, he would always encounter some bottlenecks or problems. There were some problems that even his father, who was at the heavenly origin realm, could not answer. If Jiang Qin could help him solve half of the problems, his cultivation would definitely reach a new height. If he could solve all of the problems, he was confident that he could reach the 8th heavenly layer of the unity origin realm within a month. Without the slightest delay, Xia Ting wasn't afraid of exposing what he had learned in his lifetime. He also believed that what he had learned was nothing in Jiang Qin's eyes. Jiang Qin wouldn't even be interested in it. Hoo. Inside the courtyard, a strong gust of wind was blowing, and the origin force was rolling. Xia Ting didn't hide anything, he unleashed his martial arts, battle skills, and battle weapons, bit by bit. What happened next truly shocked Xia Ting. This was because after Xia Ting displayed what he had learned, before he could say a word, Jiang Qin had already pointed out all of his shortcomings. Not only that, after Jiang Qin pointed out the shortcomings, he also pointed out to Xia Ting how to make it more perfect. Xia Ting was dumbfounded. At this moment, he was truly enlightened. The shock in his heart was no less than those from the everlasting pavilion. Master is truly a godly person. Xia Ting was completely impressed. He couldn't help but be impressed. He was simply a god. Xia Ting practiced according to Jiang Qin's instructions on the spot. Just like what Jiang Qin had said, Xia Ting was extremely talented. He was 2 levels higher than Fu Qinglai. After practicing according to Jiang Qin's instructions, his cultivation base reached the peak of the 7th heavenly layer in a short amount of time. He was only a step away from the 8th heavenly layer. Such a great improvement made Xia Ting overjoyed. In his opinion, it was like a dream. It was so unreal. In fact, this was normal. The most difficult thing for cultivators was comprehension. Once they comprehended something, their potential would be stimulated. Their conditions would increase, so it was normal for their cultivation base to improve on the spot. Unknowingly, the sky had already darkened. Xia Ting had been studying here for almost an entire day. When he retracted his aura, he only felt that his entire body was refreshed and indescribably comfortable. The increase in his cultivation made him appear even more confident and calm. He was too powerful. He had never seen such a terrifying person before. Xia Ting gave a deep bow to Jiang Qin. Xia Ting will never forget Master's kindness. If it was said that Jiang Qin's guidance in the Qingyuan lightning pool had made Xia Ting feel that Jiang Qin was lucky, but now, Xia Ting's admiration for Jiang Qin had seeped deep into his bones. He had never admired someone so much in his life. In Xia Ting's heart, although Jiang Qin's cultivation base wasn't high, his knowledge was too powerful. It couldn't be described as human. He had seen several heavenly origin experts, but their bearing and knowledge were on a completely different level compared to Jiang Qin. Xia Ting had no doubt that even a Star Lord would have to call Jiang Qin master if he stood before him. He was so lucky to be able to learn from someone like Jiang Qin. If he could continue to learn from Jiang Qin in the future, it would be the greatest honor of his life. His future achievements would definitely be limitless. Xia Ting's greatest wish in this life was to reach the heavenly origin realm and become a powerful figure like his father. But now, Jiang Qin had made him set his sights even further. He could no longer limit himself to the small Scarlet East region. He even felt that he had the hope of becoming a Star Lord in this life. The way of cultivation still depends on yourself. You must not be arrogant or rash, and you must not be impatient. I can only guide you, but how far you can go still depends on yourself. Jiang Qin said. Xia Ting understands. I will not disappoint Master's hopes. Xia Ting said respectfully. Okay, you can go now. Jiang Chen waved his hand, indicating that Xia Ting could leave. Oh right, Master, there's one thing. Xia Ting suddenly thought of something just as he turned around. What is it? Jiang Chen said. I heard that there was a strange phenomenon in the Chiliang Mountain not long ago. I plan to invite some people to go to the Chiliang Mountain for training in 3 days. I wonder if Master would be interested. Would you like to come along? Xia Ting said. Chiliang Mountain. Jiang Chen frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. It seems that Master doesn't know about the Chiliang Mountain. The Chiliang Mountain is the largest mountain in the Crimson East region. Demonic beasts roam freely inside, and it is extremely dangerous. However, there are also many treasures inside. Usually, we will go there to train when we have nothing to do. However, it is different this time. Because of the strange phenomenon in the Chiliang Mountain, I heard that many winged men have also gone there. You also know that in the Crimson East region, the human race and the winged men are archenemies. Both of us want to destroy the other and dominate the Crimson East region. When the disciples of the Martial Pavilion go out to train, they are also rewarded. If they can kill the winged men in return, the Martial Pavilion will directly reward them. Xia Ting said. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard that. The Huang dog, who was napping on the stone block, jumped up with a swoosh and his eyes lit up. All right, I'll go with you. Jiang Chen agreed to it almost without any consideration. The Martial Pavilion was too peaceful, and he and the Huang dog had long been bored to death. Not to mention the strange noise that occurred on the Crimson Ridge Mountain, just the appearance of the winged man had already piqued Jiang Chen's interest. Chapter 40:14. Great, that's great. Then teacher, let's set off in 3 days and gather outside the Martial Pavilion. Xia Ting was overjoyed. He was looking forward to any opportunity to come into contact with Jiang Chen. That way, he would be able to receive Jiang Chen's guidance at any time. In Xia Ting's heart, Jiang Chen's guidance was more important than anything else. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, at the foot of the Martial Pavilion Mountain, 5 or 6 young men gathered together. Every single one of them was filled with arrogance. They were all young, but their cultivations were extremely powerful. Even the weakest among them was at the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm, and there were only 2 of them at the 7th heavenly layer. 3 of them were at the 8th heavenly layer, and the most powerful one was actually at the 9th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. He was truly terrifying. However, the leader of the 6 was not a 9th heavenly layer Unity Origin Realm young man, but a handsome, blue-clothed young man at the 8th heavenly layer. The blue-clothed young man was none other than Xia Ting. Ever since he had received guidance from Jiang Chen 3 days ago, he had broken through again in just 3 days, reaching the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin Realm. His talent was truly praiseworthy. With Xia Ting's identity and status, he was obviously the leader. Even the 9th heavenly layer Unity Origin Realm young man had to follow Xia Ting. Let alone the 9th heavenly layer, as long as Xia Ting was willing, he could follow a large group of earthly origin realm experts. Senior brother Xia is so powerful. He's actually broken through again. If I remember correctly, it hasn't been that long since senior brother Xia went from the 6th heavenly layer to the 7th heavenly layer, right? Yeah, that's just too ridiculous. He's broken through way too quickly. It's like he's drinking water. This is talent. Senior brother Xia is a true genius. He can't be judged by the standards of ordinary people. How many geniuses like senior brother Xia are there in the entire Martial Pavilion? Words of flattery could be heard, but Xia Ting only smiled faintly. He had heard too much of this kind of flattery. Plus, he knew his own capabilities very well. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's guidance, he would still be stuck at the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He wouldn't have been able to unblock the blocked meridians in such a short time because of his impatience. "Ah Ting, can we go now?" His name was Zhang Qing, and he was also a proud and arrogant person. He wasn't someone who would flatter others, but he had a good relationship with Xia Ting. "Brother Qing, there's no hurry. I'm still waiting for someone." Xia Ting smiled and patted Zhang Qing's shoulder. The relationship between the two was obviously different from others. "Who is this? He's so arrogant to actually make Senior Xia wait here." "That's right. There hasn't been anyone in the Martial Pavilion who dares to make Senior Xia wait, right?" The two disciples at the 7th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm said. Obviously, they were getting impatient. "The person I'm waiting for is my teacher. When my teacher arrives, you must be polite to him." Xia Ting specially reminded them. "Teacher. Senior Xia, we're a group of disciples this time. We won't bring an elder, right?" someone asked. "Of course not. He's also a disciple of our Martial Pavilion." Xia Ting smiled. A disciple of the Martial Pavilion? Everyone looked at each other. What kind of disciple could make Xia Ting call him teacher? Was there such a person in the Martial Pavilion? Not long after, two figures flew out from the Martial Pavilion and quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain, right in front of the crowd. "Sorry, I'm late." Jiang Chen said to Xia Ting and the others with an indifferent tone. Big Yellow, who stood beside him, was shaking his head with an excited expression. "Jiang Chen." Someone called out, recognizing Jiang Chen. This was not strange. When Jiang Chen fought against the three-eyed panther, he had attracted the attention of many people. At least half of them had seen him before. He's the Jiang Chen who killed the three-eyed panther. He does look extraordinary, but his cultivation seems to only be at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Even if he can kill the three-eyed panther, he can't be much stronger than us. That dog is also at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Won't he be a burden if he follows us? He can't be the teacher that Senior Xia mentioned, right? The few of them were shocked, and their words showed that they didn't think highly of Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. Since Jiang Chen was able to defeat the three-eyed panther, he was barely qualified to join their group, but Big Yellow was just too weak, and they didn't want to bring a burden with them. Of course, they could not tell that Jiang Chen had already reached the peak of the 4th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. He was only a step away from the 5th heavenly layer. As long as Jiang Chen did not reveal his aura, very few people could see through him. "You're not late. I'm very happy that teacher can come. Let's go." Xia Ting smiled. His attitude towards Jiang Chen could not be any more respectful. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought they had heard wrong. What did Senior Xia call him? "I think he's teacher." The teacher that Senior Xia is waiting for is actually him. Why? Why should he be Senior Xia's teacher? That's a little too ridiculous. Who would have thought that the teacher that Xia Ting mentioned was actually Jiang Chen? This scene was simply unbelievable. Even Zhang Qing was stunned. Based on his understanding of Xia Ting, he seemed to only be so respectful towards the sect master of the Martial Pavilion and his own father. Admittedly, Jiang Chen was talented. He had killed the 6th heavenly layer three-eyed panther with a cultivation of the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. It was indeed shocking. There was no one else in the entire Martial Pavilion who could achieve such a feat. However, Jiang Chen was only at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. How could he make Xia Ting call him teacher? Xia Ting was an expert at the 8th heavenly layer of the Unity Origin realm. Before him, Jiang Chen was nothing. "Let me introduce you. This is Jiang Chen, my teacher. The reason why my cultivation has improved so quickly is because of teacher's guidance. This time, teacher will be coming with us to the Chilean mountain. If you can receive some guidance from teacher, you will definitely benefit greatly. Xia Ting introduced solemnly. What? Everyone cried out in surprise. They all looked at Jiang Chen with strange gazes. However, it could be seen that even though Xia Ting had said so, none of them believed him. What a joke. A mere third heavenly layer of the unity origin realm was giving them guidance. Wasn't this just lowering their status? Xia Ting shook his head helplessly. He could naturally tell what they were thinking, but he did not force them. After all, even if they begged Jiang Chen for guidance, Jiang Chen might not necessarily be willing. Since they were going to be together for a period of time in the future, they might as well get to know each other slowly. He believed that it wouldn't take long for them to witness Jiang Chen's strength and frightening strength. At that time, they would have to respectfully call him teacher just like he did. Chapter 40:15. Xia Ting whistled. A black dot rapidly enlarged in the distance, arriving before the group in the blink of an eye. It was a black hawk that was as black as ink. It was huge, 6 meters in length. Screech! The black hawk let out a sharp cry. Waves of air surged around it. A flying demonic beast at the 7th heavenly layer of the unity origin realm was completely obedient to Xia Ting. How mighty! It would be great if I could have a flying demonic beast. Some people sighed, but they also knew that with their status, wanting to obtain a flying demonic beast was really too difficult. Not to mention their own strength, just wanting to tame a wild and unruly black eagle was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Xia Ting was different. He had too many resources. There was nothing in the entire Crimson East region that he could not obtain. It was said that this black hawk was a gift from his father when he came to the martial pavilion to cultivate. How could he compete with them? If he really wanted to compete with them, he would not be able to live anymore. Comparing with others would only make one angry. Master, the mountain path to the Crimson Mountain is quite far. Let the Black Hawk take us there. Xia Ting said. All right. Jiang Chen nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Let's go. Xia Ting waved his hand. The group leapt onto the back of the Black Hawk. The Black Hawk flapped its wings and turned into a streak of black light, disappearing into the sky in an instant. The speed of the Black Eagle was extremely fast, like the wind and lightning. The feeling of roaming freely in the sky fascinated them, and even fascinated them. It's so awesome. I must reach the earthly source realm as soon as possible. Once I reach the earthly source realm, I will be able to control the chi of the world and fly. At that time, I won't need to rely on flying demonic beasts. Just thinking about it is amazing. Someone said. Yeah, I must reach the earthly source realm. Only by reaching the earthly source realm can I be considered a true cultivator. My biggest dream in this life is to be able to soar in the sky with my own strength. The other person also sighed endlessly. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog did not say anything. They understood the dreams and thoughts of these people, because they had also experienced that period of time. That kind of desire, that kind of fascination, was unimaginable to ordinary people. The journey was silent. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and rested. Xia Ting did not disturb him, and the others did not take the initiative to talk to Jiang Chen. They still did not believe that Jiang Chen's ability was as magical as Xia Ting said. A day later, the Black Eagle soared through the sky and arrived at a wilderness. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the wilderness. There was no sign of human habitation within a radius of 1,000 miles. There was not even a single demonic beast. Everyone, stay alert. Once we pass through this wilderness, we will reach the vicinity of the Red Ridge Mountain. This place is a mix of crooks and honest folk, and the winged men often appear here. Everyone, prepare your flying talismans. If you encounter the winged men, fight immediately. Xia Ting reminded. All right. Zhang Qing and the others did not dare to be negligent. They knew that this was not a joke. Once they left the martial pavilion, they would not be able to enjoy such a peaceful life. Especially here, their lives could be in danger at any time. The duel with the winged person was not like the duel on the martial pavilion's battle platform. There was no such thing as stopping at the right time. In the Red East region, the human race and the winged race were irreconcilable enemies. As long as they encountered each other, it would be a fight to the death. Xia Ting flipped his palm, and 2 light yellow talismans appeared in his hands. On the talismans, the airflow swayed, giving off a very high-end feeling. Xia Ting handed the 2 talismans to Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog respectively. He said, Master, Brother De Huang, these are flying talismans. They are specially developed by the martial pavilion to deal with the winged men. They are meant for Unity Origin Realm disciples to go out for training. If we encounter the winged men later, we can rely on the flying talismans to fight them. However, the flying talismans can only last for a short period of time. If we encounter the winged men, we have to end the battle quickly. The winged race had the greatest advantage over ordinary human cultivators, which was flying. The winged men had wings and could fly in the sky from birth. Humans, on the other hand, could only truly fly after reaching the Unity Origin realm. Therefore, in the course of a battle, the human race had no advantage over the winged race. The martial pavilion specially created flying talismans to deal with this situation. Although the flying talismans could only maintain flight for a short period of time, it was still a powerful weapon against the winged men. Without the flying talismans, one could only passively take a beating. When the others saw Xia Ting take out 2 flying talismans and give them to Jiang Qin, their eyes were filled with envy. One had to know that the flying talismans were incomparably precious. Even in the martial pavilion, not everyone could have them. If they wanted to get a flying talisman, they would have to spend money to buy it. In any case, they would definitely have to pay a certain price. 2 flying talismans could be described as priceless, especially for Unity Origin Realm disciples who could not fly. They had made ample preparations for this trip to the Red Ridge Mountain. Even so, each of them only had 3 flying talismans. I don't need them. You can keep them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qin directly rejected them and pushed the 2 flying talismans back. Everyone, including Xia Ting, was stunned. It was the first time they had seen a Unity Origin Realm cultivator reject a flying talisman on a training trip. Was there something wrong with his head? Jiang Qin, don't tell me you don't know the value of a flying talisman. It can save your life at crucial moments. Zhang Qing could not help but say. Jiang Qin only smiled and did not say anything. He really did not need it. All right then. Master, when you need it, you can ask me for it. Xia Ting quickly said. He guessed that Jiang Qin must have his own reasons for not needing his flying talismans. Perhaps he had more flying talismans than him, or perhaps he had some other tricks up his sleeves. In any case, no matter what kind of surprise Jiang Qin had, Xia Ting would believe it. Whoosh whoosh. A cold wind whistled, and a dozen powerful auras suddenly appeared from another direction. With their eyesight, they could already see a dozen black dots in that direction. The black dots gradually enlarged, and soon, they were reflected in everyone's eyes. It's the winged men. Zhang Qing frowned, and battle intent immediately burst forth from his body. Damn, it seems like we're really unlucky. This group of winged people is so powerful. Just like us, the weakest among them is at the 7th layer of the unity origin realm. They have more people than us. Fortunately, there are no experts at the 9th layer of the unity origin realm. We should be able to handle them. Prepare the flying talismans. We've been discovered, and the winged people are approaching us. The atmosphere immediately became tense. They couldn't help but feel nervous after encountering such a powerful group of winged people. Chapter 40:16. Xia Ting and the others were unlucky. They had encountered the winged men before they even reached the Crimson Ridge Mountain. Moreover, it was a large group of winged men. Everyone took out their combat strength talismans and were fully prepared for battle. Everyone looked extremely serious. Dealing with the winged men was completely different from their usual playful ways. This was a battle of life and death. It was a battle of life and death. It could even be a battle of life and death. As expected, when Xia Ting and the others discovered the winged men also discovered them. A dozen winged men turned into streaks of light and flew over. In the blink of an eye, they blocked the Black Hawk's path. Screech! The Black Hawk screeched. Its eyes became extremely sharp and its tyrannical aura became heavier. They're from the martial pavilion. The leader of the winged men had a dignified appearance. He had 4 wings on his back and was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. He was only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer of the unity origin realm. Furthermore, the bloodline of the 4 winged men was relatively noble. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, if they really fought, the winged man's speed would not be any weaker than Zhang Qing's. Although Zhang Qing was at the 9th heavenly layer of the unity origin realm and had a flight talisman, it could only allow him to fly. In terms of speed, he was not on the same level as the young winged man. Apart from the young winged man, the other winged men were twice the number and cultivation of the winged men. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. This battle would probably be extremely difficult. It seemed that he would not be able to hold back. Enemies are bound to meet. Xia Ting Lengleng said. An extremely dazzling sword had already appeared in her hand. It sparkled with a cold light. Enemies are bound to meet. The winged men and the human race are irreconcilable. The martial pavilion is the greatest threat to the winged men. Since we've met here today, all of you will stay here. The young winged man said. The smile on his face was even colder than Xia Ting's. It was not difficult to determine the identity of the disciples of the martial pavilion. The winged men and the martial pavilion had many dealings. Moreover, there were so many geniuses of the human race this time. There was probably no other force apart from the martial pavilion. Let's see if you have the ability. Xia Ting's killing intent surged. Although the other party was strong, it was impossible to retreat at this time. Moreover, the winged people were famous for their speed. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. Although the Black Eagle was fast, it was carrying 7 or 8 people. How could it be faster than these winged people? When the fight starts, take care of yourself. One of them said with a mace in his hand. These words were probably meant for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. After all, in their hearts, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's cultivation base were still a burden. Teacher, I'll leave Black Hawk to you. He can take you away. Xia Ting said. He had not expected to encounter such a situation on this trip to the Crimson Ridge Mountain. Before coming here, they were filled with fighting spirit, but who would have thought that they would encounter so many feather people? Moreover, they were so powerful. In this situation, even if they gave it their all, it would be incredibly difficult for them to resist. If they were not careful, many people would die. No need, Black Hawk will still follow you. After saying that, Jiang Chen's aura suddenly shook, and a pair of dragon wings spread out. His whole body had already soared into the sky, hovering above the feather people. On the other side, the Huang dog also had a pair of wings on his back. He was flying back and forth in the sky at an unbelievable speed. Every time he moved, he would turn into a streak of light. The onlookers were dumbfounded. He can actually fly. What a mystical pair of wings. And that dog, he can actually fly as well. No wonder he didn't want senior brother Xie's flying talisman. So he has such a trump card. This Jiang Chen is really powerful. Xie Ting and the others were shocked. They naturally knew how powerful Jiang Chen was. Since he could kill a three-eyed panther, he was definitely not someone easy to deal with. However, they had never thought that Jiang Chen could actually fly. That pair of dragon wings looked much more mystical than the wings of the feather people. As for De Huang dog, although his current strength was not enough, he was not afraid at all. This guy's speed was unparalleled in the world. When he spread his light wings, no Unity Origin expert could catch up to him. You have the 9th young master's aura on you. The young feather person glanced at Jiang Chen with a shocked expression. 9th young master. Jiang Chen frowned, then suddenly remembered, that's right, your 9th young master was killed by me. The feather people in the broken flying stream were also killed by me. Facing the feather people, Jiang Chen did not dare to deny it. Back then, when he resolved the crisis of the Fu clan in Yen City, he came to the martial pavilion with Fu Qing. When he just left Yen City, he was attacked by the feather people. One of the men that he killed claimed to be the 9th young master of the feather race. Jiang Chen had almost forgotten about this. Now that the person in front of him mentioned it, Jiang Chen finally recalled it. What? He killed the 9th young master and the feather people in the broken flying stream. He is Jiang Chen. Great. You've searched far and wide for it, only to find it by chance. Jiang Chen, today is the day you die. Your hands are filled with the blood of our winged men. Today, you shall pay with your blood. Jiang Chen roared. The clan has already given the order to kill Jiang Chen. The death of the 9th young master has shaken the entire feather race. If we can kill Jiang Chen today, we will be the meritorious subjects of the feather race. We will be rewarded handsomely. Great. This trip was not in vain. The feather people were all excited. They had never thought that they would meet Jiang Chen the first time they came out. He was on the feather people's kill list. If they could kill Jiang Chen, they would be rewarded handsomely. When Xie Ting and the others heard the words of the feather people, they were all shocked. I have heard about the broken flying stream. I heard that someone killed all the feather people in the broken flying stream and brought many people out. I didn't expect it to be Jiang Chen. Yes, I heard about it too. But I didn't hear his name. He is a great hero of the human race. He killed the 9th young master of the feather people. He is so awesome. I really admire him. We always talk about killing the feather people, but we don't know that Jiang Chen has already killed so many of them. He has already become the person on the feather people's kill list. Xie Ting and the others were shocked. Some of them started to admire Jiang Chen. The fact that he was able to walk out of the broken flying stream was enough to show that Jiang Chen was not an ordinary person. Moreover, he had killed the 9th young master of the feather people. What a glorious achievement. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a faint smile. The heavenly dragon sword instantly appeared in his hand. His body flashed and his speed was so fast that no one could see him clearly. The heavenly dragon sword struck out and a scream was heard. You're tuning into the journey of the soul, YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.